Chapter 1. Is this the realm of supremacy? Xianyuan Continent. The desert stretches endlessly, with fierce winds howling and yellow sands swirling in the air. On the edge of a cliff concealed by the sands, ferocious beasts roam freely, wreaking havoc upon the villages. Yet, there exists a place of profound tranquility, standing in stark contrast to the chaos wrought by these beasts. Boom! Suddenly, the very ground begins to tremble violently. A beam of golden light shoots into the sky, piercing through the thick clouds. The heavens ominously glow with a crimson hue, intricate runes manifesting in the air. A resplendent golden lotus ascends into the sky, heralding the arrival of auspicious omens. In the midst of this extraordinary upheaval, the feral beasts have grown unusually subdued. It seems as though the entire firmament has fallen into a hushed stillness. However, from a humble farmhouse nearby, a hearty laugh erupts. I have endured 2 decades in this wretched place, and I have finally completed this sign-in task. Ha ha! A man clad in a dark robe suddenly opens his eyes, radiant light shooting forth from them, illuminating the dilapidated room with the brilliance of the Tao. This dog-eared system has indeed not deceived me. Lu Xian's face is alight with excitement. He is a transmigrator who, after acquiring the standard system for traversers, has been signing in for 20 consecutive years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the cultivation system. Current rewards for the host: Tao Source 1, Jade Maidenheart Sutra 1, Lioli Colorful Phoenix Robe 1, Hunyuan Pill 1, Bone Cleansing Pill 1, Soul Nourishing Pill 1. As the system dispenses the rewards, Lu Xian's eyes shine with brilliance. The system truly is generous, bestowing upon me such marvelous treasures. Any one of these rewards, if taken to the continent, could incite countless individuals to fight to the death for it. Moreover, he is utterly oblivious to the extent of his current cultivation prowess. Could it be the realm of supremacy? Or perhaps an even loftier realm of the saints? He cannot measure the overwhelming power coursing within him, but he senses that should he unleash this force, it could obliterate the heavens and the earth. Let me take some of these rewards and prepare a birthday gift for my precious daughter. The thought of his long-lost daughter fills his heart with affection. His daughter, Lu Shire, has just turned 10 this year. Her origins stem from a beautiful tale of his past. Once, when he was merely a common man, he encountered a breathtakingly beautiful woman, and they fell in love at first sight. After bearing him a daughter, she vanished into the desolate wilds, seeking divine signs to reactivate the immortal slaying platform. In retrospect, she was likely a descendant of the immortal realms. Lu Shire is the daughter born to him by that enigmatic woman. Ding! The main quest has been triggered. Please cultivate Lu Shire to the nascent soul stage within 5 years, and thereafter, attend the Immortal Inquiry Conference at Yingzhou as promised. Cultivator levels are categorized as Foundation Establishment, Core Formation, Nascent Soul, Spirit Transformation, Body Integration, Great Ascension, and Tribulation Crossing. Beyond the Tribulation Crossing lies the Taoist Realm, Emperor Realm, Saint Realm, Supremacy Realm, and Immortal Spirit Realm. Cultivating Lu Shire to the nascent soul stage within 3 years fills Lu Xian with a sense of despair. Since her birth, he has discerned that she possesses no aptitude for cultivation. Even so, he has exerted every effort to nurture her, sparing no expense on beast pills and energy infusion. In this world where no one recognizes him as a transmigrator, that mysterious and stunning woman was his only kin, and their daughter is the testament to their love. Throughout these 20 years, every time he contemplated giving up, it was Shir's soft, tender voice that reignited his fighting spirit. Yet, the thought of attending the Immortal Inquiry Conference brings a frown to his brow. When the immortals descend, his feeble strength might very well be shattered by their brilliance. In the adjacent room, a delicate girl is peacefully sleeping, her rosy lips parting and closing with her breath. Suddenly, as if influenced by the celestial anomaly, a mysterious power within her stirs awake, causing her to open her eyes wide in anguish and curl up in pain. Ah, it hurts so much. Shire is in so much pain. Lu Shire writhes in agony, murmuring for her father. Her pain cries abruptly cease as a complex phoenix pattern emerges on her forehead, her eyes flashing with divine light. I have actually been reborn. Truly, the heavens have eyes. Ha ha. I have regained my past memories. The Empress of the Divine Maiden Tribe has returned. Uncles and cousins, you conspired against me, handing over the Divine Maiden Tribe to others. I shall flay you alive. The once innocent visage of Lu Shire is now consumed by vengeance, her eyes ablaze with hatred, a stark contrast to her tender age of 10. I will reclaim the Divine Maiden Tribe and skin you all alive. As Lu Shire delves into the memories of her past life, she suddenly pauses. Father? This reincarnated body has a father? And he's a worthless layman? This useless father will undoubtedly become an obstacle in my quest for revenge. With him around, my vengeance is surely hindered. I must seek vengeance since you are an impediment. I shall eradicate you. A sudden surge of killing intent envelopes Lu Shire's face. Yet the innate love for her father embedded in this body prevents her from acting on it. Though our 10 years together were brief, you are, after all, this flesh's father. I send you to the cycle early, for your sake, as a mere mortal. Otherwise, in my quest for vengeance, you would surely perish amidst the battles of cultivators, perhaps even find no entry to reincarnation. By ending your life now, I grant you an early entry into the cycle, allowing you to be reborn. I hope you find happiness in your next life, and do not return as my father. Lu Shire's resolve hardens, her murderous intent intensifying. At that moment, the bedroom door creaks open slowly. Chapter 2. Leoli Colorful Phoenix Robe. As the door swings open, Lu Shire leaps into action. However, she soon finds herself falling from midair. Huh? This body hasn't opened its meridians? Lu Shire rises, her brows furrowing as she spreads her chubby palms, her expression turning cold. Unopened meridians. She feels not a trace of cultivation energy. This body is utterly useless. If that is the case, then Lu Shire's lips curl into a sly smile as she takes a deep breath. Instantly, the intricate phoenix totem upon her forehead glimmers, and true energy surges forth from within her. Within her lies the innate spirit of the Nine Heavens colorful phoenix. After regaining her past memories, the Nine Heavens colorful phoenix has elevated her cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Her father is merely a commoner now. She can eliminate him with a single strike, granting him no suffering. My dear, you've awakened, but haven't come to find your father. Quickly, take a look at this garment. Does it suit your fancy? Lu Xian, entirely unsuspecting, approaches Lu Shire with the robe in hand. Today is your birthday. This is the gift I prepared for you. Birthday gift? As Lu Shire prepares to unleash her attack, Lu Xian's gentle voice momentarily disrupts her resolve. In an instant, she grits her teeth. Never mind that this man must die. It's merely a birthday gift. Do not think to sway my heart. Just as she gathers her strength, she sees Lu Xian displaying the Leoli colorful phoenix robe before her, causing her concentrated energy to dissipate in an instant. What is happening? There are no cultivators here stronger than her. How can they disperse her power? It must be that she was not focused enough. As she prepares to gather her strength once more, Lu Xian's voice, laced with confusion, asks, "Is this garment not to your liking? I think it's very beautiful, Shire. Quickly try it on." Seeing Lu Shire's bashful expression, Lu Xian chuckles. "It must be that father is making you shy. It's my fault. He'll step outside." Her daughter has grown. She knows some moments require her father's absence. A tinge of melancholy washes over Lu Xian, yet he soon finds solace in the fact that his daughter is no longer a mere infant. A glint of ruthlessness flashes in Lu Shire's bright eyes as a hint of purple light emanates from her palm. Killing. She is quite adept at it. Unaware, Lu Xian places the Leoli colorful phoenix robe down, continuing, "This robe is woven from the feathers of the Leoli colorful phoenix, the only one of its kind on the entire continent. Shire, when you wear it, others will surely envy you." Lu Shire freezes, momentarily stunned by the name of the garment. She lowers her gaze to the robe and stands dumbfounded. Isn't this the Leoli colorful phoenix robe? That is an imperial-grade treasure. Such a treasure. Even those of the Saint Realm would cherish it dearly. How could Lu Xian so casually gift it to his daughter as a birthday present? Lu Xian sets the robe down and exits the room, prompting Lu Shire to conceal her aura. With a complex mix of emotions, she dons the robe and steps outside. Truly, my precious daughter looks stunning in anything she wears. Lu Xian gently turns her around by the shoulders, nodding in satisfaction. Lu Shire has perfectly inherited her mother's beauty genes, her exquisite face already displaying a captivating allure at such a young age, enhanced further by the Lioli colorful phoenix robe. While she still harbors intentions to eliminate Lu Xian, her curiosity prevails. Why would he give me such a precious treasure? Moreover, Lu Xian is but an ordinary mortal. How could he possess such a treasure of this caliber? What perplexed her even more was that, knowing the status of such a treasure, he had the audacity to bestow it upon her so casually. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, then smiled indulgently as he replied, "Little fool, you are my precious daughter. Why do you think I would give this to you? It is merely a garment. Even if you desired the stars from the heavens, I would find a way to pluck them for you." Merely a garment, you say? You would even pluck the stars for me? When Lu Xian spoke these words, his sincerity was palpable, devoid of any pretense, filled solely with emotion. Lu Shire was utterly moved by his genuine affection, left dumbfounded in place. She gazed at her corporeal father, her eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions. In her previous life, she had been devoid of feelings, an unparalleled empress of the divine maiden tribe, having never experienced the slightest hint of familial love. Yet now, from the essence of this physical father, she felt what mortals termed familial affection. Such warmth was something she had never known. The fervent love a father held for his daughter was astoundingly intense. In that fleeting moment, Lu Shire's murderous intent towards Lu Xian gradually dissipated. She pondered. Lu Xian is merely a mortal with a lifespan of but a century. I am still young in this body. Avenging myself 100 years hence is of no consequence. Moreover, I have never experienced the bond between father and daughter. Enjoying it in this second life is not unreasonable. Though Lu Shire was reluctant to acknowledge this father, the murderous intent in her heart had vanished, leaving no desire to act against him. She summoned a drop of her essence blood, preparing to refine the Lioli Kaifeng robe. In mere moments, the heavens above her coalesced into auspicious clouds, showering down a cascade of brilliance. Meanwhile, in the desolate expanse of the desert, a vast void of nothingness awaited. An elderly man, clad in a long azure robe with hair flecked with white, commanded a flying celestial sword. This man was none other than Qing Yi, an elder of the largest celestial sect on the Xianyuan continent. As Qing Yi prepared a journey to Qianghua Mountain, he was taken aback by the sight of the resplendent clouds and radiant glow above, coincidentally encountering Xie Shi, the sect leader of the Xintian demon domain, who also stood transfixed, gazing at the sky. Twice today, the auspicious clouds have gathered. Could a significant event be unfolding on the Xianyuan continent? Qing Daoist, what are your thoughts on this? Qing Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, then spoke slowly. Alas, I have just performed a divination, and it appears that the unusual phenomenon of the clouds is triggered by the emergence of an emperor-grade treasure. However, the preceding anomaly, no matter how I divined, yielded no results. Surely, someone is concealing the truth. Upon hearing his words, Xie Shi's face filled with astonishment. Qing Yi's divination skills were among the finest on the entire Xianyuan continent. If he could not unravel the hidden truth, it must indeed be of monumental importance. Could the battle of extermination be influenced by this concealed truth? Xie Shi pondered aloud, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Qing Yi turned to him. Xie sect leader, have you also sensed that the battle of extermination is approaching? Though they were unaware of the specifics of the battle of extermination, the highly skilled cultivators could faintly perceive that it represented a rare opportunity that could alter the future trajectory of the entire Xianyuan continent. Huh? Are you not heading to Qianghua Mountain for this very matter? Xie Shi spoke mysteriously. Indeed, the battle of extermination bears great significance. Qianghua Mountain, being the sacred ground of the divine maiden tribe, will undoubtedly yield some clues regarding the battle. The two supreme powerhouses of the Xianyuan continent exchanged knowing smiles. Why not travel together? Both ascended into the air, momentarily setting aside past grievances, united in purpose as they made their way to Chonghua Mountain for the battle of extermination. Xie Shi departed first, while behind him, Qing Yi's eyes glimmered with a faint hint of coldness. Chapter 3. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra in a secluded courtyard. Upon donning the resplendent Liuli Kai Feng gown, Lu Shire's face blossomed with a long-lost smile. Adorned in such a dazzling attire, her beauty became even more radiant. When my daughter grows up, she will surely have countless suitors, Lu Xian remarked, watching his daughter with a sense of pride. He extended a sliver of his consciousness to assess her cultivation level. And upon doing so, he was taken aback. Shire, you have actually opened your spiritual veins. Moreover, you have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Lu Shire was quite astonished. In her memories, Lu Xian was merely a mortal. How could he now perceive her cultivation? Although she was surprised, she feigned innocence, her large eyes sparkling with naivete. I just took a nap, and it broke through by itself. As the reincarnated empress of the divine maiden tribe, her innate talent was far beyond what a mere mortal like Lu Xian could comprehend. Her proud expression struck Lu Xian as exceedingly endearing, prompting him to affectionately ruffle her hair while chuckling. After the initial shock, he recalled that on the Xian Yuan continent, there existed prodigies who could suddenly awaken mysterious powers on certain days, rapidly ascending to high realms. Surely, his daughter was no ordinary person. Despite being an ordinary father, Lu Xian knew that Shire's mother was a formidable and enigmatic figure, undoubtedly bestowing upon their daughter her exceptional qualities. With Shire having reached the foundation establishment stage, a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage would be imminent. Since my precious daughter has advanced to the foundation establishment stage, you have officially entered the realm of cultivation and can now practice techniques. I have a suitable cultivation method for you. I shall present it to you now, and I hope you will practice diligently. Lu Xian retrieved the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra from the system rewards with a serious expression, imparting a few earnest words to his daughter. With the impending war of extinction, although he couldn't shield her from it entirely, equipping her with the ability to protect herself was certainly prudent. Thinking of the war of extinction, Lu Xian furrowed his brow. He was determined to safeguard his daughter and ensure she remained unharmed. However, Lu Shire remained indifferent. After all, she had been the empress of the divine maiden tribe in her previous life. What cultivation techniques had she not encountered? What could a mere mortal like Lu Xian possibly offer? There's no need for that. I've already acquired an excellent cultivation method, Lu Shire exclaimed, her cherry lips forming a pout, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Lu Xian found it hard to believe. Could it be that his daughter, upon awakening her cultivation, simultaneously inherited a technique? But the one in his hands was a top-tier cultivation method. Even if her awakened method was exceptional, it likely couldn't compare to this one. Thus, Lu Xian's expression turned stern as he said, "Do not practice those haphazard methods. They will not be of great benefit to your cultivation." Lu Shire was nearly driven to laughter by his words, her proud demeanor appearing exceptionally charming to Lu Xian. The top-tier cultivation methods of the divine maiden tribe were dismissed as chaotic by this ignorant mortal. Such a man truly lacked insight. Just as she was about to retort, Lu Xian presented the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, placing it into her hands. As Lu Shire opened the sutra, she was eager to discern why this method was deemed superior to the top-tier techniques of her tribe. Yet, as she perused the pages, she found herself utterly entranced. The profundity contained within was so intricate that even she found it somewhat obscure. After merely flipping through 2 pages, she became captivated, unable to extricate herself from its allure. As if the text contained the essence of the Tao, beckoning her to read on. She felt an overwhelming sense of benefit from just a glimpse. Upon seeing the name of the sutra, she was struck as if by lightning. Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. This was the top-tier cultivation method lost to the divine maiden tribe for many years, crafted by the tribe's founder. However, this method had been lost for millennia, leading to subsequent empresses practicing inferior copies. In comparison to the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, the techniques she had been cultivating were utterly worthless, a stark contrast. No wonder she trembled upon seeing it. Her breath quickening with excitement akin to a bear discovering honey, her eyes gleaming with fervor. This is truly a top-tier cultivation method. Shire, do you not like this method? Lu Xian observed his daughter's fluctuating expressions, mistakenly believing she was unimpressed.
His heart began to race, as the system offered many methods, yet only a few were suitable for her. If this one wouldn't suffice, he could always exchange it. Lu Xian was keen to respect her wishes. After all, if she disliked it, he couldn't impose it upon her. Her path in life should not be dictated by his desires. In that case, I shall find you another method. As Lu Xian began to retract the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, Lu Shire, recovering from her shock, clutched the sutra to her chest, her youthful innocence shining through as she adamantly declared, I do not wish to exchange it for another. I truly adore this one. You are so good to me, father. Her excitement was palpable, and she couldn't help but utter words she had previously found difficult to express, her face flushing crimson in an instant. Since you like it, then it is yours, my dear. I had thought your earlier expression indicated otherwise. How could I not like it? Lu Shire exclaimed joyfully, perhaps dreaming of smiling in her sleep. This Jade Maiden Heart Sutra would be exceedingly arduous for an ordinary person to cultivate, potentially even fatal. Yet, for Lu Shire, the former empress of the Divine Maiden tribe, it was the perfect fit. Moreover, this method resonated with the very soul of the tribe, drawing her in with an unparalleled affinity. As she carefully tucked the sutra away, her heart grew heavier with doubt. How could her ordinary father so effortlessly present her with an imperial-grade artifact and the long-lost Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? Was he truly an ordinary person? How could a mere mortal acquire such treasures that even saints covet? Father, how did you come by these treasures? Lu Shire finally summoned the courage to voice her lingering questions, her curiosity bubbling over. These were acquired by mere chance. You need not concern yourself with the specifics, Lu Xian casually deflected, knowing he couldn't explain the existence of the system within him. Upon hearing his evasive response, Lu Shire rolled her eyes in exasperation, her delicate features radiating defiance. Did he really think she was a child to be easily deceived? Although she doubted Lu Xian's words and couldn't see through the man before her, her perception of him had undergone a radical transformation. Perhaps there were secrets hidden beneath the surface? Observing his daughter deep in thought, Lu Xian couldn't help but interject, Shire, now that you possess a cultivation method, you must strive to delve into it. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask your father. Understood? Lu Shire nodded absently, her focus already absorbed in the sutra. Seeing his daughter so diligently engaged, Lu Xian decided not to disturb her further and turned to leave. Once outside, he pondered his own cultivation level, realizing he needed to find a place to test it. After all, with numerous plans ahead, it was essential to know his strength. If Shire's mother successfully activated the extinction platform, it would undoubtedly trigger the War of Extinction. He would face countless demons and monsters then, and to emerge unscathed, he must attain the Supreme Realm. Uncertain of his current level, he felt uneasy. Perhaps he should seek out a worthy opponent? As he contemplated, he heard the roars of several demon beasts echoing from thousands of miles away. A moment later, an idea struck him. Years ago, he had overheard cultivators speaking of several demon emperors in the vicinity, all at the imperial level. Why not seek them out for a test, even if he couldn't defeat them? Surely he could escape. Chapter 4. Is this, for real? With that thought, he soared into the skies in search of the demon emperors. Though the Xianyuan continent was home to numerous sects and demonic realms, there also existed scattered cultivators beyond those confines. In this desolate expanse, 3 demon emperors represented the quintessential example of such rogue practitioners. At the Divine Beast Ridge, the 3 demon emperors had gathered to share wine, their jovial laughter filling the air when a figure clad in a dark robe burst in. Big brother, a young lad has arrived. Just the perfect dish for our feast. One demon emperor, originally a black bear, remarked with a wicked grin. His impulsive nature led him to leap forward to engage the young man before his brothers could react, and they soon followed suit. After the passage of a single incense stick's worth of time, one of them shouted, Stop! Stop! We were blind and did not recognize you as our senior. Please, spare us. The 3 demon emperors bore bruises upon their faces, having endured hundreds of years of cultivation without ever suffering such grievous injuries. Now, they lay upon the ground, unable to rise, merely groaning and pleading for mercy. Lu Xian, perplexed, wondered how it was that they had been reduced to begging for their lives. He had only exerted a fraction of his strength. These 3 demon emperors were remarkably fragile. Were they not the notorious desert demon emperors spoken of by the cultivators? How could they be left incapacitated after just a couple of blows? With a look of disdain, Lu Xian regarded them briefly, but then a sly smile crept onto his face as he turned his attention back to the trio. After a moment, anguished cries filled the air. As dusk fell, the secluded farmhouse in the desert wafted with the enticing aroma of delicious food. Liu Xian, thoroughly pleased with his culinary skills, called for his daughter to join him for dinner. "Darling daughter, come out and eat." Lu Shirer was engrossed in unraveling the intricacies of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Liu Xian's sudden call for her to eat left her feeling quite displeased. Her cherry lips pouting in disdain. "I have embarked on the path of cultivation. How can I still consume mere grains? Such mundane food would hinder my progress on the immortal path, now a foundational cultivator." Lu Shirer believed it beneath her to partake in the sustenance of mortals. Her body required only the essence of heaven and earth, just as she prepared to refuse her father's request. The tantalizing scent of the dishes wafted into her nostrils, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. What could possibly produce such an exquisite aroma? It was utterly irresistible. In her previous life, Lu Shirer had once encountered a celestial fruit with a fragrance that was unparalleled. Yet it paled in comparison to the aroma of the meal before her. Drawn by the enticing scent, she followed Lu Xian out of her room, expecting to see celestial fruits or golden elixirs on the dining table. To her surprise, there lay only ordinary dishes. This was peculiar. How could such ordinary fare emit such an extraordinary fragrance? Lu Shirer scrutinized the food before her and gasped in shock. The ingredients were indeed parts of top-tier demon beasts. The right wing of the Xianjin giant roc, the left paw of the giant rock demon bear, and the tail of the crimson flame white tiger. How could these legendary demon beasts be served at a mere dining table? How had Lu Xian accomplished such a feat? Lu Shirer felt her mind reeling. Anyone who laid eyes upon the food on this table would be astounded. The ferocious demon beasts had been presented as a meal. The person who prepared these dishes was none other than her father, a fact she could scarcely believe. "Father, how did you manage to slay them?" Lu Shirer, utterly astonished, asked in bewilderment. "I was out searching for food when they suddenly pounced. Considering you are still growing, I thought they would be quite nutritious, so I took care of them swiftly." "How do you find my cooking?" Lu Xian replied nonchalantly. "What? It was that effortless," Lu Shirer exclaimed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, these three beasts were of emperor rank. No longer could she underestimate her mysterious father, who in the Xian Yuan continent could so easily dispatch 3 emperor-tier demon beasts. And do so with such ease? The flesh of these emperor-level beasts could rival celestial fruits and golden elixirs. Consuming even a morsel would greatly enhance one's cultivation and reinforce one's bloodline. Especially after being prepared by Lu Xian, the aroma was simply intoxicating. Lu Shirer felt her mouth watering, her previous indifference now replaced with an insatiable hunger. How could she, the proud empress of the divine maiden tribe, be so easily swayed by such temptation? Lu Xian, observing his daughter's struggle to maintain her composure while drooling at the sight of the food, couldn't help but chuckle. He picked up his chopsticks, scooped a bare paw into her bowl, and said, "You must try this. Tell me how delectable it is." Though Lu Shirer initially intended to refuse, she ultimately succumbed to the alluring aroma and began to eat. As soon as the food touched her lips, her eyes widened in astonishment. Excitement, greed, and satisfaction mingled within her. What an exquisite flavor! This is beyond delicious. Lu Shirer could no longer contain her astonishment, her face painted with delight. Without waiting for Lu Xian to say more, she tiptoed towards the dining table and began to devour the food voraciously, her small hands becoming greasy with each bite. Gone was the dignified image of the empress. She was now merely a glutton. At last, she felt satiated but still craved more. Suddenly, aware of her disheveled appearance, she slowly reached for a napkin to wipe her mouth. "Not too bad. Excuse me," she exclaimed. Having overeaten and letting out a burp with that, her face flushed crimson, and the refined image she sought to maintain vanished in an instant. Liu Xian found his daughter's antics utterly adorable. His precious girl was embracing her inner spoiled child. After their meal, Lu Shirer returned to her room to continue her cultivation, eager to advance her abilities and seek revenge sooner. Liu Xian felt a deep sense of pride watching his daughter work so diligently. She was so young yet so devoted to her training. She truly was a remarkable child. For the days to come, he felt little else was needed of him, save for preparing meals for her. With plenty of the demon emperor's remains, Lu Xian devised various dishes to delight Lu Shirer with each meal. Initially, she had been cautious, but now she eagerly anticipated mealtime, often peeking into the kitchen to see what Lu Xian was preparing. This brought warmth to Lu Xian's heart as he cherished the bond between father and daughter. Days passed, and Lu Shirer had finally grasped the nuances of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. You are more capable than I imagined, discovering the secrets so swiftly. Since you are so clever, I shall reward you to aid your future cultivation, Lu Xian declared. Upon hearing that it pertained to her cultivation, Lu Shirer's excitement surged. After all, the previous gifts from Lu Xian had been extraordinary. Surely this one would be equally impressive. However, this time, Lu Xian did not produce any tangible gift, but instead placed his index finger upon her forehead. Though puzzled, Lu Shirer did not flinch. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming power surge into her body, rendering her momentarily blank. Steady your mind and feel deeply. Lu Xian's words snapped her back to reality. Though she regained her ability to think, she remained dazed. It was not that she lacked capability. Even with some preparation, Lu Xian's display astonished her. The energy transmitted through his fingertip was no ordinary spiritual power. It was the essence of the great Tao, transcending all earthly laws. This was the quintessence of the great Tao, the original spirit of the great Tao. Father, she uttered, realizing that the esteemed empress of the Jade Maiden tribe had been utterly captivated. Lu Xian responded with a sweet smile. Lu Shirer lifted her gaze, contemplating that having such a prodigious father was indeed a blessing, with the original spirit of the great Tao bestowed upon her. Calling him father seemed only fitting. The pride of the empress remained deeply ingrained within her. Daughter, Lu Xian said, increasingly fond of Lu Shirer, now that he had imparted the original spirit of the great Tao to her. He continued, I have more gifts for you. More gifts? Lu Shirer exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. The extent of her father's prowess was beyond her comprehension. Even a casual gesture from him could incite chaos. Lu Xian raised his hand and called out, Doggo, come here, woof woof. A small figure appeared, a young crimson flame white tiger bounding towards him. Lu Shirer, initially alarmed, feared for her father's safety against the powerful demon beast. However, the scene that unfolded before her left her utterly speechless. The cub, resembling a playful puppy, nuzzled against Lu Xian's legs, spinning around in excitement. Where was the fierce demeanor of the crimson flame white tiger? It was more akin to a cheerful lapdog. Lu Xian affectionately patted the cub's head, saying, Remember, from now on, my daughter is your master. As her pet, you must bring her joy and protect her. If you fail to do so, I shall consume you, whimper. The crimson flame white tiger lacked the imposing majesty of a howling beast in the mountains and instead exhibited a demeanor of cowardice, crouching low to the ground, head bowed in a submissive posture. With a mere glance from Lu Xian, the crimson flame white tiger ceased its chatter and sprinted excitedly towards Lu Shirer, its exuberance akin to the joy of escaping from a malevolent grasp. Lu Shirer gazed in confusion, pondering whether this aberrant father possessed an innate ability to subdue demonic beasts. Yet, she struggled to comprehend what could possibly dominate these formidable beast emperors. Even her own prowess as an empress was merely sufficient to slay these beasts. But it did not command their respect. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xian had resorted to using washing marrow pills as mere dog food to ensure the obedience of the crimson flame white tiger. If this were to be revealed, it would surely invoke tears from many. High-tier washing marrow pills were coveted by countless beings of supreme rank, all yearning for a single pill to elevate their physical being further. Thus, even the bereaved offspring of the crimson flame white tiger, bereft of its father, had not the time to mourn before it eagerly returned to Lu Xian's embrace to diligently train. With a smile, Lu Xian remarked, I shall seek out more treasures to bestow upon you. Lu Shirer stood in stunned silence, astounded that her extraordinary father could procure such riches with ease. The task at hand was to capture the rattlesnake two-headed serpent. Aiding Lu Shirer's pet, the crimson flame white tiger, in ascending to the realm of saintly beasts, Lu Xian chuckled lightly, acknowledging that the three mightiest beast emperors had been consumed, leaving this domain unclaimed, necessitating some resolution. The rattlesnake two-headed serpent, born with the strength of a beast emperor, was a creature of unparalleled terror, and it was imperative that the dog consume it to elevate to the saintly realm. However, Lu Xian harbored no trepidation. As a being of supreme rank, he remained capable of contending with those of saintly stature. "Shire," he called, to which Lu Shire, engaged in training her pet, responded. This remarkably advanced companion was easily obedient, responding to her every command. Together, they approached Lu Xian, who found himself increasingly fond of his daughter, ruffling her hair. "Father needs to step out for a while. Would you like to accompany me, or prefer to remain here?" His concern lingered. Although the 10-year-old girl had attained foundational strength, she was still but a child, and his apprehension was palpable. "All right," Lu Shire exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands in delight. Yet, Lu Xian's expression shifted, darkening with dismay. How could his daughter desire him to leave so hastily? Was he truly such a source of sorrow? Seeing the turmoil in her father's face, Lu Shire hastened to clarify, "Father, it is not that I wish for you to depart, but rather I do not want you to squander all your time on me. I can take care of myself." She urged him to go, believing that only once he had left could she truly accelerate her cultivation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to its fullest potential, ensuring she would no longer require her father's assistance, but could achieve everything on her own. How could the illustrious empress settle for being overshadowed by another, even if he were a mere father by chance? Lu Xian, moved, reassured her, "Rest assured, I shall return promptly." Stepping outside, he surveyed the vast expanse before him, slowly raising his hand. With a resounding crash, a sphere of light manifested in the sky, immediately dispersing to envelop the area in a protective barrier. "This time, all shall be well," Lu Xian declared with satisfaction as he embarked on his quest to capture the rattlesnake two-headed serpent. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Lu Shire gazed upwards in bewilderment. The divine array of the gods. She mused, grappling with confusion. This was a genuine array capable of invoking divine powers, its intricacies profound and unfathomable even to those of supreme rank. Yet, here it was, inexplicably present. "Why?" In anguish, Lu Shire lamented, "Does my yearning for freedom warrant such indignity? I am the Empress, a being who once instilled terror in countless hearts, yet now I find myself bereft of liberty." Tears streamed down her cheeks. The crimson flame white tiger, her pet, approached with whimpering sounds. Nudging her gently in an attempt to console her, "Away with you," she exclaimed, sending the white tiger tumbling. Heidi gazed back at her in fright, likely pondering, what manner of father-daughter pair is this, both so formidable? The creature began to question its own existence. As night fell, Lu Shire sat in meditation, practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with fervor. The white tiger lay beside her, its eyes fixated, for despite its juvenile status, it possessed considerable wisdom. The formidable woman before it was channeling the essence of the heavens, drawing in spiritual energy that swirled around her. Even the slightest trace of this energy was ensnared by her cultivation technique. The essence of a cultivation method lies in the speed of absorbing celestial energy and the extent to which it can be refined within the body. Mastering these two aspects would yield the most formidable technique. The white tiger felt a stirring within, not in admiration of Lu Shire's youthful beauty, but rather in recognition of the challenges posed by crossing the boundaries of species. It gradually rose, mimicking her seated posture, its furry paws resting together. Just then, Lu Shire opened her eyes, causing the white tiger's fur to bristle, for it sensed impending doom at the hands of the 10-year-old girl. Whimpering, it crouched low in submission. Lu Shire approached, seizing the white tiger by the scruff. "If you wish to live, pretend you have seen nothing." The white tiger nodded fervently, apprehensive that revealing its secret to Lu Xian might expose Lu Shire's true identity. "Just obey," she instructed. Meanwhile, outside the divine array, a cacophony of sounds erupted as a host of beasts of combined, ascendant, and tribulation ranks appeared. "Silence!" A monkey barked. "I can sense the presence of our king within. This place cannot remain without a master. We must rescue him." "Foul monkey!" the magma crocodile retorted, clawing its way out, each step igniting the ground beneath it with searing lava. "Are you worried your king will retaliate against us upon his return?" The six-eared macaque chuckled. "You speak of concern, yet you dare to voice it. Are you not worried?" The magma crocodile grinned as well, as two leaders among the tribulation-level beasts, they guided a throng of followers. "Can we breach this barrier?" the six-eared macaque inquired, astonished. "This barrier possesses immense power, far surpassing our own. Could a being of supreme rank truly conjure such a barrier? If we touch it, will we not be reduced to ashes?" Without further ado, the magma crocodile seized a slightly weaker six-eared macaque and hurled it towards the barrier. Blast! The six-eared macaque exclaimed in outrage, though not overly angered, instead observing whether its offspring could pass through. As the young macaque landed safely, it erupted in joyous leaps, exclaiming with excitement. The six-eared macaque, displaying courtesy, caught a young crocodile by the tail and tossed it into the barrier as well with a soft thud. It too successfully passed through. The magma crocodile and six-eared macaque continued to hurl their offspring into the barrier until they had dispatched around 30, finally stopping to confirm that the divine array could indeed withstand beings of saintly rank and above. Yet posed no deterrent to their offspring. The magma crocodile, adorned in thick scales and suffused with molten energy, raised its head and grinned at the six-eared macaque. "I will enter first and speak on your behalf to the king." The six-eared macaque's expression changed, realizing the magma crocodile intended to deceive it before the king. It swiftly pursued, exclaiming, "King, I come to rescue you." Its voice echoed before its form arrived, as it felt exceedingly clever. "Foul monkey!" The magma crocodile seethed, charging towards the barrier. Suddenly, the divine formation was activated, unleashing a formidable force that surged towards the magma crocodile. With a mournful cry, the magma crocodile was left with nothing but its tail. "Halt!" The six-eared macaque, paralyzed with fear, stumbled backward, its feet frantically digging into the ground, emitting a hissing sound. Yet it continually made contact with the barrier. At last, the sound of friction ceased, and the six-eared macaque, barefoot and with its feet smoking from the strain, had narrowly escaped with its life. Those who comprehended the divine formation likely dismissed the calamity-level beasts as inconsequential. The six-eared macaque pounded its chest, panting heavily, reflecting on its close call. "That was a close one. I almost ended up with just a tail." Observing the magma crocodile, now reduced to bones save for its tail, it felt a wave of relief wash over it. "I want to consume the brain." Suddenly, a voice reached the macaque's ears, prompting it to look swiftly in that direction. A girl of about 10 years old was there, chasing after their king, igniting excitement within the creature. "Save us, King of the Crimson Flame White Tiger!" It leaped and shouted, "Save the king!" Instantly, the other beasts took notice, witnessing their ruler being pursued by a young girl. Without a moment's thought, they charged towards Lu Shire. Intent on eliminating this girl who dared to chase their king, Lu Shire, with a beaming smile, felt somewhat weary of the bare meat she had been consuming lately and decided it was time for a change. "I want to feast on monkey brains, and I shall also enjoy crocodile meat." "Woof woof!" The white tiger pup barked excitedly. The six-eared macaque was taken aback. When did the king start referring to itself in such a manner? Shouldn't it be roaring majestically, causing all beasts to tremble? Why was it issuing cries akin to a pitiful pup? "King, we have come to rescue you. My king, we are willing to brave fire and water for you." The throng of beasts appeared ecstatic. Crunch! The white tiger pup seized a six-eared macaque in its jaws, effortlessly cracking open its skull with panache and presenting it to Lu Shire. She accepted it. Well done, she said, satisfied. "Truly, you are a beast of royal caliber. You possess some skill. Otherwise, I would have wished for a little tiger cub instead." The white tiger pup shuddered. Were both father and daughter gluttons? In the 7th chapter, a well-trained pup. Crunch! The white tiger pup bit down on a crocodile. Lu Shire looked on in disdain. "You can keep that. This crocodile is far too unpalatable and troublesome to prepare. I shan't eat it." Crunch, crunch, crunch. The white tiger pup, undeterred, pierced through the body of the magma crocodile, tearing off a chunk of meat and relishing it. Flames ignited as Lu Shire prepared to roast the monkey meat. The white tiger pup, holding its crocodile meat, approached her and gently placed it before her. "You are indeed ruthless," Lu Shire admonished. "Regardless of the circumstances, they are still your companions. When you consume them, can you refrain from salivating?" The white tiger pup grinned at that moment. The beasts across from them were too terrified to move, trembling in fear. Outside the barrier, the six-eared macaque was dumbfounded. The crimson flame white tiger was their king's offspring, their little prince destined to inherit the throne. Yet here it was, alongside a young girl, slaughtering its own subjects. It was utterly bewildered. "King," the six-eared macaque lamented, "you are our ruler. How can you fear such a little girl? If you devour her, everything shall belong to you. You are the sovereign of this land." The white tiger pup glanced over, thinking to itself, "Fool. Naturally, everyone yearns to be the ruler, yet it was well aware that remaining a loyal pup was the key to survival. Under such overwhelming pressure, survival was the only viable option. A monstrous man and a terrifyingly ruthless girl. It had no desire to rebel. Being a pup with food and drink was not such a bad fate. Lu Shire regarded the six-eared macaque with a sly smile, prompting an uneasy feeling within it. "You cannot afford to underestimate me," Lu Shire, brimming with pride, approached step by step, gazing at the six-eared macaque through the barrier. "The flesh of a calamity-level beast, is it not more delectable, especially the brain?" The six-eared macaque's expression tightened. Could this 10-year-old girl be the one who had slain 3 demon monarchs? Humans once enjoyed masquerading as the weak to deceive the strong. Yet now it seemed they relished disguising themselves as innocent children. Woof woof. The white tiger pup approached, pawing playfully. The six-eared macaque, with wide, round eyes, questioned, "King, are you inviting me in?" The white tiger pup nodded, speaking in a foreign tongue. Powerful beasts could possess wisdom and language, typically acquired through learning. The white tiger pup, born as a royal heir, was still inexperienced in human language, but it did not hinder its ability to command. Thud! The six-eared macaque knelt down, looking pitifully at the white tiger pup. "King, why do you do this? You are of a proud lineage. How can you heed the words of a human? They have slaughtered countless members of our kind. We must seek vengeance." The six-eared macaque was filled with rage, harboring a deep-seated hatred. The white tiger pup began to seethe with anger, baring its yellowed teeth, which, despite their appearance, emitted a foul odor. "Woof," it barked, raising a paw to signal the six-eared macaque to enter. The six-eared macaque, having rescued its king, now found itself being summoned to enter for a meal of its brain. "I am furious," Lu Shire, seated with her chin propped up, wore an expression of displeasure. "If you cannot bring me this monkey, I shall feast upon you instead." Instantly, the white tiger pup felt a surge of fear. "A woo!" It roared at the six-eared macaque. Terrified, the six-eared macaque collapsed to the ground, the weight of its lineage pressing down upon it. Even this young tiger exuded an aura potent enough to instill fear. Bang! Lu Shire, thoroughly irritated, smacked the white tiger pup atop its head. "Keep your voice down. You're disturbing me." The white tiger pup lowered its head, then turned its gaze back to the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque trembled in fear, perplexed by the nature of this girl, who was so violent and terrifying that even the formidable crimson flame white tiger, capable of ending her life in one bite, now acted as meekly as a pup. "King," it lamented, heartbroken, "you are our ruler. A noble race with immense power, yet now you leave me utterly disappointed. Is this the fate of our kind? To be subjugated by a mere 10-year-old girl who can so easily trample upon our honor. Truly, there is no hope left for our race. You may have surrendered, but I, the six-eared macaque, have not." It raised its fist, pounding its chest. "I shall restore the glory of our kind. A king such as you is no longer needed." It turned its gaze towards Lu Shire. "Little girl, I shall make you regret your actions. You have trampled upon the honor of our kind, and I will ensure you pay the price." Lu Shire scratched her head, seizing the ear of the white tiger pup. "It threatens me." The white tiger pup, no longer holding back, emitted a fierce roar. The six-eared macaque scoffed. "No one fears you anymore. You are no longer the king of our kind. You are a traitor, and we shall slay you. Little ones, come to me." Suddenly, the six-eared macaque felt its head seized. Upon realizing who had grasped it, it was instantly frozen in shock. The diamond black gorilla, a being of the Taoist realm, with a single punch could shatter mountains and a single palm could cleave the heavens. Oh! The diamond black gorilla let out a couple of roars and hurled the six-eared macaque into the barrier. Thud! The six-eared macaque barely had time to rejoice at its survival beneath the barrier's force before the white tiger pup appeared before it. Crunch! The white tiger pup clamped down on it, bringing it before Lu Shire. "Master." The six-eared macaque, incredibly astute, knelt immediately upon being released by the white tiger pup, pleading, "Master, I realize my errors. I am willing to become your pet. Please do not kill me." Lu Shire was beset by a throbbing headache, her appetite waning. The thought of resorting to violence seemed unnecessary and wasteful. Must she become a caretaker, nurturing these otherworldly beasts by her side? As a revered empress, she was accustomed to forging contracts with cultivators and demon beasts, sharing a bond of life and death. Yet, treating these creatures as mere pets felt disconcerting. The presence of the formidable Baihu, a dog-like manifestation of the demon emperor's might, was already enough to astonish her. She realized that all this chaos stemmed from that monstrous old man. Meanwhile, where was that aberrant elder, Lu Xian? Chapter 8. The Beast Conference. Since you appear to possess intelligence, consider yourself my Lu Shire genuinely found herself unable to eat. Otherwise, this monkey would undoubtedly be served as a delicacy. She regarded the Baihu monkey, frowning, instructed on what it should and shouldn't do. Especially in the presence of my aberrant father, Wang Wang. The Baihu dog obediently barked. The six-eared macaque resigned itself to its fate, with the Baihu king reduced to a mere pet. What was wrong with becoming one itself? Lu Shire remained vigilant, observing the divine array. In an instant, she perceived a profound resonance, a harmonious sound vibrating with the essence of the Tao, nearly engulfing her in its depths. Simultaneously, she sensed the power of the celestial laws pervading the array. A colossal bird, blood-red and spanning 100 meters, soared through the sky, casting a fleeting glance at the divine array. Boom! The divine array resonated ominously, revealing a transparent figure, clad in resplendent golden armor. The figure wielded a golden spear. The ancient war god Lu Shire felt momentarily lost. The ancient war god, hailed as the mightiest being of antiquity, wielded a spear capable of annihilating all existence. Even if this manifestation possessed merely 1% of the ancient war god's might, it caused the heavens to tremble and unleashed an overwhelming force. Ah! The bird in the sky immediately let out a mournful cry. Hastily turning around and frantically flapping its wings to escape, Lu Shire beheld the ancient war god, who was preparing to hurl the spear, gripping it tightly. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted as the golden spear shot forth. Vanishing in the next moment, was its terrifying speed and power enough to traverse space, or was it simply too swift for the eye to perceive? Lu Shire could not discern these details, for the divine array impeded her senses, rendering her unable to grasp the situation. Most crucially, even if she could, comprehending the terrifying golden spear was beyond her reach. Bang bang! Thunderous sounds reverberated in the air, revealing a golden light that flickered in and out of existence. Meanwhile, the red bird had already fled far away, yet it could not escape its fate. Puff! The golden spear pierced the red bird through and through. Lu Shire gazed at the ancient war god, contemplating the divine array. What was her aberrant father up to? He was merely an ordinary person, yet he imparted to her the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and urged her to grasp the essence of the Tao. Suddenly, the golden spear flew back, still impaled upon the red bird. The red-billed phoenix, Lu Shire stood frozen in place. The red-billed phoenix, a creature inheriting the bloodline of the phoenix, possessed at least the strength of a demon emperor. A fully matured red-billed phoenix surpassed even that realm, embodying a saint-level beast. The array was truly formidable. The red-billed phoenix, soaring through the air from such a distance, had been struck down with such cruelty. Suspended on the golden spear, the red-billed phoenix wept, feeling utterly aggrieved. I am a dignified phoenix, a ruler of the realm, commanding countless demon beasts to bow before me, and I meet my end like this. Heaven is blind. Bang! The spear struck the ground with a flourish, disintegrating into golden motes that swiftly dissipated. And the red-billed phoenix vanished just as easily. In the following 2 days, nearly every demon beast above the rank of demon emperor in the vicinity was targeted. Now, the divine array was piled high with the bodies of demon emperors, all destined to be consumed. Lu Shire patted the Baihu dog's head and inquired, "Are you hungry?" Wong Wong. The Baihu dog responded promptly, its fur becoming even more blood-white, with 2 golden tufts sprouting from its ears. Lu Shire, satisfied, remarked, "You've reached mid-stage imperial realm. If you can consume so much and remain unfazed, I might just eat you myself." The Baihu dog trembled in fear, Meanwhile, the nearby monkey felt a sudden distaste for the flesh of the three-headed dragon it held, the pressure mounting as it worried it too might become dinner. In the surrounding demon beast forest, a horde of creatures hurried towards a designated location for an urgent assembly, a matter of grave importance. All demon beasts of the Ascendant Realm and above were mandated to attend. Failure to comply would render them enemies of their kin. This was the first significant meeting of the demon beasts, intended to forge a united front. Unbeknownst to Lu Xian, the architect of this turmoil, the demon beasts surged forth, with flame wolves racing across the ground, igniting flames in their wake. A tortoise rode atop a shark, the latter possessing 2 legs and capable of traversing land. Most astonishingly, a gecko perched on the head of a black bear, striking a casual pose with its hands behind its back. Old tortoise, the gecko chuckled. Why not retreat into your shell for safety? Are you so ostentatious? Don't you know many fools have perished? The old tortoise chuckled in response. Indeed, when the tiger is away, the gecko struts as king. You needn't worry. That array dismisses you entirely and will not target you, will it? Enough, the flame wolf interjected, assuming the role of mediator. Our pressing concern is how to dismantle that array. If this continues, our demon can face extinction. Do you wish to be annihilated? Finally, the demon beasts reached their gathering place, a vast cavern teeming with diverse creatures. There were fish with claws, 3-legged toads, and goats with 2 heads, an array of forms. Esteemed beings, a towering tree stepped forward, adjusting its branches and addressing the assembly with gravity. We are all aware of the recent events. Shall we relocate, or what shall we do? Relocate. The consensus echoed, with no hint of dissent. Of course we must move, the flame wolf asserted decisively. What purpose do we serve remaining here when those capable of invoking the divine array exist? To await death, or to be turned into roast meat? Relocate. Relocate. The chorus of demon beasts clamored for departure. Sizzle. Suddenly, a voice silenced the cavern, and all the demon beasts wore solemn expressions. It was clear from their demeanor that the owner of the voice was immensely powerful. This is our territory. Why must we flee? We shall retaliate, defend our homeland, and vanquish the invaders. Lu Xian found himself labeled with a heavy accusation. Chapter 9. Young man, you are arrogant. You shall suffer in the ethereal forest. Lu Xian made his appearance. The 2-headed serpentine beast belonged to a rare species, teetering on the brink of extinction, its very being a treasure sought after by humans, leading to rampant hunting in the ethereal town. Lu Xian entered. Hey there, brother. A man approached, introducing himself as Li Taidan, a lifelong resident of Ethereal Town. Life in Ethereal Town was thriving, as countless hunters would converge here, leading to both slaughter and a bustling market. Many sought to trade components from demon beasts, hoping to strike it rich by capturing AFEW'd. Li Taidan, puzzled, inquired, Did you come here alone? And why not? Lu Xian smiled at Li Taidan, sweating, shook his head in disbelief. Entering the ethereal forest is fraught with danger. Any manner of demon beast could appear. Alone, you won't even be able to cling to your life, let alone capture a beast. Many have risked it all in pursuit of wealth, yet most have met their demise in the bellies of these creatures. Lu Xian simply smiled and shrugged. I've come this far. I can't return empty-handed. Li Taidan feigned hesitation, a myriad of expressions flitting across his face, frowning, sighing, and ultimately arriving at a reluctant decision. How about this? I have a hunting team that can protect you, but of course, you must compensate them for their services. Numerous onlookers surrounded Lu Xian, yet they appeared utterly indifferent. Very well, employ 1,000 individuals, Lu Xian casually remarked. 1,000? Li Taidan exclaimed in astonishment. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones that requires? It must be at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you comprehend? Is that enough? Lu Xian retorted, producing a high-grade spirit stone. A gasp resonated through the crowd, their gazes intensifying with fervor, greed glimmering in their eyes as they swallowed hard. Li Taidan instinctively shielded the high-grade spirit stone, exclaiming, That's sufficient. He had not anticipated that he had stumbled upon a significant patron, and he was elated. Spirit stones served as the currency of trade. Low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and super-grade spirit stones. As for those beyond, the extraordinary spirit stones were rare and elusive. Generally, the exchange rate was 1:100, but no one would exchange high-grade spirit stones for low-grade ones unless they were a fool. Those capable of producing high-grade spirit stones were evidently individuals of great wealth or status, often from renowned cultivation families. Despite this, the crowd exhibited expressions of greed. Even within formidable cultivation families, one often ventured out alone. Liu Xian turned to Li Taidan and seized him by the arm. Li Taidan jumped, worried that someone might snatch the high-grade spirit stone from his grasp. Ignoring his anxiety, Liu Xian stated, "I require 1,000 people for no other purpose than to help me locate the location of the rattlesnake with 2 heads. The rest, I shall manage myself." "Very well," Li Taidan agreed, though his expression turned dazed. "Brother, the rattlesnake with 2 heads is a beast of the Sage Realm. You can handle it alone, if you wish to know." "There is no need to inquire. We all know where the rattlesnake resides, at Snake Abyss Valley, teeming with various serpent monsters. The rattlesnake dwells there, but it is best to avoid entering. No one has ever dared to do so." "Thank you, but I no longer require 1,000 people. I shall go now," Liu Xian replied with a smile as he strode forward. Li Taidan hurriedly safeguarded the high-grade spirit stone, cognizant of the adage that a common man with a precious gem is often in peril. Suddenly, a blade materialized. Li Taidan scarcely perceived the assailant before his head was severed. "Ha ha ha!" boomed a burly figure wielding a knife, his face a mask of brutishness. "Pa, you thought to monopolize the high-grade spirit stone? Ridiculous! Such treasures belong to me, Man Sandow." The surrounding spectators cast fearful glances. At that moment, Liu Xian, having walked some distance away, halted and retraced his steps. The crowd noticed Liu Xian's return. Man Sandow, kicking Li Taidan's head away, placed his hands on his hips and coldly declared to Liu Xian, "Kid, I don't care what cultivation family you hail from, but I shall tell you this. Hand over a high-grade spirit stone, and you may leave. Otherwise," Liu Xian inquired. "Otherwise what?" A smirk curled at the corners of Man Sandow's mouth as he slowly lowered his knife, caressing its blade. "This knife has a taste for blood. Hand it over quickly. He's a Taoist realm expert, and you are no match for him. This scoundrel acts like a bandit, killing without a second thought. Even if he slays you, your family would pursue him. Yet he would remain unafraid. Now is not the time to cherish spirit stones. Preserving your life is paramount." Suddenly, a multitude of luminous objects fell to the ground. Liu Xian gazed down at the spirit stones beneath his feet and chuckled. "There's too much. I cannot carry it all." The crowd was left agape. There were over 30 high-grade spirit stones, an unimaginable wealth. Liu Xian began to pick them up, then suddenly expressed his distaste. They occupy too much space. He then lifted his foot. Bang! The high-grade spirit stone shattered beneath his heel. "By heavens! Such wealth!" one exclaimed. "Can I have your shoe? I wish to taste it." Liu Xian raised his head, brandishing the high-grade spirit stone in his hand, and provocatively arched an eyebrow at Man Sandow. "Would you like it?" Man Sandow burst into laughter, raising his knife threateningly, the blade humming ominously as his aura surged forth, ready to strike. "You are quite arrogant. Kid, it shall end poorly for you." Suddenly, Man Sandow knelt, a grin plastered across his face. "Master, Man Sandow is willing to follow you, ready to face fire and water for you." Without hesitation, silence enveloped the scene. Indeed, wealth proved to be the greatest power, and Man Sandow had capitulated. Bang! Liu Xian stomped again, shattering another high-grade spirit stone, its potent spiritual energy radiating forth. What a tremendous energy! Such waste! God, who can stop this man? "Master, please, no!" Man Sandow cried out in desperation, crawling towards Liu Xian. Fixating on the spirit stones scattered on the ground, he lunged forward, clutching them tightly, exclaiming, "Master, please don't take them from me." Bang! Liu Xian, expressionless, stomped down once more. Crack! Man Sandow writhed in agony, having finally obtained the high-grade spirit stones, only to perish in an instant. Chapter 10. The Plump Lamb, the national pig of Shadowy Town. Thus, the menace was vanquished. Its demise was a blessing. Otherwise, many would have suffered from its malice. The crowd murmured among themselves, yet they recognized that this wealthy young master from a prestigious family truly possessed a fortune. It was rather unfortunate that the fool, Man Sandow, fixated on the high-grade spirit stones, met his end by such a kick. Liu Xian collected the high-grade spirit stones, unwilling for his actions to cause further loss of life. Turning to Li Tiedon's severed head, he inquired, "Who knows his family?" "I do," a volunteer exclaimed eagerly. "I know." "Lead the way," Lu Xian commanded. Within moments, they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard, a place so decrepit that surviving in this world of cultivation seemed exceedingly difficult. Lu Xian offered the guide a mid-grade spirit stone and proceeded through the door. Inside the courtyard, a woman and a child stood. "Taidan." The woman shrieked upon seeing Li Tiedon's head, wailing, "How could you die? How could you leave us, a widow and an orphan?" Turning to Lu Xian, a flash of hatred crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by a humble inquiry. "How did my Taidan meet his end?" Lu Xian remained silent, instead helping the woman to her feet and lightly tapping her forehead. She stood frozen, as if visions of immense power surged through her mind, granting her the ability to soar through the heavens and reshape the earth. Lu Xian approached the child, bestowing the same gesture upon him. "Congratulations! You have received the title of Great Benefactor. Rewards: Array Compendium 1, Super Spirit Stones 10, Spirit Spring 1. Lu Xian was taken aback, never anticipating that such a simple act would yield rewards from the system. Truly, the system was generous. After years of survival, he had not been let down. Observing the widow and orphan, he offered them further assistance and urged, "You must relocate to a safer place." Both woman and child stared at him in stupefaction. Without further ado, Lu Xian departed. Shortly thereafter, a group burst in, led by the man who had guided Lu Xian, now accompanied by a throng. "What did that person give you?" "Hand it over," buzz one by one. They drew their knives, revealing their menacing visages, eager to eliminate the widow and orphan without delay. "These items?" the woman asked, revealing her possessions. "Kill." In an instant, the group ceased their chatter, raising their blades and charging forward. Fearful of missing out on the spoils, this was the critical moment. "Mother!" The child leaped forward, seizing a stone and hurling it. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive impacts echoed as 3 individuals were pierced, their chests gaping wide. Bang! The 3 exploded into a gruesome display. The remaining assailants stood frozen in shock, cold sweat dripping from their brows, grappling with the disbelief that a mere child could wield such power. Were they not all cultivators at the nascent soul stage? Thud, thud, thud. The woman hurled another stone, this time with even greater force. 3 more exploded, reducing them to mere fragments. A scream pierced the air as the rest fled in a frenzy. The child attempted to pursue but was halted by the mother. The pair hastily gathered their belongings and vanished, having remembered Lu Xian's words. Meanwhile, the few who escaped stood dumbfounded, gasping for breath. What had just transpired? How had the mother and child become so formidable? Could they possibly be transformed from beasts? It was said that even beasts of the supreme realm could assume human forms. And what of that youth from the prestigious cultivation family who had perished? They looked up. Wasn't this the very young man they had spoken of with such reverence? Lu Xian smiled at the gathering crowd. Did I perhaps offer too little earlier? Allow me to present you with these. As he tossed a handful of mid-tier spirit stones to the guide, the latter was rendered speechless. This was indeed a substantial prize. Lu Xian had departed, and in an instant, the entire Shadow Town was abuzz with the news of a plump lamb in their midst, none other than Lu Xian himself. The townsfolk were fixated on this bountiful target, eagerly anticipating the moment he would venture into Snake Abyss Valley, where they could eliminate him and seize the spoils. Within the tavern, having finished his meal, Lu Xian tossed a mid-tier spirit stone onto the table and declared, "No need to search any further." "Thank you, kind sir." The waiter beamed with delight. Lu Xian felt satisfied. The persona he had crafted was sufficiently convincing to mark him as a prime target. If anyone could endure the pressure, they would indeed be formidable. With that thought, he leaped from the tavern window, summoning a small sword from his waist that rapidly expanded, ultimately positioning itself beneath his feet. Carrying him aloft, look, he exhibits minimal fluctuations in spiritual energy and possesses low cultivation, yet everything he wields is of heavenly grade. What a waste! I toil diligently in my cultivation, and yet I possess not even a terrestrial grade treasure. How unfair! Ha, but now, isn't it fair? If we eliminate him, everything shall belong to us. The entirety of Shadow Town had set its sights on this lucrative target, all awaiting the moment they could feast upon the flesh and savor the broth of their new-found bounty. As Lu Xian, the plump lamb, soared above the edge of Shadow Forest on his heavenly sword, he descended with a thud. Clang! The sword clattered to the ground as he strode away. "Your sword," someone called out. Lu Xian chuckled. "That is your sword, it is not mine." "It is yours," Lu Xian continued. "Trust me, it is indeed your sword." In an instant, the man realized the truth and eagerly grasped the heavenly sword, exclaiming, "Ha! A heavenly sword! With this, I, Jian Sanshi, shall finally carve my name into legend." Countless followers trailed behind, lamenting their tardiness. "If only I had been a bit quicker, that heavenly sword could have been mine." Jian Sanshi stood aghast, gazing at the throng of people, an endless sea of bodies surging into Shadow Forest. What is happening? This is Shadow Forest, not a place for casual wanderers. Once you enter, escaping is no easy feat, you know? Yet, no one paid him heed as they rushed forward. What good can come of this? Jian Sanshi pondered, but upon glimpsing the sword in his hand, he understood. He had encountered a powerful being. "My sword, here I come," he exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Should he come across an imperial-grade sword, his destiny would be irrevocably transformed. He would ascend to become a sword deity. Hope filled his heart. Chapter 11. The disdain for Imperial Realm experts. Shadow Forest, once tranquil, had seen a shift. Even those who entered to hunt beasts typically did so in small groups. Today, however, over 3,000 individuals flooded into the depths of the forest, hastily trailing behind one person. After 2 hours, they reached the forest's heart, where the number of beasts began to swell, true cultivators of the beast realm, including transformation and integration stage beasts. "Big brother, what is happening?" A group of individuals burst forth from the trees. Astonished by the sheer number of people before them, Elidida, scratching his head, questioned one of them. "What are you all doing here? Shadow Forest is perilous. We just encountered an integration stage beast and barely escaped. With so many of you entering, the beasts will take notice and danger will ensue." The man shrugged off Dida's hand and continued on his way, unperturbed. "Big brother," Li Dan exclaimed, astonished, as a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that some rare treasure has appeared, prompting such madness, even in the face of beastly peril? "Let's catch up and see." Li Dada rallied his 20-man team, taking to the skies on their swords. The massive procession soared through the air, and it was clear to see that over 2,000 individuals were flying with various weapons. Sword flight was a simple feat for cultivators. By infusing spiritual energy into their weapons, they could manipulate them to soar through the skies. Among the vast throng, some sat atop enormous wine gourds, drinking heartily, while others lounged on blankets, leisurely enjoying their meals. Some even rode upon long-dead corpses, employing the technique of corpse manipulation, preserving the bodies to serve as weapons. Everyone, Li Dada, a cultivator of the Taoist realm, felt he still held some authority. "We must not proceed any further. I see that fellow cultivators possess varying strengths: transformation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation stages, along with some in the nascent soul and golden core realms. We must not act recklessly. Cultivation is a difficult path, and haste is ill-advised. Mind your own business. Is this person insane? We came here of our own volition. What concern is it of his? What of my golden core strength? Can anyone restrict my freedom? Is there no law in Xianyuan continent?" Li Dan was left speechless with rage. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept through the area. Thousands of heads turned skyward. "An Imperial Realm expert, ah? It seems we have no chance now. We might as well follow behind and pick up the scraps." Some lamented. "What can we do? Let us hope to be as fortunate as Jian Sanshi." Many cast envious glances at Jian Sanshi. "What are you staring at?" Jian Sanshi retorted, clutching his sword, which hummed with energy, radiating an aura of sharpness. "Look again, and I'll cut you down." Jian Sanshi, too proud to back down, unleashed a technique that summoned countless sword energies, crashing forth like a torrent. Even mountains could be leveled. Elida pressed onward. Bang! A figure landed, garbed in azure, exuding an aura of divine presence. "Is this the might of an Imperial Realm expert?" Li Dan marveled. Elida could not help but exclaim. "The disparity between us feels insurmountable. With a mere finger, they could extinguish my life." Suddenly, a three-tailed blood leopard erupted, showering the area with blood and viscera. An adversary of the tribulation stage. "Beast, How dare you act presumptuously? The recently landed individual bellowed, their voice reverberating through the forest, causing the very ground to tremble. The three-tailed blood leopard fled in terror. Typically, one would navigate around such powerful beasts, especially when encountering a pack of them. Now, an Imperial Realm expert had dispatched one with ease, scaring off the others in the process. Young brother, Zhao Pu Du smiled gently, cupping his hands in greeting. Shadow Forest is fraught with peril. The beasts are rampant. It is exceedingly dangerous for one to venture alone. Liu Xian halted and turned slowly. What did you say? A profound silence ensued. An Imperial Realm expert was being so brazenly disregarded. This man was doomed. Though his lineage was formidable, his strength was lacking. He likely did not even possess the strength of the transformation stage, yet he dared to speak to an Imperial Realm expert in such a manner. Disregarding the obvious, this audacity is commendable, they murmured. What use is that? He'll be struck by lightning for his arrogance, and when the time comes, his demise will be nothing short of tragic. Whispers of concern rippled through the crowd as they speculated on the fate of this wealthy heir, who had shown such disrespect to an Imperial Realm expert. Imperial Realm figures were akin to sovereigns, ruling over vast territories, their resources encompassing entire cities, managing populations of no less than 1 million. Yet, this individual was being so brazenly overlooked. Zhao Pu Du regained his composure and smiled again. Young brother, I am merely looking out for your well-being. Should you encounter a beast you cannot defeat, I can assist you in vanquishing it, Dao. Liu Xian mused, stroking his chin as if grasping the implications. Are you proposing to become my bodyguard? Bodyguard? Zhao Pu Du thought to himself, but maintained his smile. This is merely assistance. Liu Xian pouted dismissively. A bodyguard is a bodyguard. Why dress it up with such pomp? Are you going to call yourself a life structure safety guardian? How melodramatic. In that moment, the entire assembly fell silent. Their eyes fixated on Zhao Pu Du of the Imperial Realm. What an insult! Even those of the tribulation stage found it intolerable. Zhao Pu Du's lips twitched, his tone laced with sarcasm. Young friend? Do take care. Shadow Forest is fiercely dangerous, and the beasts are unpredictable. Remain vigilant. Everyone understood the underlying message. Zhao Pu Du had marked this individual, and his demise was all but assured. In the depths of Shadow Forest. Who would know who had orchestrated his end? Even the most prestigious cultivation families would lack the means to trace Zhao Pu Du. A howl pierced the AI art. In an instant, panic swept through the crowd as bodies trembled. Not good. A tribulation stage beast is approaching. As the trees fell, a 6-armed gibbon was smashed. Those with sharp eyes observed and shouted, "Run! Someone is going to die." Each person hastily gathered their urns, preparing for burial. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by the heavens. For the brothers who lag behind, apologies are in order. With a whoosh, various sounds arose. Those wielding swords, those summoning gourds, and those controlling corpses all sprinted for their lives. Zhao Pu Du chuckled, and at his feet, a sword emerged, soaring slowly into the air. He coldly remarked, "Apologies, but Pu Du has pressing matters." This left Liu Xian abandoned here, awaiting death. Chapter 12. The gibbon is quite obedient. What is there to fear? A deafening roar erupted as the 6-armed gibbon, with relentless force, swung its 6 arms, shattering everything in its path. It raised its 6 arms high and, with a mighty crash, smashed a boulder taller than 2 men into fist-sized rubble. The gibbon grew more exhilarated, beating its chest and baring its teeth, bellowing, "Big brother, what shall we do?" Li Erden inquired, while Li Daiden wore a hesitant expression. As a cultivator of the Taoist realm, he had 29 companions, all valiant warriors, albeit inferior to him. They still possessed the strength to confront a tribulation-level beast like the 6-armed gibbon. However, should they engage, they would offend the emperor-level Zhao Pu Du. Was it worth it? What reward could this young scion of a prominent cultivation family offer them? In the midst of this hesitation, the 6-armed gibbon bent its legs slightly and, with a thunderous boom, shot forth like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, it landed before the fleeing crowd. Roar! 2 individuals were seized, with the gibbon's 6 arms grasping their legs with 2 arms each, and the other 2 gripping their heads. With a crack, the individuals were torn asunder. Indeed, it was a tribulation-level demon beast, truly terrifying. May you find rebirth soon and ascend to the western paradise, someone intoned solemnly. Observing a 3-minute silence, which was the greatest assistance they could offer, others resumed their frantic flight. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. None were foolish enough to act as cannon fodder. It was exceedingly difficult for a tribulation-level demon beast to slaughter, especially given their innate resilience and strength, which would inevitably lead to significant losses among them. Humph. The six-armed gibbon glared at Lu Xian. As if to say, "You are not afraid of me? Run." Li Dayden hastily urged. Lu Xian remained rooted in place, retrieving something from his robe. Li Dayden and the others watched intently, wondering if this young master of a cultivation family possessed some special means. Clanged he tossed forth the object, declaring haughtily, "Little monkey, this is for you. Do not cause trouble. I have important matters to attend to. It was a high-grade spirit stone. By the heavens. Those who witnessed it nearly spat blood. Spirit stones were invaluable to cultivators, as they needed to absorb the spiritual energy contained within for their training in battle. When their internal spiritual energy was depleted, they could also draw upon spirit stones for replenishment. Yet for demon beasts, they were not particularly essential. Over time, demon beasts developed demon cores that provided a continuous flow of spiritual energy, and for them, rare treasures of heaven and earth were far more crucial. Moreover, they did not practice cultivation techniques. Only demon beasts that reached the supreme realm understood the ways of cultivation. Otherwise, they relied solely on their innate abilities to grow stronger. Thus, this young master had thrown out a high-grade spirit stone. Humph! The six-armed gibbon thumped its chest, ready to devour. Not satisfied? Lu Xian shook his head, frowning. I did not expect such a little monkey to be so greedy. This won't do. Even as a monkey, one should possess a modicum of contentment. Observing its pitiable state, he tossed another one. Dopft. Another high-grade spirit stone sailed through the air. The crowd felt compelled to kneel. A genius among geniuses, a hero of the ages, using spirit stones to tame a demon beast. A feat unparalleled throughout history. Roar. The six-armed gibbon, now enraged, had its dark fur bristling, its 6 sturdy arms clenched into fists. With a thunderous crash, it charged forth, crushing the high-grade spirit stones underfoot. You wasteful beast. Do not give me any. From now on, we are brothers. Monkey, you truly lack appreciation. The surrounding onlookers murmured their grievances, preparing to mourn for Lu Xian for 5 minutes, for he was such a wealthy young master. Deserving of extra lamentation, Lu Xian, observing the rushing six-armed gibbon, revealed a hint of anger. Monkey, how much do you want? Name your price. Surely business can be negotiated. He had a number in mind, wondering whether he could meet the gibbon's demands. Roar! The six-armed gibbon howled, baring its teeth. Suddenly, 2 pale golden swords sang with the sound of dragons, slicing through the air and striking its form, barely grazing its fur. Little brother! Li Dayden dashed in front of Lu Xian. Turning back to shout, "Run!" Lu Xian paused, then smiled gently, "Scatter." The 29 individuals immediately dispersed, maintaining their distance from the six-armed gibbon. Heavenly Gang arrows point 30 men held bows, golden arrows glimmering on the strings, crafted from the sinews of armored dragonfish. Lu Xian chuckled, surprised that these individuals had truly invested so much effort. Li Dayden shouted, "Aim for its eyes. The gibbon's weakness lies there. If we can blind it, everything will be manageable." Whoosh! Point 30 arrows were released. Soaring through the air with a cacophony, clang, clang. All fell to the ground, with only 2 arrows managing to penetrate the gibbon's claws, inflicting minimal harm. Li Dayden felt a chill. He realized the situation was dire. Drawing his blade, it sang with the sound of a dragon. His most formidable weapon, gifted by a beautiful woman, a royal-grade weapon. With a roar of the dragon, the blade surged forward, enveloped in the form of a colossal dragon. Its tip resembling the dragon's head, mouth agape, charging towards the six-armed gibbon. Boom, boom. The six-armed gibbon hammered its chest, and upon seeing the approaching dragon, unleashed all 6 arms in a powerful strike. The dragon let out a mournful cry, and a figure was sent flying back. Li Dayden spat blood, exclaiming, "So strong! Truly a tribulation-level demon beast." The 6-armed gibbon roared, its iron fists clenched, continuing its advance. "Brother, I am sorry. In our next lives, let us be brothers. Big brother, please do not hold it against us." We truly had no choice. Big brother, rest in peace. The 29 individuals began to scatter. Unable to confront the gibbon, they decided against engaging. Eli Dayton closed his eyes. Realizing his decision had been flawed, he had not anticipated the sheer might of this six-armed gibbon, which had withstood even his strongest skills without sustaining a scratch. Roar. The six-armed gibbon approached, its 6 arms clenching into a mighty fist. Gathering strength, with a sudden rush of wind, Lee Dayton felt an intense force sweep across his face, causing him discomfort. Though the dead not experience pain, was the end too swift? Confused, he opened his eyes. There, he saw a figure extending a high-grade spirit stone towards the six-armed gibbon. It was, of course, Lu Xian. In the next moment, the gibbon snatched the spirit stone with lightning speed, as if fearing it might be taken from it. Ha ha ha! Lu Xian laughed heartily, content. In this world, everything has a price. Just tell me the number. With spirit stones, he had successfully subdued the six-armed gibbon. Indeed, the power of wealth was the most formidable of all artifacts. Unmatched across the realm. Unbeknownst to him, the six-armed gibbon's legs trembled, for it had sensed a terrifying aura from Lu Xian's gaze, envisioning its own gruesome demise. Truly, my brother is a divine being. The power of wealth is invincible. I too wish to be conquered in such a manner. Envy for the affluent surged forth. Chapter 13. The Snow Saint Pillow. The six-armed gibbon lost its ferocity, becoming a docile creature, frolicking beside Lu Xian. A tribulation-level demon beast had thus been tamed by the allure of wealth. Lu Xian turned. Young master, Lee Dayton strained through the pain, slowly rising from the ground. His 29 fleeing companions had also returned. Big brother, it is a relief that you are unharmed. We shall never forget your kindness. You saved my elder brother. From now on, you shall be my elder brother, and I, your humble servant, am willing to brave fire and water for you. Without hesitation, Lu Xian tilted his head and pursed his lips. Just as you did earlier, leaving Big Brother behind? The 29 individuals wore awkward expressions. Payment. Eli Dayton hastily clarified for his companions. None of this is their fault. The six-armed gibbon's power was overwhelming. Even if they had engaged, it would have been a death sentence. It was better to retreat. Look at this elder brother. Such spirit. It is no wonder he can be a leader. Some elder brothers make their younger brothers starve for days on end. Lu Xian casually tossed out a pill. The Snow Saint pill. Eli Daring gazed at the elixir in his hand, his face alight with fervor, his hands trembling with anticipation. The elixirs were categorized from the 1st grade to the 9th, with the 9th grade elixirs being the most exquisite. Above them lay the supreme elixirs, classified from 1 to 9 levels. And beyond that were the celestial elixirs, which were essentially beyond grading. Each celestial elixir was a rare treasure, difficult to obtain. My lord, Lee Daring quickly declined. The Snow Saint elixir, with its remarkably pure efficacy, infused with abundant celestial energy, is a supreme elixir that I dares not accept. Upon hearing the term supreme elixir, countless individuals were consumed by regret. They lamented why they hadn't rushed out to battle the six-armed ape for 300 rounds. Perhaps they too could have acquired the Snow Saint elixir. Even some prominent families could scarcely produce 2 or 3 supreme elixirs in a year. Yet this young man casually gifted one away. Indeed, wealth affords one the privilege to act with impunity. It is possible for an individual to become a hero in the realm of immortals, provided they possess enough wealth. Tou, it is given, was all Lu Xian said before he engaged in conversation with the six-armed ape. Before Lu Xian, the six-armed ape transformed into a compliant creature, nodding and bowing, absorbing the teachings imparted. Eli Daring, clutching the Snow Saint elixir, noticed the envious glances of those around him and realized that consuming it would not be without peril. He might be ripped asunder. A single supreme elixir, though of the 1st level, could attract the attention of those in the Emperor realm. With a gulp, he ingested it. The powerful effects of the elixir surged within him, rapidly healing his wounds. Yet the transformation had only begun. The formidable efficacy mingled with the celestial energy began to flow through his body. Ah! Came a roar, followed by the sound of energy being released with a whoosh. This was the initial stage of the Emperor realm, and his cultivation soared. I feel as though I have missed out on billions. Useless. Why did you not rush out? You are the one who obstructed me. Otherwise, it would have been ours. Countless individuals wallowed in regret. If they had merely stepped out to obstruct, they could have obtained the Snow Saint elixir. Propelling those of the Dao realm into the Emperor realm, Zhao Pudu's face was a mask of anger. Sensing the potent celestial energy of the elixir, he mused whether consuming it might elevate him to the latter stages of the Emperor realm. Squandered by a Dao realm wastrel. Let us go. Liu Xian seemed to have concluded his admonitions to the six-armed ape. He walked ahead, with the ape following closely, when they observed it consuming something, spiritual stones. Indeed, they clearly saw this man feeding the six-armed ape spiritual stones, a sheer waste. How could such a person exist, devoid of humanity? I found a fragment. Stop right there. Do you have no dignity? We are cultivators. How can we engage in such degrading acts? Those are my spiritual stones. None shall rob me. We are all individuals of standing. How can we crouch on the ground to scavenge? Allow me. I must collect. The crowd, frenzied, scrambled to pick up fragments of high-grade spiritual stones. It was obvious that once damaged, these stones would yield little celestial energy. Yet, those who had never possessed high-grade spiritual stones were still elated. Gazing at the six-armed ape with envy and resentment. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The six-armed ape devoured its meal as if savoring rock candy. What kind of household could support such extravagance? Liu Xian felt no pressure. He was aware that countless individuals were trailing behind him. They continued on for over 10 miles. A chilling scream erupted from the rear of the group as an individual vanished without a trace, leaving everyone bewildered. Everyone, be cautious. The crowd fell into a defensive posture, realizing they had ventured deep into the shadow forest, forgetting the lurking dangers while following Liu Xian. Another scream pierced the air. Shadows darted between them. An individual simply ceased to exist. A gasp echoed as a figure vanished from the waist up, collapsing to the ground, the bite marks on the wound vividly apparent. What kind of beast is this? The Azure Steel Wolf. Someone picked up a clump of wolf fur. Help! Predecessors of the Emperor realm, save us! The Azure Steel Wolf. The Azure Steel Wolf, the mightiest beast of the Tribulation realm, accompanied by the Celestial Crane. Another beast of the Tribulation realm was now among them. A cacophony of crane calls filled the air as several one-legged celestial cranes appeared, towering at 5 meters high, their massive bodies stretching 8 to 9 meters long. With beaks measuring 3 to 4 meters, the celestial cranes swooped toward the crowd, a dozen or more in number. One crane stabbed downward with its beak, piercing a person and lifting them away. So many? Individuals trembled, unable to support their weight, collapsing to the ground in shock as they beheld over 30 azure steel wolves and more than 10 celestial cranes. They stood dumbfounded. Such terrifyingly powerful beasts were beyond the capability of mere cultivators at the combined and ascendant stages. Like a tidal wave, Drunken Nine Elder, riding his wine gourd, ascended slowly. With a puff, a transparent liquid erupted from the gourd, aimed at the azure steel wolf. Beasts, do not act recklessly. A tremendous force surged forth, crashing into the azure steel wolf, which tumbled to the ground, one leg broken. Fellow Taoists, Drunken Nine Elder slurred, swaying slightly. A mid-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for my gourd. Make way! The crowd erupted in chaos. Rushing toward Drunken Nine Elder, for the price of survival was merely a mid-grade spiritual stone. Do not think this old man is the only one capable. I can do it too, Allah, standing on his flying carpet, chuckled as he tossed out a thread from his carpet. Whoosh, whoosh. The thread danced in the wind, landing on the azure steel wolf's head. Retrieve. Suddenly, the thread came alive, swiftly ensnaring the wolf's head with tremendous force. Drawing blood as it cut into its flesh, a foul stench filled the air. The corpse controller, riding upon a corpse, clapped his hands. What do you have to offer? I'll give you a mid-grade spiritual stone for protection. Song 2 approached, casting a venomous glance at Drunken Nine Elder and Allah instantly. Others chimed in. I too am willing to offer you one. We are all cultivators. Should we not support one another against the beasts? They are merely taking advantage of our plight. I would rather give it to you than them. The corpse controller revealed his yellowed teeth, emitting a stench worse than the corpse's .2 mid-grade spiritual stones. How vile! He's not just vile. His heart is completely corrupted. Why are we hiding behind them? Let us see how they fare against the beasts. Surely, the beasts will not attack us. Indeed, The beasts are not fools. We are no threat to them. Why would they pursue us to kill? Snap. Just as this was uttered, the celestial crane pierced the speaker's body with its elongated beak. Like a tidal wave, the wine gourd unleashed another torrent of liquid. The celestial crane screeched, flapping its wings with a whoosh. Drunken Nine Elder cried out in pain as he and the others who had just boarded the wine gourd were toppled by their own tidal wave. The overwhelming force of Drunken Nine Elder was evidently ineffective now. Allah swiftly pulled the threads from his carpet, ensnaring the celestial crane. Boosh, as the threads tightened. The celestial crane became bound, emitting mournful cries as it struggled on the ground. Allah beamed with pride. It still depends on my skills, puff. His face turned pale as the azure steel wolf, previously ensnared, leaped onto the flying carpet. Wolf brother. Allah forced a smile, though it appeared more like a grimace. He then produced spiritual stones, exclaiming, "These are all for you. I also possess high-grade spiritual stones and elixirs. All of these are yours, for you are my brother." The azure steel wolf howled, lowering its head to sniff at the elixirs. Extending its tongue to lick them up, Allah chuckled. Indeed, time is a commodity that holds a price. As long as the numbers are sufficient, it can be obtained. A brother does not deceive me, swish, the azure steel wolf. Moving with incredible speed, clamped down on Allah's head, tearing it away in one swift motion. Puff. Blood sprayed forth as the divine carpet fell to the ground. Allah's body rolled momentarily, only to rise again. A new head sprouting in defiance. Dio, you look down on me? Giving spiritual stones is one thing. I have offered elixirs. Is that not sufficient? The divine carpet has also been reclaimed. As cultivators, everyone has devised an array of bizarre methods to ensure their survival. Two heads are simply not feasible. This is crucial, akin to a magic trick, merely substituting one's true head. Why the substitution? Because as long as the beast feels it has bitten down, it will naturally refrain from further attacks. Once its prey is dead, there is no urgency. Others who wish to pave the way with spirit stones and elixirs are immediately disheartened. The beasts are not fooled by such tricks. Alas, silence. Liu Xian tossed a spirit stone, and the crowd fell into a stupor. The once ferocious blue steel wolf transformed into a docile dog, resting its forelegs on the ground and gazing at the spirit stone, whimpering in delight. How effective! Zhou Shangquan, unwilling to be outdone, produced his treasured high-grade spirit stone, declaring, "Let me pass. This is yours." He then hurled it towards the blue steel wolf. The high-grade spirit stone landed before the wolf with a thud. Yet it was kicked away without a thought. The wolf showed no interest, simply taking the high-grade spirit stone and leaving. What does this mean? Why such disparate treatment for the same item? What is the difference? Is it merely because I am slightly less handsome? Silenced, Liu Xian walked step by step, tossing spirit stones of various grades, intermediate and low grade alike, at any blue steel wolf or sky-destroying crane he encountered. Without exception, all these beasts became remarkably obedient, no longer daring to act out. Fellow cultivator, impressive, they expressed. "Oh, the one who saved us, we are grateful. Does your spirit stone have honey on it? Why is it so effective?" Those saved were filled with gratitude. At that moment, a sword suddenly pierced the body of a sky-destroying crane, which let out a mournful cry and collapsed. Oh, that wretched murderer! How cruel! The beasts, who had just settled down, were now disturbed by this act. How could anyone harm such a lovely crane? The perpetrator was none other than Zhao Pudu, who stood atop his sword, suspended in the air, arms folded behind his back. His expression frigid. "Dio, you have any objections?" he asked. Though it was not a question that invited answers. 5 more figures stepped forward, all of whom were cultivators of the Taoist realm, clearly Zhao Pudu's companions. The previous speakers fell silent, concerned that these beasts might be provoked, yet the beasts remained remarkably composed. Liu Xian approached the fallen sky-destroying crane, looking at its pierced body with remorse. "I am sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been so easily harmed." "Stop. What are you doing?" Zhao Pudu interjected angrily. "This is a demonic beast. Why are you trying to heal it? So many were devoured mere moments ago. Yet you did nothing. Now, for a single beast, you resort to spirit medicine?" Unable to contain his amusement, Liu Xian replied, "My elixirs are mine to give as I please. What business is it of yours?" Zhao Pudu chuckled darkly, his laughter chilling. He cast a sweeping glance over the gathered crowd, ominously stating, "This is your own doing. Do not blame me." Boom! A powerful aura emanated from Zhao Pudu, spreading around him. While the sword beneath him glowed ominously, he was preparing to strike down this young master. With his companions ready to assist, Liu Xian glanced at the sky-destroying crane before turning his attention back to Zhao Pudu. "As a compassionate person, I must advise you against taking such actions. Spare me your nonsense," Zhao Pudu retorted, his expression brimming with arrogance. "Hand over everything you possess." Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. Li Chuchun exhaled a plume of smoke, his entire being charred. He was dead. Liu Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. He deserved divine retribution. Chapter 15. Divine retribution resounds. Thunder rumbled across the clear sky, and a lightning bolt struck down, ending Li Chuchun's life. "You killed my brother?" Li Yuni shouted, his face contorted with rage. Liu Xian offered no reply, merely smiling. The others looked on in confusion. Lightning had struck, something even those at the pinnacle of power could not achieve. It was heavenly thunder. Such power belonged to the heavens. While cultivators could harness it, it was not something to be wielded casually. "Nonsense," Zhao Pudu seethed. He was only at the combined body stage, yet he could summon heavenly thunder. What a joke. He turned his gaze back to Liu Xian. "Hand over your possessions, and you may leave. I advise you to be wise. It is in your best interest, lest you find yourself regretting it." "What do you want?" Liu Xian queried, reaching into his robe. "High-grade spirit stones, techniques, elixirs, or perhaps demonic cores." A plethora of items emerged from his grasp. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "Am I seeing things? High-grade spirit stones? No, I must be mistaken. I see a demonic core from the Demon Emperor, and look at those elixirs. Is that truly the legendary 9-colored elixir?" People were nearly overwhelmed, unable to contain their excitement. In the realm of cultivators, immense power was everything, and the items before them, each one, could grant extraordinary strength, transforming one into a powerhouse. Yet this individual had so casually produced them. Holding the 9-colored elixir, Liu Xian innocently inquired, "Would you like some?" Zhao Pudu's face was flushed with excitement, beads of sweat forming as he extended his hand. "Give it to me." With a toss, Liu Xian swallowed the 9-colored elixir whole. "What a waste!" Zhao Pudu exclaimed. "With your level of cultivation, consuming a 9-colored elixir could kill you. Not only could it kill, but it could also lead to an explosion." Moments later, Liu Xian stood unharmed. Still in his original position, Zhao Pudu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You feel nothing? What should I feel?" Liu Xian asked, puzzled. "Isn't it just a candy ball? I often eat them when I am unbothered." "What?" Zhao Pudu felt as though he might die. He had devoted immense effort to reach the Emperor's stage, yet now, the 9-colored elixir, potentially aiding him in reaching the supreme realm, was consumed so casually by this individual. The superfamilies of cultivation were utterly merciless. Bestowing such treasures upon a waste, "It's raining. Thunder is coming. Beware, divine retribution," Liu Xian called out. Yet Zhao Pudu and his companions showed no concern, their eyes filled with murderous intent, ready to strike. "Here it comes." Liu Xian gazed skyward. Crack! Another bolt of thunder struck. The power of the heavens turned to ash. Pfft! Li Yuni collapsed, his body charred, still emitting smoke. Zhao Pudu ceased his chatter. He no longer cared what Liu Xian was up to or why the thunder struck them. He simply wished to slay Liu Xian and claim everything for himself. Crack! Another bolt of thunder descended, claiming yet another life. One individual crumpled to the ground, exhaling smoke, his form grotesquely burned beyond recognition. "Are they targeting us?" Li Qinglian, realizing the danger, bound one of his own to himself. "Let us see if it still strikes me." Liu Xian shook his head, disdain evident in his voice. "This is the power of the heavens. The will of the divine. Do you think that will help? Only those marked for divine retribution will face punishment. Do you not know this? Even if you bind countless individuals, it will still be you who suffers." Li Qinglian began to curse. "Spare me your nonsense. Come on, let me see how I am marked for divine retribution." "You are finished," Liu Xian warned, pointing at him, his expression grave. "You dare to offend the heavens. You are beyond salvation." Crack! A bolt of thunder struck, and all eyes turned in shock. "Ha ha ha!" Li Qinglian laughed heartily, gripping his sword with glee. "What divine retribution? It's all nonsense. Look, I'm fine, brother. The individual he had entangled glanced down at Li Qinglian's chest. Confusion crossed Li Qinglian's face as he looked down, only for his eyes to roll back as he fell lifelessly. Together, they fell. Li Qinglian was struck dead. You are all? Lu Xian raised his hand. Pointing at Zhao Pudu and his group, brother. One individual clasped his hands together, kneeling in desperation. I beg you, spare us. We cannot afford to provoke you. Your words have brought us misfortune. May we withdraw? Let us go. Let us go. The remaining individuals, terrified, dared not linger any longer. The mark of divine retribution was not something they wished to bear. They had witnessed Li Qinglian's gruesome fate and did not want to meet a similar end. Lu Xian looked at Zhao Pudu, puzzled. What about you? Are you not leaving? Leave. Zhao Pudu sneered coldly, eyeing his sword. You think you can deceive me? That was merely a trick of yours. It was a protective talisman gifted to you by your family. Do you think it can fool me? A talisman? Lu Xian echoed in disbelief. In my lifetime, I can witness a talisman? How ruthless. This is indeed the direction we should pursue. The magical artifacts transcend the mere existence of weapons. The most fundamental aspect of these artifacts is their ability to harness truly formidable power, such as the awe-inspiring thunder. Concurrently, magical artifacts encompass the functionalities of weapons, yet they possess the capability to unleash potent skills independently. Weapons, on the other hand, are entirely reliant on the cultivator's manipulation of spiritual energy to exert their power. Are you not afraid? Lu Xian produced a talisman from his possession, the Thunderous Heaven Talisman. Are you intimidated? That's rather ruthless. This talisman is rumored to possess the capacity to annihilate all at the Emperor's realm, and even those at the Supreme Realm would flee upon confronting 100 such talismans. With a swift motion, Lu Xian tore open his garment, momentarily blinding me with a flash. Fellow cultivator, what a show-off. I can't stand any longer. May I kneel for a moment? For they beheld more than 30 talismans adorning Lu Xian. Each distinct and varied. Lu Xian glanced at the talisman in his hand, his gaze shifting towards Zhao Pudu, his fingers resting upon the talisman, releasing a subtle aura of spiritual energy. Zhao Pudu, here we go. The fellow cultivators held their breath. Whoosh! Zhao Pudu dashed away, his speed akin to lightning. Without a moment's pause, a burst of flame ignited. What a coward! Lu Xian fastened his garment with a chuckle, and just like that, he's frightened away. Truly pathetic. Chapter 16. The dark-hearted little sorceress laughter erupted. The group of cultivators, who had narrowly escaped death moments ago, now radiated joy, their spirits remarkably buoyant. A woo. The six-armed ape howled. One individual approached, grinning as he inquired, Did you acquire those heavenly thunders with spirit stones? Lu Xian rolled his eyes at the foolishness of the crowd, who truly believed that spirit stones could sway everything. Since they held such beliefs, he saw no reason to enlighten them. His primary goal was to lure out the rattlesnake, necessitating a larger crowd to pique its interest. Otherwise, even with supreme-level strength, he would be unable to locate it. We're leaving, Lu Xian announced. Meanwhile, the demonic creatures, the celestial crane and the azure steel wolf, rose in unison, dutifully trailing behind Lu Xian. How enviable! They expressed their jealousy, yet it mattered little, for what truly binds you are your own five-fingered companions. These creatures displayed a distinct lack of resolve. Had I been in their place, I would not have acted so. I require assistance in finding the way. Lu Xian's voice continued. 2 mid-tier spirit stones. Second generation, I am coming. Do not act impulsively. There is deception involved. This is my domain. Do not expend my spirit stones. Meanwhile, on another side, Lu Shi'er sat languidly atop the white tiger pup, chasing after the monkey she had raised. Oh, whoa! The six-eared macaque observed its progeny being pursued, only to be caught in the jaws of the white tiger, which then flung it aside with a shake of its head. Damn, it wasn't even born from it. Not a shred of compassion, master, the six-eared macaque lamented. My descendants are devoid of entertainment. Perhaps we should venture out to play. Should anyone discover that the demonic beasts were treated as mere playthings, they would surely weep. It was utterly terrifying. Countless cultivators spend their lives striving for foundational strength. Can you go out? Lu Shi'er's round, glimmering eyes twinkled as she replied, Could you attract some demonic beasts for me to play with? Please? The six-eared macaque wept, pondering how it could attract beasts of Lu Shur's satisfaction with its meager power and return unscathed. Shoo! Suddenly, Lu Shur leaped from the white tiger, her eyes darting about. Dog, monkey, you must conceal your presence. Someone approaches. In the next moment, Lu Shur plopped down on the ground, laughing heartily, running about, tugging on the white tiger pup's ears, and yanking at the six-eared macaque's tail, transforming into an absolute rascal. The white tiger pup and the six-eared macaque complied. Not far away. Where are the demonic beasts? Jiang Wuxia complained. Wasn't he there in abundance of them here before? Even the presence of a demon emperor? What is happening? Am I being made a fool of? A group of over 10 individuals. Where there are demonic beasts, there are people. Naturally, these individuals were formidable in their own right, hunting demonic beasts to acquire cores and enhance their power. Wu Maitai wiped his nose, chuckling. It must be that we are so powerful that we have frightened the beasts away. The others looked at Wu Maitai with disdain. Their strongest was merely at the Taoist realm. They had previously worried about encountering emperor-level beasts. For that would mean becoming fodder. Ha ha ha, what fun, monkey! Are you not running? The group paused, having heard a child's voice quite clearly. This was a place where demonic beasts could appear at any moment, and yet there was a child. How could that be? Let us go see. Jiang Wuxia and the group rushed towards the source of the sound. That a red-tailed white tiger. That monkey is a six-eared macaque. Look at them, a whole group. This is the first time I've seen a child able to play with a red-tailed white tiger. Such a creature would possess the strength of a demon emperor as it matures. The group gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their expressions shifting to one of greed. These demonic beasts were treasures, and possessing a red-tailed white tiger could lead to fortune. Wu Maitai grinned, nearly causing his snot to dribble into his mouth. What shall we do? I find myself envious of that child. The others chuckled in agreement. I'll go take a look. Jiang Wuxia adjusted his hair, clearing his throat, and approached with an air of grace. Child, he called to Lu Shur. No response. Little girl, still no reaction. Jiang Wuxia's face darkened. If it weren't for the barrier, he would have charged in. Little beauty. What is the matter? Lu Shur replied. My father has gone out. Jiang Wuxia, perplexed, pondered. The dog and monkey will not harm me. My father instructed them to protect me. Is your father human or? Jiang Wuxia struggled to comprehend. If he were human, how could he command demonic beasts so obediently? He surmised that Lu Shur's father must be a demon emperor to command such loyalty. Lu Shur scratched her head. So complicated. Shur doesn't understand. Hey, silly, Jiang Wuxia chuckled, his face brimming with pride. It's quite simple. Little beauty, what you are doing is dangerous. I will go in to protect you. But before your father left, he set up a task here that I cannot enter until you assist me. Lu Shur swayed her body, running over. What do you want me to do? She bit her hand, looking pitiful. If I cannot do it well, please do not scold me. I am a bit foolish. What a sweet little fool. Jiang Wuxia felt as if he should celebrate with fireworks. Once he entered, everything within would belong to him. The red-tailed white tiger, the six-eared macaque, and even the hide of the lava crocodile. All were high-value treasures. Very simple, little beauty, you need not worry. Once you accomplish this, I will gift you something. He produced a small doll from his hand for Lu Shur to seat. All right, Lu Shur beamed with joy, thoroughly pleased. Jiang Wuxia felt equally elated, oblivious to the impending danger approaching him, truly a terrifying prospect. Chapter 17. Mother, women are quite frightening. Yes, you merely need to move that stone a little, Jiang Wuxia instructed Lu Shur. He had spotted a flaw in the powerful formation, the very spot he indicated, and discerned a spirit stone seemingly emerging from the earth. This one? Lu Shur pointed at the spirit stone before her. Yes, indeed. Jiang Wuxia beamed with delight. Little beauty, if you just move the stone a bit further away, I can enter to protect you, and I can give you the doll in my hand. Lu Shur slowly bent down, extending her hands to embrace the stone. Oh dear. She barely lifted it before dropping it to the ground, pouting, it's too heavy. I cannot move it. Keep trying. Jiang Wuxia, equally pouting, encouraged with fervor. Little beauty, you must believe in yourself. You are the unrivaled little beauty of the world, and no challenge can hinder you. I cannot fathom such shamelessness. Lu Mihu's lips twitched, and indeed, humans are terrifying. Their deceitful tactics are overwhelmingly fearsome. causing one to tremble. Lu Shire continued her attempts, exclaiming in frustration. She hurled a stone to the ground. Jiang Wuxia, visibly perturbed, clenched his fists and growled, "You little brat, you!" Wah wah! Lu Shire immediately sat down and began to cry, wailing, "You are the bad people. You are bullying me. I will tell my father, and when he returns, he will punish you." Jiang Wuxia felt a pang of sorrow. This little brat was truly difficult to manage. He could only continue to smile apologetically and said, "Little beauty, Uncle wasn't speaking about you. He was referring to that monkey." Lu Ermihu, taken aback, wondered what he had done to deserve such blame. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Lu Shire asked, "Really?" Jiang Wuxia reassured her, "Little beauty, you are the most adorable, the most beautiful, the most well-behaved child in the entire world. You must listen to Uncle and move the stone away from that little pit. As far away as you can. If you find it too challenging, let that monkey assist you. I cannot believe this." Lu Ermihu was utterly unwilling. "Monkey!" Lu Shire approached and yanked Lu Er's tail. Dragging him forcefully out, Lu Er howled, struggling desperately. Jiang Wuxia felt a surge of fear. This little girl was far too ruthless. Wasn't there a kinder way to treat a monkey? Lu Er, poor creature, was indeed to be pitied. However, shortly, even more pitiable events would unfold, including that little white tiger. Such fine specimens should be raised. Once fully developed, the rewards would be substantial. Ow! Lu Shire flung Lu Er aside, pouting, "Monkey, move that stone for me, or I shall continue pulling your tail." Lu Er blinked in surprise, whimpered twice, and then approached the stone, embracing it. "Ow! Ow!" Even then, Lu Shire had no intention of relinquishing Lu Er's tail. Jiang Wuxia chuckled. This little girl was quite fierce. Suddenly, he sensed the entire formation shift, and he saw a door appear where the spirit stone had been moved. He was overwhelmed with emotion, filled with pride at his own cleverness. If not for his striking charm captivating the little girl, would he have been able to enter? With a rush, he dashed inside, calling out to the others, "We can enter now. Come, beasts, you are in for a surprise. Excellent. Everything shall be ours. I have taken a liking to that little girl. No one shall compete with me for her." The others laughed and surged in. They cautiously approached the still prone red-tailed white tiger. Regardless of its youth, it was still a formidable creature. "Ow!" The white tiger made a sound. Zhao Dazue and Wu Maitai unfurled a net, not woven from thread but composed of a certain metal, evidently designed for capturing beasts. With a swift motion, they hurled the net. The red-tailed white tiger glanced at it, then ignored it entirely. Jiang Wuxia felt elated. The tiger's lack of resistance was fortuitous. Capturing a live specimen to take back would be ideal. Raising such a white tiger would yield immense future benefits. With another net thrown, they ensnared the red-tailed white tiger tightly. "What are you doing?" Lu Shire tugged on Lu Er's tail, pouting. "What do you intend to do to my pup?" "Release my pup." Jiang Wuxia chuckled, producing his small puppet and adorning his hand. The puppet stirred to life, emitting sounds. "I will give you this. Will you give me the pup?" "No." Lu Shire shook her head vigorously, tears streaming as she cried. "Let my pup go. He is mine." "Wah wah!" Lu Er howled as Lu Shire dashed toward the white tiger pup. Suddenly, a horrific scream pierced the AIRTMY leg. Zhao Dazue shrieked, witnessing his leg torn away. Blood gushing forth without a trace of hesitation. Jiang Wuxia gasped in shock. Was Lu Ermihu truly so formidable? Had he effortlessly severed a leg? The scene was dreadfully terrifying, leaving him utterly at a loss. "Wah wah!" Lu Shire hurled Lu Er away, collapsing onto the red-tailed white tiger. "Pup, I do not want you to leave me." Meanwhile, Lu Er pounced upon a person, clawing frantically. "Ow!" With a terrifying sound, the white tiger suddenly roared and sprang to its feet, lunging at one of the net controllers, sinking its teeth into him. Crunch! In an instant, the red-tailed white tiger devoured the person whole. Panic surged within Jiang Wuxia. He had believed these beasts had lost their ferocity, becoming docile creatures that could be easily led away with a bit of coaxing. But now, it was clear this was not the case. Lu Er had torn a person to shreds, leaving only bones behind. The white tiger was even more savage, devouring a person from the waist up, leaving nothing but emptiness. Both beasts roared, revealing their true natures. "Pup, monkey, you are misbehaving," Lu Shire pouted. shaking her small fist at the white tiger pup. The white tiger's roar shifted, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, arching its back. Lu Er also presented its tail to Lu Shire. Jiang Wuxia was rendered speechless. These two fierce beasts had consumed humans, killing two, yet displayed no resistance to such a small girl. It was utterly baffling. Glistening with sweat, they cautiously observed as Lu Shire, resembling a contrite child, pouted. It is my fault for not managing my pup and monkey well. Allowing them to harm you, that I am sorry. I will compensate you. No need. Jiang Wuxia urged anxiously. Just make them stop hurting us. Stabilizing the situation was his only thought. Currently, the white tiger and Lu Er were too fearsome, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. I have only this little. He opened his mouth, about to speak, but then fell silent. High-grade spirit stones. Jiang Wuxia and the others' eyes gleamed. They had never anticipated that the little girl would produce high-grade spirit stones. Do you not want them? Lu Shire pouted angrily. If you do not want them, I will throw them away. She raised her hand to throw them. Li Shangquan moved with lightning speed, darting out to seize the high-grade spirit stones. Thud! In midair, blood sprayed forth. Jiang Wuxia and the others were stunned. The high-grade spirit stones, which had seemed soft and slow, now pierced through Li Shangquan's body, creating a gaping hole in his chest. Ah! Lu Shire screamed. I have killed someone! She rushed towards Li Shangquan, weeping. I am sorry. I did not mean to. I did not want to hurt you. Her sobs were filled with genuine sorrow. Li Shangquan, with a smile on his face, gazed at the high-grade spirit stone in his hand. Is this truly a high-grade spirit stone? In my lifetime, I have seen a spirit stone. Yo, you like these stones? Lu Shire smiled, then began pulling more spirit stones from her clothes, tossing them at Li Shangquan. Thud thud. One by one, the high-grade spirit stones rained down. However, Jiang Wuxia and the others, still in shock, were not astonished by the spirit stones themselves, but by the sight of them smashing into Li Shangquan's body, reducing him to a pulpy mass. What is happening? High-grade spirit stones had never been described as heavy as a mountain. They were typically of ordinary weight, comparable to mid-grade spirit stones. Yet now, every stone that fell seemed to weigh a ton, capable of crushing a person to death. You like them? Just say so. Lu Shire persistently pulled out high-level spirit stones, her voice tinged with grievance as she said, just now, I almost killed you. If you become a ghost, please do not seek me out. I did not do it on purpose. You like stones, so I will give them all to you. Is this a demon? Jiang Wuxia trembled, his legs turning to jelly. Oh no! Lu Shire shrieked, turning around to point at Jiang Wuxia and the others, her anger palpable as she demanded, what is going on here? Who killed him? The others were left speechless. It was clearly this terrifying little girl who had smashed someone to death with high-level spirit stones. Yet she was now blaming them. Was there no sense of humanity left? Who could be so heartless? Lu Shire began to cry, wiping her tears as she approached Jiang Wuxia, asking, who among you killed him? Don't come any closer. Jiang Wuxia immediately retreated far away, cold sweat pouring down his face as he nervously pleaded, please, don't approach me. I was wrong. Wah. Suddenly, Lu Shire burst into tears, while Jiang Wuxia and his companions felt as if the very heavens were shaking. The terrifying sound of her weeping pierced their minds like a blade, shattering their sanity. Boom! With a deafening explosion, one unfortunate soul could not withstand the horror and had their head explode, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. What a monster! Whose child is this? How can she be so frightful? Wah! Lu Shire continued to cry. The remaining individuals knelt on the ground, blood streaming from their eyes, noses, mouths, and ears. Little beauty, please stop crying. I have a gift for you. Jiang Wuxia, enduring the pain, produced a plush toy from his arms. He was at his limit. Had it not been for his strength, he would have surely collapsed by now. Whose child is this, such a perverse little creature? Lu Shire instantly stopped crying, her face lighting up with joy as she dashed over to snatch the toy. Puff! Jiang Wuxia's face turned pale with terror as he slowly glanced at his own arm, only to realize with horror that it had been severed. My arm. He wept, truly crying this time. They should not have come here. How many lives had been lost already? How fun! Lu Shire exclaimed, joyfully playing with the plush toy. Cheerfully inquiring, this is much more entertaining than my dogs and monkeys. Would you like my dogs and monkeys? I'll give them to you. Gulp. The remaining individuals swallowed hard, gazing greedily at the red-tailed white tiger and the six-eared macaque, as well as the high-level spirit stones. I want them, Jiang Wuxia exclaimed with excitement, the sorrow over his lost arm forgotten. This trade is absolutely worthwhile. You have so many dogs and monkeys, while my plush toy is the only one in the world. Liu Shire nodded enthusiastically, her smile radiant. I've never had one before. It's so much fun. She glanced at the white tiger and the six-eared macaque, saying, Go on, I don't want you anymore. You not fun at all. The white tiger and the monkey obediently approached. Jiang Wuxia and the others remained somewhat fearful, cautiously watching the red-tailed white tiger and the six-eared macaque, tentatively asking, Little beauty, they won't harm us, will they? Liu Shire was about to respond when she suddenly tilted her head back, preparing to sneeze. Achoo! With a single sneeze, two individuals vanished instantly, their bodies disintegrating into a shower of blood. Monsters! Whose child is this? I can't bear it any longer. They screamed as they frantically ran toward the barrier's exit. I want to go home. Spare me. I will never come back. I promise I won't do bad things again. This child is far too demonic. I am terrified, they cried, but escape was futile. Chapter 19. The adorable girl's transformation brother. Liu Shire's sweet voice called as she ran toward Jiang Wuxia and the others. Don't come any closer. We know we were wrong. Please spare us. Their faces were filled with terror as they pleaded, their eyes wide with fear, their bodies trembling. Bang! Their expressions froze as they saw Liu Shire run forward, seemingly unable to stop in time, colliding with one person who was then slammed against the barrier. With a resounding bang, that individual exploded, becoming a mere pancake plastered against the barrier. Wail, despair. The ones kneeling on the ground trembled, deeply shaken by the impact. Wah! Liu Shire cried, wiping her tears as she approached one individual, her voice filled with remorse. It's all my fault. I've caused someone's death. Seeing Liu Shire approach, Qian Dandan's lips trembled as he pleaded, Don't come any closer. Please don't. He tried to move, to distance himself from this seemingly adorable yet terrifying little demon, but his legs would not obey. Trembling uncontrollably, Why are you all so afraid of me? Liu Shire cried, glaring at Qian Dandan in anger. I didn't mean to. I'm just a cute and kind child. I didn't do it on purpose. She then extended her hand. Don't. Qian Dandan sobbed, his heart breaking. Please listen to me. Liu Shire pulled hard. Puff. Qian Dandan's arm fell away. Liu Shire glanced at the severed limb, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Startled, she tossed the arm aside. Bang! Another loud sound echoed as the severed arm struck someone, cleaving them in two. Wah! Liu Shire continued to cry, her face a portrait of grievance. Qian Dandan glanced at her, then pulled out a knife. You demon! I'll end it myself. Terrified by Liu Shire, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Liu Shire rushed over, panic-stricken. No, I don't want to hurt you. Let me compensate you. Okay, goodbye. Qian Dandan smiled, a look of bliss washing over his face. Even though he was about to die, he felt a sense of satisfaction escaping this little demon, relieved to no longer endure any torment. Puff! A scream erupted, his throat feeling as if it would shatter. Qian Dandan's pupils constricted. He realized his hands. No, his hands were gone. His face trembled as he looked at the terrifying little girl before him. Liu Shire gazed at the bloodied limb in her hand, her voice filled with grievance. Why? I just want to be a cute and kind little girl. Why do you all bully me? If you just stand still and don't move, nothing will happen to you. Humph. She stomped her foot, causing the ground to tremble and crack. Qian Dandan fell into the abyss. He was certain he had not moved. He had been obedient, not wanting to endure the little demon's terror any longer. Why did I fall? Liu Shire looked at the gaping chasm, pouting. Don't worry. You probably wanted. Another scream echoed as a large stone, around 2 meters in size, fell and crushed someone. Liu Shire approached the remaining individuals, her face scrunched up in frustration. Ancestor. Jiang Wuxia knelt on the ground, bowing his head. Ancestor, I know I was wrong. Please spare me, I will give you anything you desire. Just let me live. The white tiger and the six-eared macaque approached with howls. The remaining 4 individuals were left, the others having perished. Even those still alive had faces as pale as death, Elu Shire propped her chin up, her expression one of exasperation. Fine. I want to go over. She tugged on the monkey's tail, her cute little face beaming. Is it wrong for me to leave? Phew. Jiang Wuxia and the others sighed in relief. Finally, this demon was leaving. They would no longer be in danger. However, just as they began to relax, terror gripped them once more as they realized that while Lu Shire had left, the white tiger had not. Dog? Jiang Wuxia cautiously looked into the red-tailed white tiger's eyes, saying, Your master has left. Hurry and follow her. Ah, the white tiger growled, revealing its sharp teeth. Ancestor, come back. Jiang Wuxia shouted. Your dog is going to eat people? Help. Lu Shire scoffed, rolling her eyes. Didn't you tell me to leave? I want to care. The white tiger charged forward. Among the 4 remaining, 2 were devoured by the red-tailed white tiger. The last individual, seeing the bottomless pit before him, jumped in, willingly sealing his own fate. What a little beast! Jiang Wuxia rose to his feet, gripping his sword tightly. A low, resonant hum began to emanate from the blade, resonating like the mournful cry of a dragon. Surrounding him, the spiritual energy began to whirl, a testament to his formidable Taoist strength. How could such a powerful practitioner be so trifled with? Today, you, your dog, and your monkey, along with everything here, shall meet their demise at the edge of my sword. A gust of wind stirred beneath his feet, lifting him gently from the ground. He understood the terrifying power of the little girl before him, a being so potent that she seemed unaware of her own strength, far surpassing even the Emperor's realm. Despite being attacked moments ago, she remained utterly unharmed. He lifted his sword, the mournful wails echoing forth. This black sword exuded an ominous aura, its sound a chorus of human despair. As if countless souls were trapped within, enduring unimaginable torment, Elu Shire smiled. How frightening! Your sword is truly terrifying. Are you intending to kill me? I realize my mistakes now. Please, do not harm me. She continued to wipe her tears away. Jiang Wuxia hesitated, his eyes darting. This girl's power was unfathomable, and he had individuals in his ranks who were at the tribulation crossing stage, like the one who perished with a mere bump. He feared whether his Taoist strength could even touch this terrifying child. Very well, he relented, his expression grave. Keep your dog away from me, and you are not to approach either. For now, it was prudent to distance himself from danger. And the means to exit this formation would need further contemplation. Dog, Lu Shire called, and the creature obediently retreated. Jiang Wuxia slowly descended back to the ground. Suddenly, the sword slipped from his grasp. To his astonishment, the 6-eared macaque held it instead, scampering away with a wide grin plastered across its face. Quite the cheeky creature. In Chapter 20. I am thousands of years old. The 6-eared macaque, jubilantly waving the sword, hopped over to Lu Shire. Good monkey, she exclaimed as she took the sword, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is there someone trapped within this sword? I can hear the cries of the tormented. Unbeknownst to her, this sword absorbed souls, entrapping the spirits of the deceased within, thus augmenting its power. An act of sheer cruelty. If anyone were to learn that the Empress could utter such words, they would never believe it. The Empress decried others as cruel. How ironic! The true horror has always been the Empress herself, who bathed her kin in blood, leaving a scent of slaughter lingering for a year, even causing the plants to sprout tinted with crimson. No, no, no! Jiang Wuxia cried in fear, desperately flattering her. Little beauty, this is merely a sword. If you like it, I shall give it to you. He feared to even suggest his own release. Elu Shire weighed the sword in her hands, a smile creeping onto her lips as she approached the white tiger monkey and the 6-eared macaque. Jiang Wuxia trembled at her approach. Father said we must be kind and possess great love, she declared, her little face contorted with anger. She raised her hands in a gesture of embrace. We should embrace the world with love, allowing it to feel our compassion. Only then will the world return that love. Swiftly, she turned her gaze back to Jiang Wuxia. Are these souls trapped in your sword? Release them, or I shall unleash my dog upon you. Otherwise, the white tiger monkey complied, baring its teeth. Very well, Jiang Wuxia stammered, his lips quivering. Little beauty, if you hand me the sword, I will release them, granting them their freedom. Elu Shire nodded, handing over the sword. The moment Jiang Wuxia grasped it, A smile broke across his face. With a resounding crash, dark energy surged forth, enveloping him, ensnaring his form in an eerie shroud. His visage twisted into something monstrous, becoming a sight to behold. Black Demon Sword Technique? A shriek echoed as a shadow erupted from Jiang Wuxia. Howling in agony, the black sword he held fused with the one he had lost, lunging towards Lu Shire. How ugly! With a swift motion, Jiang Wuxia's most powerful attack dissipated, rendered powerless by the little girl's mere flick of her hand. Determined, he raised the sword again, invoking Black Demon dual form. This time, two dark demons emerged, their frenzied cries reverberating as they sought vengeance for their fallen in an instant, the white tiger monkey and the six-eared macaque. Each with a paw, obliterated the two demons. I am the Black Demon, Jiang Wuxia lamented, unable to withstand the blow. These are the most terrifying demons, devouring souls as sustenance, and you treat them this way? Can you not show even a modicum of respect? He wept, not for himself, but for the demons. Lu Shire's interest piqued. What did you offer to summon the black demons? Hand it over, and I shall spare your life. In a state of shock, Jiang Wuxia glared at Lu Shire, anger boiling within him. Are you truly just a little girl, or is this all an act? An act? Lu Shire twisted her neck, revealing a terrifying smile. Jiang Wuxia trembled in fear. I am thousands of years old, and I have slain at least 10 million. Lu Shire chuckled. You better prove your worth. Should you be of no use, I'm afraid I shall have to eliminate you. Thousands of years? Jiang Wuxia finally grasped that he had been ensnared by a vile trickster, a twisted being who toyed with their lives for amusement. Beautiful lady, he knelt, bowing deeply. This sword was an accidental find, and I soon uncovered its secret. However, when wielding it, a voice instructs me on how to use it to consume souls and become powerful. He dared not utter another word, promptly offering the sword to her. Before an ancient being who had lived for millennia, he felt no courage to resist. Lu Shire took the sword, exchanging glances with the white tiger dog and the six-eared macaque. Yao? Yay! The two creatures rejoiced. Jiang Wuxia's face fell, tears streaming as he pleaded, I will obey all your commands. I have revealed everything the beautiful lady wished to know. Not a chance. Lu Shire shook her head. Why? I am willing to do anything. Please, grant me a chance. Lu Shire pointed the sword at Jiang Wuxia. I prefer being called Little Beauty. And since you called me Beauty just now, you must die? Yay! The six-eared macaque lunged, its sharp claws raking across Jiang Wuxia's leg. With a sickening crunch, flesh and limb were lost. The white tiger dog followed suit, biting down, leaving Jiang Wuxia legless. Before long, his cries ceased, and Jiang Wuxia was no more. Lu Shire cast a cold glance. Though I may be cruel, I merely guide them to reincarnation, whereas your cruelty denies even their souls a chance to cycle. You wretch! The white tiger dog and the six-eared macaque shrank back in fear of their master, obediently cleaning up the battlefield, ensuring it was spotless. Their master did not wish for that monstrous old man to learn too much about his beloved woman's bloodthirsty nature. It would ruin her perfect image. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the demon beasts, a rabbit demon rushed in on two legs. My lord, I have news from the front. This little demoness has slaughtered a team of hunters. Slaughtered? The leader, a land turtle, appeared grave. A Taoist practitioner was killed just like that. He stroked his beard, worry etched across his face. It seems our power is insufficient. We must continue to grow stronger. Several demon beasts were feasting on what was evidently another demon beast. Was this truly the method for demon beasts to gain strength? They joined their hands in gratitude. Chapter 21. My family is rich. In the mystic shadow forest, Lu Xian lounged comfortably upon the six-armed ape's hands, enjoying fruits in utter bliss, while those behind him continued to follow. Woe is me! A person slipped on a banana peel, fell to the ground, and cursed, that scoundrel, carelessly discarding trash, without any regard for decency. Suddenly, he ceased his tirade and picked up the banana peel, tucking it into his bosom. Others nearby immediately noticed and inquired, What are you doing? It's merely a banana peel. Why hide it? He took a deep breath and replied with satisfaction. You see, the remnants consumed by the affluent exude a fragrance of wealth. The crowd was taken aback, their disdain palpable. This is no ordinary rubber. One individual, equally excited, picked up another piece, exclaiming, the 9 Springs rubber fruit. What, are you referring to the fruit that grows near the Lingyuan, said to be capable of washing marrow and transforming the body, offering countless benefits? Indeed. The group had gone mad, eagerly collecting banana peels. Goodness, my eyes are dazzled. This is the 1000 drought apple, capable of thriving without any moisture, all nourished by spiritual energy. And not to forget the Chilan dates, which grow from the flames shed by the Chilan. Those following continued to frantically gather. Astonished by these fruits, I asked, this the offspring of the wealthy? This is sheer opulence. Even the richest cannot possess such bounties. It must be bestowed by a beast. Indeed, he likely exchanged spirit stones with the beast for these fruits. They found a rationale, for they could hardly fathom the reality of such wealth in the hands of one who casually consumed what they could only dream of, banana peels and apple cores. The psychological toll was immense. As night fell, they set up camp. The beasts of the night were most formidable, as many predatory creatures hunted after dusk. If they pressed on, peril would surely abound. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing numerous companions to lament as they watched Lu Xian devour meat and drink heartily, followed by fruits, while they faced their own grim reality. Although cultivators did not require food and would not suffer hunger, the desire for culinary delight remained. Suddenly, one person became agitated. This aroma, it's from the phantom forest. We're deep within its confines. One tea we attract the beasts. In an instant, they realized the impending danger. Nighttime brings forth all manner of beasts. You must refrain from eating. How? While you may be unconcerned, we are apprehensive. If you continue, you will surely draw the beasts, and it may cost lives, brother. You can bribe the extraordinary beasts. But we cannot. We lack your charm. They began to converse among themselves. Although they had followed Lu Xian, their thoughts were solely on acquiring something from this second-generation heir, yet they did not overlook the threat. And some opted to leave. However, the majority believed they would face no danger. After all, there were so many of them. If any beasts appeared, they could simply overwhelm them collectively. Lu Xian surveyed the roasted lamb leg in his hand and tossed it aside nonchalantly. I need you to do something. The crowd erupted with joy, for doing something implied action. Assisting this second-generation heir would undoubtedly yield rewards. Please, speak, they urged. Why, dear brother? There's no need for such formality. I dislike it. Just command me. Punish me as you will. Lu Xian, momentarily speechless, replied, Curse the rattlesnake. Silence ensued, and the crowd was left bewildered. The rattlesnake, an entity surpassing even the beast emperor, claimed dominion over the phantom forest. To provoke it would be tantamount to courting death. After all, beasts possessed intelligence. If they angered the rattlesnake, their demise would be assured. Are you all afraid? Lu Xian asked, a hint of difficulty in his voice. He shook his garments, causing high-grade spirit stones to tumble forth. How about 30 mid-grade spirit stones per person? Is that agreeable? With over 1,000 individuals present, that amounted to 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Equivalent to 200 high-grade stones, quite a fortune. Rattlesnake, you divine being, hurry and deal with me. I wish to see which of your 2 heads is male and which is female. Such a request was indeed audacious. A rhythm that could induce despair. With a flick of his hand, Lu Xian threw a high-grade spirit stone into the crowd, declaring, for being the first to display courage, this is your reward. The recipient, filled with gratitude, wept, thank you, second-generation brother. Instantly, others began to curse as well. Soon, the air resonated with the collective curses aimed at the double-headed rattlesnake. A snow-white bird perched upon a tree imbued with lightning, pecking at bolts of lightning as if they were sustenance. Who dares to insult that foolish snake? They must be tired of living. A vividly colored deer raised its head, questioning, have the cultivators lost their minds? How dare they venture so deeply to provoke? Countless intelligent beasts were astonished by this occurrence, struggling to believe such audacity. The situation was indeed chilling. After 2 full hours, those cursing grew weary, yet there was no sign of the rattlesnake. Lu Xian felt perplexed. Isn't it said that the rattlesnake relishes human flesh? I've brought so many as bait. Why hasn't it taken the bait? Perhaps the over 1,000 individuals were unaware that they were merely bait for Lu Xian. After a lengthy silence, Lu Xian, exasperated, waved his sleeve, causing a cascade of spirit stones to spill forth. resembling a mountain of wealth. Now I understand what it means to have a mine at home. This individual was undoubtedly one with immense wealth, so rich that I would gladly shine his shoes if it meant being near him. Their humble aspirations were no longer extravagant. Merely being in the presence of such a second-generation heir was enough for them. They gazed at the spirit stones in their hands with satisfaction. Do not quarrel, Lu Xian warned. If any infighting occurs, you will all be dismissed. I am providing your wages. Thus, you must comply with the orders. Understood? Anyone who disrespects the rules will be expelled, never to be employed again. Chapter 22. The minions of the rattlesnake deep within the phantom forest. A group stood in formation, meticulously arranged and attentive. Honoring the spirit stones. Of course, their obedience to Lu Xian stemmed from the promise of spirit stones. Without that incentive, they would never have stood there. Excellent, Lu Xian remarked, pleased with the group he had trained. As a supreme realm cultivator, he too required assistance. After all, he could not handle every trivial matter alone. The essential question remained. Who would not wish to command legions, exuding the majesty of a ruler? Directing their forces to sweep across the land? Now, such aspirations could be fulfilled. Rest, he commanded. Instantly, over 1,000 individuals seated themselves on the ground, producing their spirit stones to absorb the energy within for cultivation. Mid-grade spirit stones were effortlessly absorbed. For any cultivator, this was an opportunity for rapid advancement, and they eagerly seized it in the perilous phantom forest. One could not afford to be careless. As the night deepened, they collectively cultivated, their bodies radiating light, creating a magnificent spectacle. Yet, the disheartening reality was that the rattlesnake had not appeared. Lu Xian was troubled, increasingly baffled as to why the rattlesnake had not shown itself. For it was said to be fond of human flesh. Could it be that there were not enough humans? After all, there were still over 1,000 present. Such a situation seemed hopeless. They could only wait to see when the rattlesnake would emerge. In the night, Lu Xian alone rested comfortably, unperturbed, encircled by beasts. He felt a profound sense of security. Hours passed, and while over 1,000 individuals remained vigilant, not daring to let their guard down, they knew that beasts could appear at any moment. A lapse in attention could lead to becoming a meal for a beast. They did not wish to be food. However, despite the passing hours, no beasts appeared. What was going on? Why were there no signs of any beasts? Typically, some lesser beasts would manifest, yet now, there was not a single one. This was truly strange. They speculated, could it be that we harbor some formidable beast, which deters any other creatures from approaching us? They pondered, what terrifying entity could be concealed within these woods? The six-armed ape. The crowd nodded in agreement, convinced that the six-armed ape must possess hidden powers and a more menacing lair. Otherwise, it would not exhibit such behavior. This posed the crux of their dilemma. They had found a rationale. Lu Xian slept soundly, completely at ease. Suddenly, he awoke with a start, sitting upright as an overwhelming presence approached. This aura was immensely powerful. Lu Mingkai was filled with elation. This was precisely what he had been waiting for, as he believed the greater danger lay in the absence of such beings. Bang, bang. Abruptly, a cacophony echoed through the air, and smoke billowed from the forest, indicating the arrival of a colossal creature. Whoosh! Over 1,000 individuals moved with remarkable speed, swiftly taking refuge behind Lu Xian. Lu Xian turned to them, confusion etched on his face. Did I pay you with spirit stones merely for you to cower behind me, expecting my protection? The crowd chuckled but offered no reply. Their honesty was striking. They clearly felt that sheltering behind Lu Xian was their safest course of action, as it provided the best means of self-preservation. After all, having a host of beasts to fend off the threat was a fortunate circumstance. Bang, bang. The thunderous sounds continued, leaving them perplexed about the size of the beast approaching them. Their expressions grew grave as they succumbed to sheer terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It's over. We are doomed, they lamented. What monstrous entity is this? If it approaches, a mere shift of its form could crush us. The atmosphere thickened with dread as they held their breath, their legs quaking in fear, lost as to how to respond. Hiss! Suddenly, a massive tongue emerged, and they shrieked in terror, engulfed in extreme panic. What lay before them was an enormous serpent, easily over 100 meters long, its immense body eliciting awe from all who beheld it. Help! It's over. Mother, I can't go home now, don't blame me. It's not my fault, my goodness. Is this truly a serpent? How can it be so colossal? It's utterly terrifying. Ancestral spirit, you are my ancestor. The over 1,000 individuals whom Lu Xian had recently recruited were now in utter betrayal, showing no signs of resistance, as if they had surrendered entirely. Impressive. You truly amaze me, Lu Xian remarked with a smile. I hired you to assist me, yet here you are, abandoning your employer. Left to confront the enormous serpent alone, Lu Xian was abandoned. The six-armed ape, along with the celestial crane and the steel wolf, were equally shaken, finding themselves prostrate before the massive serpent. This is dire, they mused, believing this to be the kin of the two-headed rattlesnake seeking vengeance. The rattlesnake itself had not appeared, sending its subordinates to handle the matter instead. Where is the rattlesnake? A voice echoed. The crowd was taken aback as they witnessed Lu Xian boldly step forward, exuding an air of dominance as he addressed the colossal serpent. What business do you have here, little serpent? I seek the rattlesnake, do you understand? Little serpent? Those behind him felt their mouths twitch, some even beginning to plead, urging him not to provoke the great serpent further. Though they could not ascertain the serpent's current power level, they were acutely aware that any creature capable of achieving such a magnitude must possess fearsome strength, perhaps even that of a demon emperor. And yet, here stood Lu Xian, a wealthy second-generation heir, confronting the great serpent without an ounce of ability to back him up. Second brother, quickly offer the elder beast some spirit stones. We must be sensible. Yes, if you have any miraculous elixirs, now is the time to present them to the elder serpent. Ancestral spirit, you are my ancestor. Utilize your financial prowess to bring the serpent to submission, the crowd urged him fervently. Lu Xian turned back to them with a smile. I shall not. A chill swept through the crowd. Brother, no. You are my biological father. With so many spirit stones, you must purchase the serpent's allegiance, second brother. As long as we have the mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Spirit stones can be acquired, but life is singular. Brother, my little sister will belong to you from now on. The crowd showered him with flattery. The serpent, a creature of the strength of a demon emperor, could easily crush them. A mere roll of its body could reduce them to pulp. Hiss, the serpent flicked its tongue, its elongated eyes fixating on them. Hee, Lu Xian chuckled, then abruptly yanked a small serpent from his grasp. What is this? In a few swift motions, the serpent, which had been writhing moments ago, was skinned, revealing its pristine flesh. No, how can you be so cruel to such a little serpent? Serpent brother, this has nothing to do with us. We are merely bystanders. Yes, if you seek revenge, direct it at him. Lu Xian disregarded their protests, stacked the wood, and tossed a talisman onto the pyre. Boom! Flames erupted, engulfing the serpent's flesh, which was speared by a slender metal rod and commenced roasting. Did creatures of the demon emperor's caliber truly partake in such macabre feasts? Were their offspring to be consumed in such a manner? It was a horrifying sight. The crowd gasped, their breaths caught in their throats, paralyzed with fear. Hiss! Suddenly, the previously motionless serpent stirred. Were finished. They lamented, believing their lives were drawing to a close before the might of the demon emperor. None among them stood a chance. They could only await their demise. Salivating, Lu Xian raised his head, biting into the roasted serpent, delighting in the flavor. It's truly delectable. I must admit, serpent meat is exquisite, firm, chewy, and possessing a unique taste. He taunted the great serpent with the flesh of its kin, satisfaction etched across his features. Such audacity! The over 1,000 followers finally grasped the gravity of their situation. This second-generation heir had come seeking his end, and there was no salvation in sight. They pitied their plight, believing Lu Xian had merely dragged them along as scapegoats, unwilling to accept their fates while dragging a multitude with him. What a trap! As Lu Xian devoured the meat, grease covering his lips, he tore off half the serpent and tossed it toward the great serpent, asking, "Care for a bite?" Whoosh! He threw it, challenging the serpent as pride. The serpent opened its mouth, only to snap it shut again as the roasted serpent head slid into its maw, likely akin to a spicy snack. Whoosh! The ensuing gust from the serpent's sudden movement nearly toppled the crowd. Lu Xian regarded the serpent earnestly, inquiring, "How does it taste? If you find it agreeable, Perhaps you could procure some special serpents for me. I assure you, I will ensure you get a taste as well. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the great serpent's tail lashed out, snapping a tree over 100 meters tall with a resounding crack. Massive stones flew about, crashing to the ground with the force of cannonballs, creating deep craters. The serpent was enraged. There would be no opportunity for them to feast upon serpent meat. It was they who would be devoured, reduced to mere food, a realization that brought with it profound regret. Second brother. In an instant, the crowd knelt in unison, their voices ringing out in desperation. Please, spare us. Purchase the great serpent's allegiance. We do not wish to die. Please, we don't want to die. Their pleas began, all their hopes resting upon Lu Xian. Ignoring the throng behind him, Lu Xian called out into the empty space. Why do you not reveal yourself? The area remained devoid of presence. And no aura was felt. Was there still someone hidden? Ha ha ha. A figure emerged, wielding a blood-red sword adorned with peculiar patterns, exuding an otherworldly aura. Zhao Pudu. This emperor-level individual had yet to depart, still fixated on Lu Xian. Recognizing him as a formidable adversary who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, he turned his gaze to the serpent. We share a common enemy, him. The serpent slightly inclined its head. Zhao Pudu continued, he has slaughtered your serpent kin and consumed your offspring before your very eyes. Let us join forces to eliminate him, and we shall share the spoils. As he spoke, a shadow of a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Besides, I've heard that your kind enjoys feasting on humans. This over 1,000 individuals would serve you well. A low hum echoed as over 1,000 individuals wore expressions of fury and disbelief. Their faces etched with terror. Zhao Pudu, that scoundrel, a cultivator, dares to ally with demonic beasts and treat them as mere fodder. Zhao Pudu, should you dare commit such an atrocity, the realm of cultivation will not spare you. You are betraying our humanity. Heaven and earth will not tolerate this. Everyone shall seek your demise. The multitude could only seethe with anger, powerless to act due to their inadequate strength. Ha ha ha. Zhao Pudu laughed heartily. Fools! When has the realm of cultivation ever harbored kindness or compassion? It is all about power and self-interest. He raised the sword in his hand and coldly declared, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall first slaughter these 1,000 souls. Whoosh, whoosh. The crimson blade began to dance through the air, his form suspended aloft high in the air. The sword in his grasp transformed, a blood-red radiance enveloping it, continuously extending until it reached an astonishing 30 meters in length. A 30-meter-long sword, a sight to behold. Die! He bellowed suddenly, swinging the sword towards the multitude. With a resounding crash, the light upon the crimson blade burst apart, morphing into countless smaller blood-red swords that surged towards the crowd, enveloping them like a net of crimson. The strike of an emperor-level cultivator rendered them despondent, and they even relinquished their resistance. Lu Xian smiled faintly. All swords returned to their origin. Suddenly, another voice rang out, and all weapons in the hands of the crowd were drawn towards him. Any weapon akin to a sword was irresistibly attracted. Whoosh, whoosh. The converging swords surged forth like a tidal wave. Clang, clanged in the air. The forces generated by the two types of swords collided fiercely, leaving no room for mercy. Waves of terrifying power ravaged the surroundings, obliterating everything in their path. Sword 30. Zhao Pudu's face contorted with rage. You dare obstruct me, a mere tribulation-level cultivator? Do you wish to perish here? I can slay you with a single stroke. Depart swiftly, unless you desire death. Chapter 24. Gratefulness and Goodness. Impossible. Sword 30, brimming with bravado, approached Lu Xian and said calmly, he is my benefactor. Today, even if I Sword 30 must perish here, I shall not allow you to harm him in the slightest. Young man, Lu Xian turned to him and inquired, do you truly believe you can stand against an emperor-level cultivator? Such beings can effortlessly crush you with a mere gesture, extinguishing your life. The chasm of disparity in realms is an insurmountable gulf. The facts of being swiftly slain are evident, an effortless affair. Sword 30's gaze remained cold and resolute. Benefactor, you need not say more. I am aware that Zhao Pudu, as an emperor, is committing heinous acts for his selfish gain. Such a person must be dealt with. Whoosh, the rushing wind began to tear at the figures behind him, each cut spilling forth blood. This exemplifies the formidable strength of a cultivator, with but a movement. All things respond, the forces of heaven and earth drawn into action. Whoosh, whoosh. Sword 30 slowly raised his hand, a strange power coiling around the tip of his sword, surging forth. Benefactor! Sword 30's aura erupted, a powerful energy saturating the air. Today, I Sword 30 shall protect you. Ha ha ha. Zhao Pudu chuckled, raising his sword as well, and in an instant, they beheld an astonishing force. One far more immense, stirring everything within 100 meters into a tumultuous roar. Affecting all around them, the crackling sounds echoed in the air like firecrackers. The energy emanating from him formed a formidable force, devastating the surroundings. With each explosion, the air seemed to pulse with a rhythm. An occurrence truly spine-chilling. Do you still believe you can obstruct me? Gulp. Sword 30 swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow as the gap in power became glaringly apparent. Those behind him wore expressions of despair. Fearful Liu Xian approached and remarked, "If you wish to become strong, cowering in fear makes it exceedingly difficult. Let us shout together, the brave are invincible." Those who heard him looked on in embarrassment. Does a slogan hold any weight? The opponent's strength manipulated every particle of air, the thunderous sounds shattering nearby trees and pulverizing stones. This energy was merely a reflection of his power. Should it truly erupt from within, it would undoubtedly annihilate everything. The brave are invincible. Sword 30 looked on in confusion. What use were slogans in this day and age? He was truly bewildered. Excellent. Liu Xian appeared satisfied and suddenly turned to Zhao Pudu, saying, "Can you grant me a moment?" "Just 1 minute." He placed a hand on Sword 30's shoulder and smiled. "Allow me to nurture him, if you please." The scene fell into a hushed silence as Zhao Pudu stared in shock, incredulous that a mere minute could lead to surpassing him. Was this a jest, or did he perceive the situation as too hopeless? "Benefactor," Sword 30 immediately said, "you need not worry, I can hold him off." "Benefactor, take this opportunity to flee. Were it not for you, Benefactor, I could never have unleashed the myriad swords of the Ghost Sword sect. I am immensely grateful." Liu Xian paid no heed to Sword 30. Instead turning to insert something into his mouth, while tapping several points on his body. "Benefactor!" Sword 30 exclaimed, puzzled, unsure of what he was doing. Liu Xian pressed Sword 30 down to the ground, causing Sword 30 to gasp in astonishment. How could this seemingly powerless benefactor effortlessly subdue him, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance? What was happening? "Benefactor, what is going on?" Liu Xian simply replied, "Sit upon the ground and begin your comprehension." "What?" Everyone was taken aback, utterly unable to comprehend. At this moment, Sword 30's strength was merely at the tribulation level. How could he possibly be of any assistance? Suddenly, the winds of heaven and earth began to stir, all converging towards Liu Xian, as if summoned by his very being. The power of the entire realm, though faint, was palpable, as if half the phantom forest's strength was being drawn forth. What was occurring? Zhao Pudu, too, wore a look of bewilderment, recognizing as an emperor-level cultivator the sudden mobilization of power. Yet he remained disdainful. 1 minute? Do you truly believe you can elevate him to the emperor level? I remain skeptical. Liu Xian tilted his head. Why not? The crowd was left dumbfounded. Was he truly serious? A person bereft of power believed he could assist another in ascending to the emperor level? Was this not absurd? Indeed, it was laughably so. Liu Xian raised his hand as if summoning Dawush in an instant. The winds surrounding them seemed to heed his call, gathering speed and strength. They sensed that what was being drawn was merely the wind, not spiritual energy. What purpose did this serve? It was utterly futile. Very good, Zhao Pudu sneered, his face a mask of scorn. I shall grant you 1 minute. I am eager to see if you can truly accomplish this. Should you fail, I shall show you no mercy, and the ensuing cruelty will be regrettable. These words, everyone trembled. Liu Xian took no notice, his fingers moving continuously. With each motion, the surrounding air quickened, intensifying the gathering force. He was merely concerned that Sword 30 might not withstand it. If he could endure, a torrent of spiritual energy would surge into his body. 1 minute was drawing to a close, yet no one pondered the question of why the massive serpent remained still, merely watching the spectacle unfold. The minute was nearly up. Zhao Pudu raised his sword once more, coldly stating, "This time, You shall all perish. Sword energy, emerging from a state of confusion, unleashed a rhythm of rampant fury that was already visible. Poised to obliterate everything in its vicinity. Chapter 25. The Emperor's Step. Boom. The sound of explosions reverberated, as the air was saturated with the formidable force emanating from every strike, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings and causing everything to tremble. Returning to the source of the sword, Zhao Pudu sneered with contempt. I cannot deny your prowess in swordsmanship, yet your cultivation level remains fixed. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot surpass me. Do you understand? The disparity in realms is paramount. Upon hearing these words, his attitude became unmistakably clear, believing he could effortlessly crush Jian Sanshi. His imposing presence was undeniable, a tempestuous and sharp aura rampaging through the atmosphere. Suddenly, over 1,000 individuals behind Lu Xian began to bleed from their mouths. The overwhelming pressure of the sword technique was tormenting those around them. The immense spiritual energy caused the ground to sink. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the earth quaked in fear of such power. Let me show you my wrath. Zhao Pudu slowly raised his sword, the air being violently compressed, to the point where it appeared to transform into liquid. This was truly a startling spectacle enough. Lu Xian smiled. All eyes turned to him, their hopes resting upon one individual. If he could not overcome Zhao Pudu, they would all perish here. Those of the Emperor realm offered no mercy, ushering them toward death. Zhao Pudu grinned broadly. But I'm afraid I won't grant you any opportunities. Lu Xian paid him no heed, instead fixating on the figure seated on the ground. Unresponsive, the crowd of over 1,000 began to wail, realizing their impending doom. Faced with an emperor-level attack, they experienced the crushing weight of immense power, compressing everything beneath it. Some could not withstand the pressure, collapsing to their knees. With each passing moment, blood spilled forth, as they desperately attempted to raise their heads to witness their fate. Suddenly, they felt a refreshing aura permeate their bodies, bringing a sense of comfort, as if a healing force was entering them. What is this power? Where does it come from? It feels so soothing. Why heavens, could it be that we have received divine favor? Is a deity here to save us? How wonderful, we need not perish. Gratitude. My benefactor, Jian Sanshi spoke. The attention of the multitude shifted towards Jian Sanshi, their curiosity piqued by the extraordinary situation he found himself in. Lu Xian nodded. Rise. Despair lingered in Jian Sanshi, as he still bore no trace of formidable energy, even appearing weaker than before. Ha ha ha. Zhao Pudu laughed, his expression radiating coldness and ruthlessness. Wasn't I supposed to give you a minute? I've done so, and this is what you show me. Lu Xian remained unfazed, calmly addressing Jian Sanshi. It's fine. Take a few steps. Huh? Jian Sanshi hesitated, but if he was told to walk, then he would comply. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. The moment his foot landed, a transformation belonging to the Emperor realm occurred, the sound of drums resonating around him. The Emperor realm, akin to royal status, resonated like a symphony, akin to the rumbling of thunder, emanating unparalleled majesty. One step into the Emperor realm. What is this? How is it possible to achieve such a feat? The terrifying strength of the Emperor realm. A potential sovereign manifested in an instant. Jian Sanshi asked excitedly. Benefactor, have I truly acquired the strength of an emperor? Isn't it obvious? Lu Xian nodded. You are a kind-hearted individual, one who knows gratitude. Naturally, such a person is deserving of blessings from the heavens. Kind-hearted individuals are forever treated with kindness. He raised his hand, pointing at Zhao Pudu in the air, and calmly said, Now, you must do something. That scoundrel dared to look down upon you. Intending to kill me is one thing, but he must not belittle you. You are to become the mightiest sword immortal. What do you think? Your task is to ensure that no one disregards you. You must become a powerful entity, understand? Yes. With those words, an overwhelming aura emanated from Jian Sanshi, sweeping away everything in its path. Zhao Pudu. With a single utterance, the sword energy surrounding him coalesced, the rampant sword energy beginning to take on solid form. Previously, it required a tangible object to manifest power, but now, everything began to change. Pure spiritual energy within his body began to converge, a qualitative transformation. Zhao Pudu, akin to a cannonball, fell to his knees, pleading, I was wrong. I am willing to submit to you. From now on, I shall be your servant. obeying your every command. Point one step into the Emperor realm. What profound ability! He understood well that Jian Sanshi's strength far surpassed his own. If this were to aid him, could he ascend to the Supreme Realm? Huh? Lu Xian rubbed his head, displaying a look of helplessness. I'm truly sorry, but I do not favor such a submissive person. I admire the brave, the strong. Zhao Pudu wore a puzzled expression, uncertainty etched on his face. Should he resist? I am willing to become strong. Eliminate him, Liu Xian exclaimed with fervor. A person like that, once they become powerful, will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Eliminate him. Understood. Jian Sanshi beamed with joy, brandishing his sword and charging forth, unleashing his terrifying might. Zhao Pudu's expression soured as he gazed at Lu Xian. Is this how you intend to play with me? I have already conceded. I am no match for you. Must you insist on my demise? Lu Xian stroked his chin, a smile gracing his lips. This is not a decision for me to make. Jian Sanshi is now the most powerful individual. Your life and death, naturally, lie in his hands. Jian Sanshi chuckled. I'm sorry, but you are doomed. None of them wished to spare Zhao Pudu. Zhao Pudu's expression was one of fury. Chapter 26. Spiritual Awareness Artifacts. Dare you mock me? Zhao Pudu's face darkened as he soared into the sky. In an instant, the sky turned crimson, the blood-red aura emanating from Zhao Pudu's sword enveloping everything, ensnaring them all within its grasp. Why am I bleeding? It shouldn't be from my body. It should be from below. What the hell? No, I'm bleeding too. Amidst the murmurs, everyone discovered that blood was indeed flowing from their bodies. Although no physical pain was felt, it seemed as though if this continued, their blood would run dry. The blood flowed upwards from the ground, soaring toward the sky, heading in Zhao Pudu's direction. In an instant, a colossal sword, measuring 100 meters in length, forged from the blood of all present, was formed, exuding unmatched majesty and power. Ridiculous, he laughed, his face cold and contemptuous. Do you truly believe that one step into the Emperor realm can defeat me? My mastery of power in the Emperor realm far exceeds yours. You will all perish. The onlookers gazed upward, witnessing the massive blood sword, infused with formidable strength. Suddenly, they watched as an unfortunate bird, whether blind or seeking its own demise, collided with the sword, instantly transforming into a spray of blood, leaving no trace behind. Terrifying. Jian Sanshi was equally taken aback. Throw it away, Liu Xian approached, instructing him to discard the sword in his possession. Huh? Benefactor, this is my finest weapon. Why should I throw it away? Discard it. Liu Xian stepped forward, snatching Jian Sanshi's sword and casting it aside. My sword. Jian Sanshi's face contorted in anguish. His most prized sword had been discarded. The crowd surged forward, disregarding the peril posed by Zhao Pudu as they rushed to seize the discarded weapon. My sword. Jian Sanshi cried out in anger. Return it to me, Buzz. The sword emitted a resonant hum. In my heavens, it was about to become a magical artifact. How splendid! It was mine. A magical artifact? It was cast aside as if it were worthless. Why did you not react earlier? Someone, filled with regret, slapped their own face, lamenting how a magical sword was so easily snatched away by another. Countless envious and greedy gazes were fixated upon it. Were it not for Lu Xian's presence, they would have resorted to murder and plunder, seizing the sword to claim it as their own magical artifact, an object of desire for many. Jian 30 was on the verge of tears. One must let go of the old for the new to come. Liu Xian chuckled, patting Jian 30's shoulder, then produced another sword. This sword, vibrant green in hue, resembled bamboo, or rather, it was entirely akin to a stalk of bamboo. Benefactor, Jian 30 cried even more sorrowfully. Here he was, yearning to wield a sword destined to become a magical artifact, yet it was so carelessly discarded, and now he was handed a mere bamboo stick. Why was he being subjected to such torment? Grasp it, Lu Xian instructed, placing the sword into Jian 30's hands, and added nonchalantly, contemplate its essence. Whether you can wield it depends solely on you. I shall not intervene. What? Jian 30 exclaimed, bewildered at a sword. What could he possibly be unable to wield? Fool, are you still a babe in swaddling? He lamented. Still weeping, he heard a voice. Looking left and right, he found no one, nor did he hear anyone speaking to him. What was happening? It is I, fool. The sword in your hand speaks to you. He lifted his gaze to the bamboo sword, dumbfounded, and inquired, "Benefactor, is this sword communicating with me? Otherwise, what do you suppose?" Lu Xian shrugged. The sword is indeed speaking. Those around him stood frozen in astonishment. Even Zhao Pudu, floating in the air, comprehended the revelation of a sentient magical artifact. Jian 30's voice trembled with excitement. In that moment, he fully realized that the sword bestowed upon him by his benefactor was not merely a magical artifact but a sentient one, far beyond mere enchantment. It possessed consciousness. Among magical artifacts, some are devoid of awareness, while others harbor sentience, clearly indicating that a sentient artifact is of significantly higher caliber. This was indisputable. Even with closed eyes, one could perceive its unparalleled grandeur. "My heavens, Father, grant me one as well. Begone, that belongs to my grandfather. Now is the time for me, his grandson, to inherit everything. Father, do you have a daughter? If not, your mother may desire a handsome man, and I would suffice." Ha ha ha, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. A woman 30 years older moves into a grand villa overnight. A woman 300 years older ascends to the ranks of immortals. Zhao Pudu trembled in the air, unable to bear such circumstances. What on earth was this? He had ascended to the imperial realm through immense toil and sacrifice, acquired this sword amidst peril, yet now he witnessed Jian 30, stepping into the imperial realm with ease, effortlessly bestowed a sentient magical artifact. Comparisons between individuals could be infuriating. He felt as though he no longer wished to live, utterly despondent at the cruelty of fate. Why must he be treated thus? Why such mercilessness? Was it not enough to utterly shatter one's confidence? Jian 30 raised the sword in his hand. Bamboo leaves? Everyone observed as, indeed, bamboo leaves began to dance in the air. Each leaf a vivid green, manifesting in striking clarity. Everything was breathtakingly beautiful, as one of the imperial realm. Instead of safeguarding the peace of the cultivation world and guiding others toward virtue, one instead chose cruelty, murder, and self-interest. Such a person deserves death. Today, I shall act in the name of justice. Whoosh! He propelled the bamboo sword forth, and the bamboo leaves swirling in the air followed suit, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Many were captivated, lost in the beauty of the scene. The sky filled with bamboo leaves, as Jian 30 unleashed a lethal strike against the imperial dog. Some began to compose poetry. Each bamboo leaf, imbued with sword energy, converged to form a formidable onslaught, advancing towards Zhao Pudu's bloodsword. Seeking death, Zhao Pudu roared, raising his hand slowly, simultaneously lifting the massive bloodsword above him. People gazed upward. Battles in the imperial realm were rare and invaluable opportunities for learning. Naturally, the primary aim was to showcase one's prowess, for when one grows stronger, it is essential to master the art of display. The clash of sword energies reverberated through the air, each impact unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated everything in its vicinity, leaving the ground in utter disarray. Deep gashes marred the earth, some as profound as a meter. With the combatants soaring high above, yet the ground lay in such ruined point, one could scarcely fathom the devastation had the fight occurred on the ground. Thousands would have perished, the blood of the great sword stained the path. The myriad swords converged into a singular force. Suddenly, a voice echoed down. Zhao Pudu, covered in wounds, was continuously spitting blood, appearing utterly wretched. Jian 30 descended from the air and approached Zhao Pudu, lifting him effortlessly and casting him before Lu Xian. "He attempted to murder you, benefactor. How shall we deal with him?" Jian 30 regarded Zhao Pudu's pitiful state with relief, thankful for his wise choice. Had he chosen unwisely, he might have ended up like Zhao Pudu. Lu Xian crouched, his brow furrowed. "Please, spare me," Zhao Pudu pleaded, his voice laced with desperation. "I have seen my mistakes. I am willing to serve as your subordinate. You can be my master, if you would be so gracious. I shall obey your every command. My life will belong to you." He was already facing death. There was no semblance of life left to speak of. Lu Xian remained silent, leaving the crowd puzzled. Was Zhao Pudu's fate truly so difficult to determine? Was there some underlying issue? Suddenly, Lu Xian smiled. "Who among you has tasted human flesh? Do you know what it tastes like?" Everyone's complexion changed drastically. Caught off guard. Who would have anticipated that the seemingly pristine and handsome Lu Xian harbored such a proclivity? "Great serpent, have you partaken of it?" Lu Xian inquired. did one dare provoke the great serpent? A being of demonic royal strength. The crowd sensed Lu Xian was playing with fire. It was already a stroke of fortune that the great serpent had not sought retribution. I have, the great serpent replied earnestly. But the flavor eluded me. We serpents lack a sense of taste. Everyone was bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Was the great serpent not here to chastise them? Had it not been offended by the insult to its ancestral pride? Fool, Lu Xian derided. You claim to have eaten without discerning flavor. What could you possibly have consumed? Will you devour anything that crosses your path? The great serpent retracted its head, appearing quite aggrieved. Zhao Pudu was utterly flabbergasted. Was the great serpent not here to reprimand Lu Xian? He had planned to ally with the serpent, having previously called upon it, believing it could vanquish Jin 30. Great serpent, save me. Together, let us annihilate them. Just deal with this swordsman. I will handle the rest. The great serpent cast a disdainful glance, but chose to ignore him entirely. Zhao Pudu was left dumbfounded, utterly unable to grasp why the insulted great serpent did not retaliate against him, instead adopting such a submissive demeanor. The dignity of the serpent was in tatters, and the legacy of the rattlesnake had been besmirched. Truly disgraceful descendants. It would have been better had they simply been scrambled eggs. Enough, Lu Xian sighed. I have no further appetite for human flesh. You may have him. The great serpent grinned widely, and in one swift motion, Zhao Pudu vanished. Ultimately, he made a futile attempt at resistance, yet under the great serpent's voracious grasp, he disappeared without a trace, leaving no ripple in the sea of fate. Gulp. The great serpent swallowed, and Lu Xian regarded it, inquiring, Speak. What brings you here? The large serpent immediately lowered its lofty head to the ground and spoke. Senior, our ancestor has conveyed that if you have any needs, you may express them. Our serpent clan is fully capable of providing assistance. There is no need to berate our ancestor in such a manner. Especially since other races are listening. If this continues, our serpent clan will lose all face. What? The onlookers believed they had misheard. What kind of rhythm is this? It was indeed incomprehensible, and even more perplexing was whether the serpent was negotiating with Lu Xian or adopting a pleading demeanor. Regardless, it was utterly baffling. This was a serpent of the Demon Emperor's caliber, and it was evident that the two-headed rattlesnake was aware of such matters, which is why it had dispatched the large serpent in an unexpectedly benevolent manner. It was truly confounding, Lu Xian replied nonchalantly. The only thing I require can be provided by the two-headed rattlesnake. If it does not make an appearance, I will certainly not leave. Moreover, I intend to continuously slaughter those who intrude into the Phantom Forest. Do you understand? Gasp. The listeners inhaled sharply, realizing they were challenging the Serpent clan on their own territory, and that the serpent possessed the strength of a demon emperor. Was this not a matter of jest? To wish for death, one need not resort to such methods. Hiss. Suddenly, the large serpent raised its head, and in an instant, those behind it began to flee. The large serpent appeared ready to strike, causing everyone to scatter in terror. Their faces filled with dread, fearing they might be devoured by the serpent for daring to provoke it. Senior. The large serpent lamented. What do you require? Just say the word, and I shall return with it immediately. Was the serpent truly this humble? Regardless, this was the Phantom Forest, the domain of the Serpent clan, which wielded immense power. Lu Xian was merely an intruder, yet he dared to act so brazenly. How had the tables turned? With Lu Xian becoming even more arrogant, leaving others speechless? Very well, Lu Xian smirked. You go fetch the two-headed rattlesnake for me. Once it has been dealt with, bring it to me. Silence. The large serpent was taken aback, displaying a human-like expression of disbelief, utterly unable to accept the situation. Someone actually wished to take away their ancestor, their greatest dignity. This was beyond mere bullying. No? Lu Xian shook his head. I have already informed you that even if the two-headed rattlesnake must appear itself, you still refuse to believe. Chapter 28. Turmoil in the Phantom Forest. Hiss. The large serpent flicked its tongue, exuding a chilling aura. Over 1,000 individuals felt a sense of dread as the serpent's cold gaze fell upon them. How could it not be enraged when its ancestor was insulted? Its defensive capabilities were astonishing, having witnessed the clash between Jian Sanshi and Zhao Pudu, which had not affected the large serpent in the slightest. The sword energy striking the large serpent was akin to hitting solid stone, causing no ripples whatsoever. It was effortlessly deflected. This demonstrated true power. Even a blind person could see that the serpent's strength matched that of an emperor. Enhanced by the innate advantages of a demon beast, naturally bestowing it with formidable might. Why provoke? Why offend? Did it crave proximity to death? Must it perform a ballet before the Grim Reaper? Go, Lu Xian waved dismissively. Speaking in a calm tone, informed the two-headed rattlesnake. It would be wise to flee far from here, for I shall begin my assault on your Serpent Clan's ancestors. In an instant, the entire Serpent Clan within the Phantom Forest began to tremble. They sensed a frigid force suddenly pressing down upon them, rendering them utterly powerless to struggle against it. They were engulfed in profound agony, feeling an immense pressure that made it impossible to breathe. Leaving them in a state of confusion, "Senior," the large serpent bent its body humbly, "I shall notify our ancestor and ascertain how to proceed. Do you require the presence of our ancestor, or the items belonging to the two-headed rattlesnake?" The Serpent Clan had sunk to the lowest depths, groveling before what appeared to be an ordinary human, devoid of any semblance of a powerful aura, even with an emperor-level individual standing beside him. It was still excessive. Ha ha ha! That a laugh echoed. Those with lower cultivation immediately covered their ears, crying out in pain. Before long, blood began to trickle from their ears. This powerful, destructive sound had transformed into a sonic weapon, wreaking havoc on everything nearby. Bang, bang. "What are you yelling about?" Lu Xian inquired, and instantly, the noise ceased. Not far away, a lion stood in bewilderment. Why had it become mute? Why could it no longer roar? It had merely heard the human call out, yet felt no force. It was rendered speechless, so lion. Its pride was wounded, and it quickly sprinted toward the human. A translucent power emanated from its body, causing explosive sounds as everything around it burst apart. "What the hell? You are strong, but have we, the small creatures, offended you in any way? This beast is simply inhuman." Along the way, other lesser demon beasts suffered as well, some left mangled and bloodied. The scent of blood wafted through the air. Meanwhile, Lu Xian's over 1,000 followers no longer covered their ears but gazed at the brilliant light emanating from not far away, utterly perplexed and bewildered by the bizarre turn of events. Danger loomed once more. Jian Sanshi raised his sword, his expression cold as he stood protectively in front of Lu Xian. "Rest assured, benefactor. Even if I, Jian Sanshi, must perish, I will ensure you come to no harm." Lu Xian smiled. Suddenly, a lion appeared, radiating dazzling light. Most strikingly, this lion bore a pair of wings, an omen of entering the realm of the saints. The extraordinary wings, born of special powers, would allow one who truly achieved the saint realm to soar effortlessly through the skies. Attaining the saint realm is critical. Many remain stagnant at the emperor level, with no advancement, destined to remain as emperors for their entire lives. Surpassing the emperor realm is a rare feat, accomplished by few. Thus, any being that reaches the saint realm possesses a terrifying potential for future growth. System task: host to slay the winged lion. Reward: Saint Realm Wings X1. Lu Xian was taken aback. The system was exceedingly ruthless. However, upon realizing that the wings of the Saint Realm could indeed be taken, he thought that if those at the Emperor level were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly go mad. Striving with all their might to seize the power of the Saint Wings to elevate themselves into the Saint Realm. Roar! The winged lion let out a fierce cry, glaring at Lu Xian with fury. "Human, why could I not produce sound after you called out just now? What divine power did you wield, surpassing even the might of my Lion Clan's roar technique?" The roar technique, a unique secret of the Lion Demon Beast clan, possesses tremendous power capable of achieving the extraordinary. It is said that when unleashed, the heavens tremble, disregarding all defenses. While typical defenses repel external forces, the roar technique reverberates more violently within the body, resulting in more severe consequences. It is said that a certain individual, upon encountering a lion, employed the Golden Bell Shield, believing his formidable defense would allow him to easily overcome the Lion Clan. In the end, however, he met a tragic fate. 3 lions, 2 levels beneath him, unleashed their roar technique, and he was left as nothing more than a puddle of blood and flesh, utterly devastated. "Your voice is merely louder." Lu Xian chuckled, gazing at the half-saint winged lion, and remarked, "Could you perhaps part with those wings on your back? They appear quite exquisite." What? The winged lion thought it had misheard. This human desired its wings. A symbol of its imminent ascension into the saint realm, Liu Xian maintained his smile and continued, "Your wings are quite lovely. I am in need of some decorative pieces for my home. If you would be so kind as to part with them, I would gladly display them in my abode." Humiliation, unabashed humiliation, truly wielded with the utmost cruelty. The winged lion roared, its fur bristling, clearly incensed. The onlookers fell silent. Having offended the serpent clan, they now found themselves at odds with a being on the cusp of saintliness. Is this truly the end? To avoid death, one must not court it. Yet this individual has never ceased to tread the perilous path towards self-destruction. Chapter 29. In the name of training the great serpent, the resplendent wings of the winged lion began to flap, gathering air beneath them, forming a force that propelled its body upward. In an instant, the winged lion soared to a great height. The great serpent lifted its head. "Are you attempting to flee?" "Ha ha ha," the winged lion laughed derisively. "Do you think I am of your serpent clan? Timid as a mouse. No, you lack even that courage." With an air of arrogance, it licked its paw and groomed its fur, preparing itself to transform into a majestic lion for battle. "Indeed, the might of my lion kin shall always protect those who bow their heads." The winged lion radiated pride, as if it were the brightest star in the firmament. Suddenly, Liu Xian weighed a stone in his hand and hurled it towards the winged lion with a swift motion, an act of audacity that left many in tears, their heads throbbing in disbelief. How could such a person exist, so intent on courting death? Would it not be better to live? The stone struck the winged lion, whose expression turned frigid as it fixed its gaze on Liu Xian. "I shall devour you, starting with your hands and feet, and I will do my utmost to ensure you linger a while longer, if you will." Jin 30 gasped in shock. Indeed, it was excessively ruthless. This was a lion on the verge of entering the realm of saints, capable of consuming a person in a single bite. Must one truly provoke such a beast? At that moment, the great serpent cast a glance before departing, leaving the winged lion puzzled, unable to comprehend why it had received such a look. Did it seem as though it was regarded as a fool? After all, it was destined to ascend to sainthood. Turning back, it adjusted its mane and tidied itself, restoring its regal demeanor. A talent, it thought. A proud lion must always maintain its dignity. "You have offended me, and you shall rue the day." Before it could finish its thought, another stone struck it, soiling its freshly groomed F.U.R.D. "Is this a human?" It howled, losing control of its emotions. "Dup, Jin 30. Liu Xian commanded urgently. "You have just entered the Emperor realm. You still lack experience. This is an excellent opportunity for training." Benefactor, Jin 30 felt tears welling up. It was profoundly disheartened. How is it that Liu Xian provoked the winged lion, yet now Jin 30 must bear the consequences? Jin 30 trembled in fear. After all, the opponent was on the brink of sainthood, while he had only just entered the Emperor realm. Many around him felt relieved it was not they who faced the terrifying Liu Xian. Had they encountered him, they would have surely wept. Though granted some advantages, what use were they if they led to certain death? It was truly overwhelming. Yet he could not falter. He stepped forward. The benefactor had given him everything. And even if it meant walking to his doom, he could not hesitate. With a swift motion, he leapt into the air, surrounded by swirling sword energy. This was the power that enveloped one who had entered the Emperor realm, showcasing an undeniable strength. Within this sphere of might, sword energy could obliterate all, and he sensed that anyone within range would inevitably suffer severe repercussions. Suspended in midair, Jin 30 smiled. "No matter what you are, I know one thing. Should you dare to harm my benefactor, I, Jin 30, shall be the first to oppose you." With that declaration, his sword energy intensified, and he underwent a transformation, exuding an undeniable charisma. His aura grew stronger, enveloped by a distinctive essence point. 10,000 swords returned to the origin, Jin 30 proclaimed. The heavens dimmed, and a torrent of sword energy surged forth, each observer witnessing the formidable might coalesce in the air, accompanied by a hissing sound. DOUC. This is Jin 30's sword technique, a true embodiment of terrifying profundity, each strike imbued with raw power. It was awe-inspiring. Had he wielded such swordsmanship, he too would have been insufferably arrogant. You are woefully ignorant. Even with a lifetime, you could never attain such strength, do you understand? How cruelly you speak. A profound psychological blow. Someone remarked, "It is not cruelty. It is reality." The crowd watched, still in awe of Jin 30's formidable prowess. An existence that commanded respect in every regard. 10,000 swords returned to the origin in an instant. The sword energy transformed into waves, surging forth. Chapter 30. The pallid Jin 30. Lion's fist in a heartbeat. The spectators beheld countless fist shadows forming in the sky, charging toward Jin 30. Golden fists materialized, each imbued with unparalleled strength. Boom. The fists collided with the sword energy, each impact unleashing absolute power. The terrifying force erupted into vibrant blossoms in the air. A stunning sight as golden flowers illuminated the sky. Remarkably, Jin 30 remained steadfast, employing his 10,000 swords returned to the origin to withstand the winged lion's fists. Impressive, it thought. A being on the cusp of sainthood. And he could endure its might. His future growth was undoubtedly limitless. Indeed, those with such strength were truly formidable individuals. Observe closely his swordsmanship. I have witnessed sovereign beings wielding their blades, yet none possessed the grace of Jin 30's technique. The crowd erupted in fervent praise, their admiration palpable. Suddenly, the praise fell silent, for they witnessed an unsettling turn of events. Jin 30 crashed heavily to the ground, his legs buckled beneath him, and his arm lay broken. Under the overwhelming ferocity of the winged lion's strength, his body threatened to shatter. It seemed he was still no match for a being on the brink of sainthood. Ha ha ha, the winged lion declared. Clenching its paw into a fist, a colossal golden fist materialized in the air, gathering tremendous power. A mere emperor dares to be so audacious. With a single blow, I can shatter your essence and erase you from existence. The immense golden fist amassed overwhelming pressure, causing the ground to tremble ominously beneath its might. Suddenly, individuals began to kneel, the pressure of the fists overwhelming some, forcing them to submit to the ground. It was only upon kneeling that the force ceased to ravage them. I still couldn't believe it. Even I could not withstand the pressure of the fists. Cracked, he gazed at his leg, the femur protruding painfully. Indeed, he had failed to endure such power, teetering on the brink of collapse in an instant. The others learned their lesson, all kneeling in unison, no longer daring to resist even slightly. Liu Xian exhaled softly, sauntering leisurely before Jin Sanshi, shaking his head as he inquired, "What is a sword?" Huh. All who heard him wore expressions of bewilderment. Jin Sanshi was already incapacitated. Merely surviving was a stroke of immense fortune. Why, then, pose such a question to him? Was it necessary to be so ruthless? Was it imperative to be so heartless? Crack. Jin Sanshi stirred slightly, blood spilling from his lips as he maneuvered his already severed arm to support himself against the ground. Crack, bones emerged, stark white against his ravaged form. A mere gust could seemingly disperse him into nothingness. There was no altering this dire situation, nor could he effect any change. It was undeniably tragic. The pursuit of a sword should be about the path of the sword, not merely its sharpness, Liu Xian continued. If sharpness is your goal, then choosing a razor-sharp blade would imply that anything could be cleaved in twain. Having said this, he swung his hand toward a stone. With a resounding pop, the stone split cleanly down the middle, and he did so empty-handed. The onlookers were left astonished. Jin Sanshi, in contrast, was once again overwhelmed, spewing another mouthful of blood. The bystanders could no longer bear to watch and urged, "Perhaps it is best not to provoke him further. If we continue to incite him, he may meet his demise at any moment." Indeed, regardless of perspective, it seemed this individual was doomed to die. And in a most pitiful manner. Faced with such circumstances, they were truly at a loss, plunged into utter confusion. Liu Xian paid no heed to their concerns and pressed on. The same sword, wielded by different individuals, can yield vastly different outcomes. Thus, the crux of the matter lies with the wielder. In essence, the sword is merely a means. Even without it, my hand can serve as a blade. Zing! The bamboo sword stirred, swiftly flying into Jin Sanshi's grasp, a momentary aura of sword energy enveloping him. Yet, it was evident that Jin Sanshi remained motionless, his body still grievously injured, lying there in a state of severe disrepair. The sword energy manifested, zipping forth like a flurry of arrows toward the two-winged lion. Seek death! The two-winged lion roared in fury as the golden fist descended from the sky, obliterating all remnants of discourse. A formidable force, capable of annihilating everything, surged toward them. Those who felt this power could do naught but tremble in place. It was not solely their legs that quaked, but their very souls as well. The sword energy was shattered, unable to impede the oncoming onslaught. As the colossal golden fist loomed, it threatened to obliterate them entirely. Despair gripped the hearts of the people as they braced for death. A fate that seemed inescapable. They had no choice but to endure it all. Damn it! Liu Xian wore a frown of displeasure. Can't you allow us a moment's respite? Then, everyone watched as he flicked a stone into the air. Bang! Upon collision, the golden fist dissipated into nothingness. The two-winged lion stared in disbelief, muttering to itself. My golden fist, shattered by that stone? Impossible. I felt no threat. The sword energy couldn't even graze my golden fist. How could a mere stone alter everything? It must be an illusion. Surely, the opponent's sword energy must have drained my golden power, leading to this outcome. The others regarded Liu Xian with puzzled expressions. Second brother, what realm do you inhabit? Are you a formidable warrior, or merely a wealthy fool? Such an apparent question, and yet they failed to comprehend. Second brother was undoubtedly a powerhouse, hailing from a family rich in spirit stones. Was there a problem with that? He could easily command the two-winged lion to relent, or even crush him with 100 high-grade spirit stones. Laughter erupted among them in the face of such seriousness. Liu Xian's identity as a wealthy heir was indisputable, no matter his actions. Wait, Liu Xian turned to the two-winged lion, speaking coolly. A quarter of an hour. This is your reward. Sure enough, a pouch of spirit stones was tossed forth. The crowd reacted with delight. This was the second brother they knew, employing the most potent methods to obliterate the confidence of these beings without regard for defense. Chapter 31. The first assistant instructor. A quarter of an hour. The golden-haired two-winged lion licked its claws, chuckling. Do you truly believe you possess any standing to negotiate with me? Once again, the enormous golden fist appeared. The two-winged lion prepared to strike. With Jian Sanshur incapacitated, none could withstand the impending blow. Two-winged king, we are innocent. Spare us, they clamored. It was he. It was this wretch who humiliated you. Just kill him, two-winged king. Do you fancy women? I shall offer you my own. Fully functional and capable of many delights, to save their lives, they were willing to barter even their women. Beneath the golden fist, they could only await their fate, hoping merely to survive, while daring not to wish for anything more. Buzz! The golden fist advanced incrementally, compressing the air around it, which began to vibrate violently. Puffed. An invading beast met its end, its head shattered. The power of the golden fist continued its inexorable advance, the creature's body gradually being crushed into a sanguine pulp. This was the might of a half-step saint. That beast, also of the integration realm, had perished in such a manner. Among the 1,000-odd onlookers, nearly 900 trembled in fear. If even a creature of the integration realm could meet such an end, what hope did they possess? Whoosh! With a resounding boom, the golden fist exploded in the sky, scattered into countless motes of starlight. The two-winged lion was left astonished. Something is amiss. It was acutely aware of its own power. Even if the Lion King's punch had been shattered, it would still unleash a force. Why then did everything seem so eerily silent? Liu Xian furrowed his brow, displeased. Did I not already tell you? Be patient for a moment. Why are you so impatient? Do you not believe me? The two-winged lion noticed Liu Xian grasping a stone once more, preparing for another strike. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Witnessing an audacious provocation, a reckless challenge, expending every effort to taunt, regardless of the fact that the opponent was a half-step saint. People began to question whether Liu Xian was devoid of fear. It was indeed rather inconceivable. All right, the crowd gaped in disbelief. A two-winged lion of half-step, saint caliber, could annihilate them with a single punch, yet it had simply acquiesced. Where had the pride of the strong vanished? Indeed, they were somewhat dazed. Had they truly complied so readily? The two-winged lion did not wish to comply. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing the stone in Liu Xian's hand, a cold sweat broke out across its body. Trembling, The fear coursing through it was pure and instinctual, a natural terror that it could not comprehend. Why was it so? The opponent exuded no formidable presence, lacking any significant aura, yet it found itself paralyzed by fear, leading to its reluctant agreement. Was this not a tad disgraceful? Was it not utterly humiliating? Suddenly, the two-winged lion recalled the look of disdain from the great serpent before it departed, a gaze that screamed of idiocy. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary individual concealed something extraordinary? Yet, it found this notion implausible. How could someone so unremarkable harbor any hidden power? Ready to continue. Get up, Liu Xian called out to Jian Sanshi, who lay on the ground. Zing! Jian Sanshi sprang to his feet with remarkable speed. Bamboo leaves encircled him, each blade radiating a fierce sword energy, enveloping him entirely. Crack, crack, crack. The leg that had been severed at the knee returned with a snap, and the onlookers beheld an astonishing sight of healing. Flesh began to fuse seamlessly. Every wound upon his body began to mend, gradually restoring him to health. Hiss! The spectators gazed in sheer terror. What miraculous elixir could restore one's form at such an astonishing rate? In the span of mere moments, he was wholly healed. Incredible! I am restored. Jian Sanshi lifted his hand, moving his body, still incredulous, gazing in a state of utter disbelief. Liu Xian persisted in his inquiry. Now, to what extent have you comprehended the essence of the sword? Sword intent? Jian Sanshi gazed at the sword in his hand, then cast aside the bamboo sword. That is my sword. All of you. Get away. If anyone dares to seize it from me, I shall make them rue the day with their own blood. Let me take a bath in blood. I am more than willing, and no need to approach. It is perilous. The sword intent still lingers, and it is too dangerous. This throng of eager contenders clearly sought to claim the bamboo sword for themselves, wishing to make it their own, after all. It was a magical artifact, mine. From among the crowd, a figure rushed forth, seizing the bamboo sword with a face full of delight. This time, Jian Sanshi felt no pang of regret. He remained utterly composed, seemingly indifferent to the loss of his sword. Ha ha ha! The man clutching the bamboo sword exclaimed joyfully, "This magical artifact is mine. I shall become a master of the sword path. With this sword in hand, the world is mine to command." The onlookers gazed at him with envy. A magical artifact could easily bridge the gap in realms, allowing one to dominate opponents below the emperor level. Suddenly, Jian Sanshi called out, "Hey!" The man gripping the sword held tightly to the bamboo sword, yet it began to fly towards Jian Sanshi with a whoosh. The man continued to cling to it, but as the bamboo sword soared, he was dragged along the ground, his legs soon rendered bloodied and raw from the friction. He finally let go, realizing that refusing to do so could spell his doom. The bamboo sword danced around Jian Sanshi. Moving with unbridled joy, Jian Sanshi slowly raised his hand and extended a finger, and the bamboo sword, as if a well-behaved child, immediately stood upright before gently settling on the tip of his finger. Man and sword became one. It is said that the essence of the sword path lies in the unity of intent with the sword, of becoming a part of it. When one merges with the sword, they naturally become an immensely powerful entity. Imbued with the essence of swordsmanship, their strength surging. Excellent, Jian Sanshi remarked with a smile. From now on, your name shall be Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu beamed with joy, spinning rapidly around Jian Sanshi. Miraculously, Jian Sanshi's finger remained unscathed. Chapter 32. The Master of the Sword Path, Cultivation Successful. Very good, Liu Xian nodded in satisfaction, saying, your sword will never harm you. This is the true essence of the sword path. Suddenly, Liu Xian moved, snatching the sword from Jian Sanshi's fingertip and grasping it in his hand. Buzz! The bamboo sword emitted a metallic hum, as though it sought to break free from Liu Xian's grip. Ignoring it, Liu Xian lifted the sword and lunged towards Jian Sanshi. This strike was utterly ordinary, void of any sword intent or powerful aura, merely a simple thrust. To an ordinary person, such an attack could prove lethal. But for a cultivator, any action could be effortlessly countered. Stop, Jian Sanshi, do you wish to die? Liu Xian warned, if you do not evade, you will meet your end. Jian Sanshi stood still, gazing at Liu Xian as he aimed Xiao Zhu at him, not making a move. The air was sliced apart as the sword approached. Ding! An astonishing event occurred. Xiao Zhu halted mere inches from Jian Sanshi's face, and no matter how much force Lu Xian exerted, the sword would not advance. The sword had taken control, ensuring Jian Sanshi's safety. Liu Xian chuckled. The cultivation can be deemed successful. Releasing his grip, Xiao Zhu joyfully returned to Jian Sanshi's side. Fully committed to its master, no longer resisting in the slightest. Indeed, they had achieved unity. One sword would forever protect its owner. This was the emperor level of cultivation. As I understand, only those who reach the supreme realm can attain such unity. My heavens, are you suggesting that Jian Sanshi has ascended to the same height as a supreme being? The crowd was left in shock, their eyes brimming with envy, for merely protecting Lu Xian had bestowed such advantages upon them, not only acquiring a magical artifact but also achieving the unity of man and sword. If given another chance, they would all willingly step forward to safeguard Lu Xian. Thank you, benefactor, Jian Sanshi knelt, sincerity etched on his face as he bowed deeply. It is only right, Lu Xian replied. But you still have not dealt with that lion. Continue? Yes, Jian Sanshi rose once more. Countless eyes were fixed on Lu Xian, questioning how this seemingly weak individual had nurtured a being of emperor caliber while also comprehending the unity of man and sword. Second brother. A girl approached, her figure voluptuous and captivating, creating a striking visual impact. Cultivators, of course, were not exempt from the entanglements of emotions and desires. Brother. The alluring woman intentionally brushed against Lu Xian, her voice sweet and teasing. Can you cultivate many formidable individuals? I too wish to be nurtured by you, whether by day or by night. Biffed, shameless. The crowd looked on in disdain. To barter one's allure was a profoundly shameful act. Lu Xian turned to regard the girl, replying coolly, your figure is commendable, yet your talent for cultivation is lacking, and I do not favor women. What? A handsome man from a wealthy family who does not like women? How wonderful! Suddenly, more than 20 men surged forward, each distinct in character. Some delicate, others robust, a veritable array of types. Indeed, when gender was disregarded, the world became a vibrant tapestry. Look at my qualifications. Not only can I be trained by day, but also by night. 12 hours a day, young master. May I have a word? Humph. Am I not sexy with these muscles? Lu Xian surveyed the bizarre array of men before him, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, men had capitulated in this reality. Not only could women of superior talent ascend, but now even men were willing to submit. Beneath the surface, men had entirely yielded, surrendering their physical and spiritual selves in pursuit of a simple life. Seeking to make everything effortless, caring little for other matters, I do not favor men either. The group of men was taken aback. What was this new rhythm? What was he truly interested in? Suddenly, a particularly unsettling voice emerged, a rather androgynous individual. Covering their mouth, exclaimed with excitement, my chance has arrived. They approached Lu Xian, second brother. I am neither male nor female. You must like me? Silenced. Lu Xian's face contorted further in dismay. Get lost. With that cold command. The atmosphere of the enchanted forest fell into a heavy stillness. The fierce beasts within, once slumbering, now opened their eyes, sensing a hint of danger. Liu Xian regarded the androgynous being, a smile creeping to his lips as he said, please keep your distance. I fear I may lose control and end your life. Woo-woo. Immediately, this individual began to weep, wiping their tears as they fled, utterly heartbroken. The remaining 1,000+ onlookers, initially considering attempting to appease Lu Xian, retreated in fear upon witnessing his gaze, no longer daring to display any arrogance. They chose to distance themselves, avoiding any provocation. Look, Lu Xian's voice sliced through the air. The crowd obediently lifted their heads to the sky. Above, the twin-winged lion faced Jian Sanshi, emanating a formidable aura. This time, Jian Sanshi had transformed. No longer was there a dense cloud of sword energy, only the singular sword energy of Xiao Zhu. Buzz! Xiao Zhu buzzed with excitement, eager for battle. Awoo! The dual-winged lion, a creature at the threshold of sainthood, let out a thunderous roar, raising its claws and encircling its body, summoning forth an enormous golden fist. Jian Sanshi slowly lifted his hand, grasping the small bamboo sword, and revealed a confident smile as he hovered in the air, the gentle breeze and light clouds accentuating his poise, devoid of any turmoil. Chapter 33. One sword, breaking 10,000 paths with a resounding howl. The half-step saint's dual-winged lion raised both claws simultaneously, conjuring another golden fist. It had sensed Jian Sansher's formidable strength and dared not underestimate him any longer. Second brother is truly remarkable, they mused, to have nurtured Jian Sansher to such heights. Indeed, while second brother himself may lack strength, he can cultivate powerful warriors. Second brother, what do you prefer to cultivate? Pray, enlighten us, for we all wish to be under your tutelage. Tio have cultivated one of imperial caliber. They were indeed envious of such a boon, willing to pay any price for it. Liu Xian turned to the crowd of over 1,000. I only ferry the fated. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the multitude. It was evident they were not the fated ones in Liu Xian's eyes, and thus he had no intention of nurturing them. And the skies, the half-step saint's dual-winged lion roared with fury. You, a mere imperial being, even if your strength has surged, you remain no match for me. It lifted its claws, sneering. This time, I shall grant you no opportunities. Do you understand? I will tear your body apart, ensuring you cannot resurrect. Are you aware? Jian Sansher gently grasped the sword in his hand, gazing at the small bamboo sword, and softly declared, My sword shall fight alongside me. Lion's cascade fist. One sword returns to origin. The golden fist struck with a resounding thud, filling the sky. As they surged towards Jian Sansher, in stark contrast, Jian Sansher remained calm, simply holding his sword aloft and thrusting it forward. Observers felt a sense of futility for Jian Sansher, presuming yet another failure was imminent, despite his enhanced strength. Yet before the overwhelming power of the half-step saint's dual-winged lion, nothing could change. The opponent's might was simply too formidable, capable of obliterating everything effortlessly. Crack! The sword met the golden fist, and in an instant, the small bamboo sword buckled under the force, teetering on the edge of shattering. Ha ha ha! The dual-winged lion laughed heartily, swinging its fist with renewed vigor. The force of the golden fist surged once more, and it became evident that the sword was bending, now aimed back at Jian Sansher himself. Indeed, a magical artifact is not so easily destroyed. Had it not been for the magical properties, it would have been shattered long ago. It seems the ultimate goal in life is to acquire such an artifact. Dream on! A magical artifact? Speak with such bravado amidst this tempest, and your tongue may be swept away. Buzz! The small bamboo sword began to vibrate, trembling under an overwhelming force, on the brink of disintegration. You are defeated. The half-step saint's dual-winged lion proclaimed with a judgmental gaze, pronouncing Jian Sansher's death sentence. Jian Sansher looked at the small bamboo sword, smiling. I apologize for forcing you to bear this power. I choose to endure it with you. I stand with you. Suddenly, Jian Sansher raised his hand, extending his middle finger towards the golden fist, as if using his finger as a sword. Below, onlookers were left speechless. If a finger could wield such prowess, who would choose a weapon instead? Would everyone not opt to use their fingers? You truly seek your own demise. The dual-winged lion scoffed, finding Jian Sansher's actions utterly laughable. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the golden fists in the sky shattered into nothingness. The dual-winged lion froze in shock, unable to comprehend how its own powerful lion's fist could be obliterated by a mere finger. This was utterly absurd. In the next moment, it witnessed Jian Sansher suffering as well. His entire arm was shattered, blood flowing profusely. Gazing at his mangled arm, Jian Sansher smiled faintly, lifting the arm that was nearly reduced to bone. He nonchalantly declared, I wish to see just how powerful you truly are. With his bony arm extended, he raised his middle finger while clutching the small bamboo sword with the other hand, both directed towards the dual-winged lion. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Is this what it means to be fated? Unafraid of life and death, has he truly sold his life to second brother? I understand now. Second brother, from henceforth my life is yours. Stay away. Your life is worthless. Second brother, my life is of great value. Please accept it. Big brother, accept my knee. Liu Xian, uninterested in the commotion, simply gazed skyward, for this was the first individual he had nurtured. And he wished to behold the extent of their power, driven by curiosity about just how formidable they could become. The dual-winged lion was indeed frightened, its face betraying terror as it grappled with the reality of such a formidable opponent. One who was truly overwhelming. Bang bang. This time, the The golden fists disintegrated as easily as paper, shattering upon impact. The half-step saint's dual-winged lion was truly terrified. It was a being of great power, yet now it faced potential defeat against an imperial-level individual. Previously, it had barely survived a confrontation, yet now, what was this turn of events? It turned its gaze towards the unassuming man below, Lu Xian. What manner of man was this, possessing the ability to cultivate such a powerful warrior? It was a question that eluded comprehension, instilling genuine fear and tremors with every glance. The dual-winged lion finally realized that this seemingly ordinary man might be deeply hidden, a truly formidable figure. How else could he have nurtured such a powerful individual? Buffed, Jian Sanshi transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the neck of the half-step saint's dual-winged lion, yet sparing its life. The dual-winged lion trembled, aware that had Jian Sanshi truly wished to end it, it would now be a lifeless husk, with no recourse left. It was on the brink of utter collapse. Unable to alter its fate any longer, Lu Xian observed with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "Very good, you have grown splendidly. I am quite pleased." Chapter 34. A sword path envying the heavens. The bamboo sword soared through the air. Jian Sanshi lightly perched upon it, suspended in mid-air. "You are no match for me." With his hands clasped behind him, he stated calmly. "What of a half-step saint? I, Jian Sanshi, with a sword in hand, can cleave the heavens above and strike down the lords below." Thunder rumbled ominously as the sky darkened, a bolt of lightning streaking across, cleaving the heavens in two. Go provoke the heavens. The path of cultivation is an act of defiance against the heavens. Cultivators inherently resist the shackles of the cosmos, yet most dare not challenge the divine. For during the tribulation, cultivators must endure the 9 heavenly thunders, a terrifying trial that often results in death beneath its wrath. 9 bolts of fearsome lightning descend from the heavens, obliterating those unable to withstand their might, reducing them to ash, forever lost to this world. Arrogance. The half-step saint's dual-winged lion laughed, running its claws over its own bloodied neck. Enraged that it had never faced such a defeat, as the proud leader of the lion clan, it had always held dominion, never having experienced such scorn. What was the price of this humiliation? Was it to be shamed by its opponent? "I shall slay you." Bang, bang. Once more, golden fists materialized around it, feeling more potent than before, imbued with a terrifying force. The dual-winged lion still possessed strength. Thunder rumbled again in the sky. The crowd looked up, puzzled, for the dark clouds above seemed different. The previous purple lightning had split the sky, and now, the clouds truly parted, revealing a sliver of blue sky. What was happening? Tribulation? Lu Xian gasped, shocking those around him. Tribulation? That cannot be. Jin 30 represents the Emperor realm, and thus, there should be no tribulation of thunder. Yet, what of the winged lion, a half-step sage? Could this thunderstorm be its tribulation? The winged lion raised its head, having heard Lu Xian's words, and let out a hearty laugh. Its face was alight with joy as it gazed at the rolling divine thunders in the sky, exclaiming with excitement, "I am about to enter the sage realm. No one can stop me now. I shall stand as a powerful sage." Overjoyed, it declared, "Let me see who dares to challenge me. In the phantom forest, my lion clan shall undoubtedly become the mightiest presence." With a resounding crack, a long purple lightning bolt cleaved through the heavens once more. The winged lion trembled slightly as Lu Xian shook his head and remarked, "Are you foolish? That individual informed you that upon entering the sage realm, you would have the right to summon such celestial thunder." The winged lion was left speechless. Indeed, entering the sage realm would not invoke any heavenly tribulation. It was an impossibility. Could someone have reached the tribulation stage? It glanced at the 1,000 or so individuals below, all mere small fry, lacking the strength to undergo tribulation. If this thunder was not its own, then whose could it be? Could it be the tribulation of this Jian 30? Yet, as an emperor realm, that too seemed implausible. What, then, could this thunder signify? The winged lion laughed again, joyfully proclaiming, "Our beast clan is about to thrive. A supreme powerhouse is among us. This thunder must belong to the supreme being." The purple lightning in the sky continued to gather strength, indicating that such a tribulation was undoubtedly formidable. Certainly not something a mere tribulation-level individual could withstand. The Sword Dao Thunder Tribulation, Lu Xian declared with an air of scholarly authority. As he walked, "Is quite simple, as cultivators. We challenge the forces of heaven and earth, and anyone who dares to do so must endure the thunder tribulation." The crowd nodded in understanding. But is challenging the heavens solely about one's realm? Lu Xian awaited their responses. No one answered, prompting him to continue. Clearly not, as exemplified by Jian 30. His cultivation method is distinctly different. He truly cultivates the sword Dao, utilizing its power to aid in his ascension. In essence, as long as one's sword Dao is sufficiently powerful, it can autonomously elevate one's realm without the need to deliberately pursue it. One only needs to strengthen the path of the sword. Those listening were left in a daze, having never before heard such notions. The idea that one could rely on the sword Dao to bolster their own realm was simply astonishing, a concept that felt almost surreal in its implications. Jian 32 was filled with elation, having long pursued the sword Dao while neglecting his realm, perpetually at a loss for methods to advance. Now, however, things had changed. He could alter his trajectory. Mastery of the sword Dao could indeed facilitate his ascension. What a wonderful revelation! Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, illuminating everything in a blinding flash, rendering the entire world awash in violet. The spectators were astonished, witnessing what could only be described as a waterfall of thunder. An unrestrained torrent of electricity cascading downwards, a truly fearsome sight. Jian 30 was in peril. "I'm done for," he cried out. The winged lion froze in terror, its 4 legs trembling uncontrollably as it felt the impending doom of the purple lightning. This formidable force could reduce it to ashes. Fortunately, the deluge of purple lightning surged directly towards Jian 30. Gasping for breath, the winged lion watched Jian 30 engulfed in the tempest of purple lightning. Silently relieved that it had narrowly escaped harm, as the purple lightning dissipated, Jian 30 emerged, smoke billowing from his charred form, appearing utterly battered, as if a mere gust of wind could scatter him to the winds. Under the might of the purple lightning, no one could withstand its fury. Chapter 35. A body against the heavenly thunder with a cough. Jian 30 expelled a plume of smoke, only to plummet from the sky. The thunder continued to rumble ominously. "Run!" This exclamation jolted the crowd awake. Over 1,000 people suddenly realized that the thunder would relentlessly pursue Jian 30, and being so close, they would surely perish should it strike down upon them. "Help!" they screamed, fleeing in terror, driven by fear as they looked back anxiously at the sky eye in the face of such divine wrath. Their only recourse was to run, praying that the thunder would not descend upon them until they had distanced themselves. Turning back, they were met with an astonishing sight. Their second brother still remained. "Second brother, run," they urged. "That is heavenly thunder. No one can withstand it. If you stay there, you will be reduced to ashes. Second brother, you have a mind. Dying like this would be a great loss. Why not draft a will first? I shall inherit your mind." Everyone fled. Even the half-step sage winged lion joined the retreat. "Come back!" Lu Xian's voice rang out. Suddenly, the winged lion, which had sprinted 100 miles away, felt a force enveloping it, yanking it back against its will. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not escape this grip. It was being inexorably drawn back, on the verge of tears. Who possessed such formidable power capable of so easily subduing it? A half-step sage beast? In an instant, the thunder struck once more. The winged lion wept. Believing the thunder sought to claim it as well. Having just attained half-step sage strength, it was on the cusp of true sagehood. Why must fate be so cruel, forcing it towards such a tragic demise? Once more, the thunder descended like a waterfall, more terrifying than before, enveloping all within its grasp and unleashing a power that could instill terror in the bravest of hearts. The crowd gazed upwards. Witnessing the dread of the thunder, the areas it covered would surely be reduced to ruins, annihilated under the might of the celestial strike. With a thunderous boom, a vast circular crater formed, the ground collapsing into a pit 10 meters deep. Surrounded by charred earth, the acrid scent of burning filling the air. Under the thunder's wrath, nothing could withstand its onslaught. Second brother, you cannot perish. Why must heaven be so unkind? Why take away our second brother? A man of great wealth and unmatched loyalty? It's over. We shall gain nothing more, the crowd lamented, realizing that their chances of acquiring spirit stones had vanished along with their second brother. Despair consumed them, leaving them at a loss for what to do. I'm not dead yet. A collective gasp arose as they beheld a figure emerging from the scorched pit, supporting another person. It was the second brother and Jian 30. Now, Jian 30 was unrecognizable, his body cloaked in darkness. The bamboo sword continued to whirl around him, imbued with the power of lightning. Arcs of electricity crackled along the blade, producing a sound that sent chills down their spines. Even a mere spark of this lightning could obliterate them. Second brother, you must flee. The androgynous figure cried out in alarm. The thunder has not ceased. A third bolt is yet to come. Standing with him means you will be struck as well. Run. Don't be foolish. Quickly. Lu Xun chuckled, casting Jian 30 to the ground with a casual demeanor. Remarking, well done. To withstand 2 bolts of heavenly thunder speaks to your commendable aptitude. He slowly raised his head with a smile, declaring, for the next bolt of thunder, I shall bear it for you. What? 1,000 voices raised in astonishment. All at once, a being seemingly devoid of any remarkable vitality, appearing as though they had yet to attain even the most rudimentary level of mastery, was expected to withstand the wrath of heaven itself. Had they lost their senses? That was thunder from the heavens, thunder. There are countless ways to meet one's end. Why choose such a fate? Dear second-generation brother, if you wish to perish, might you first offer us your spirit stones? Otherwise, it would be a grave waste. Indeed, waste is a most egregious crime. Relinquish everything to us. Rest assured, we shall not take your possessions without compensation. If you have any final words, do share them with us. We shall assist you in fulfilling them, provided you offer suitable remuneration. They harbored no belief that the feeble Lu Xun could endure such divine retribution. It was nothing short of ludicrous. The twin-winged lion wore a face of delight, reveling in the thought that, having suffered such a crushing defeat, the one who had vanquished him was now on the brink of death, and the one who had nurtured him would also be consumed by the thunder. At that moment, upon a tree, a bird observed intently. Upon closer inspection, one could discern another eye nestled within its own. A gaze within a gaze. This was a technique, for those of great power could harness their vision. Crack! A thunderous sound echoed, saturating the heavens and the earth, as the thunder seized the air. Benefactor? Sword 30 cried out in anguish, his face contorted with torment. The thunder descended like a torrential waterfall. Suddenly, the thunder vanished. After its arrival, the terror of destruction dissipated as swiftly as it had come. What could this mean? Everyone stood in a stupor, gazing in disbelief. Had the thunder simply come to an end? 3 bolts of divine thunder. Yet the last was meant to be the most fearsome, intended to obliterate those who defy the heavens. How could it simply vanish? It was utterly terrifying. Lu Xun patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Is this truly the end? How did the thunder dissipate? I nearly found myself struck down. The twin-winged lion seethed with fury, glaring at the heavens while cursing. You wretched thunder, what manner of trickery is this? Do not spare them. Crack, then, a bolt of thunder was bestowed upon him. Yet, the other eye of the bird connected to an ancient beast, who was astonished. With its very being, it bore the brunt of the third bolt of thunder. Trembling in shock, it even absorbed the thunder. How could this be accomplished? Chapter 36. It is difficult to spare your life, yet I desire your wings, on the other side. Ah, one blessed by the heavens. My second-generation brother, did you perhaps use spirit stones to forge a connection with the celestial realm? Money is omnipotent. You must have bribed the heavens, or how else to explain it? Who says so? What if my second-generation brother's prowess allowed him to withstand the thunder? A chorus of disbelief erupted. Clearly, they would rather believe themselves to be supreme beings than accept that Lu Xun could endure the thunder. A person exuding no formidable aura could hardly withstand divine retribution without being utterly obliterated. It was already a feat of considerable merit. Boom. The skies continued to rumble ominously. Surely, there would not be a 4th bolt of thunder. Typically, the tribulations of ascension consist of 9 strikes, though the number diminishes during the supreme realm, where only 3 strikes are delivered. Thus, they deduced that Sword 30, through his mastery of swordsmanship, had evidently transcended the tribulation state, and consequently faced only 3 strikes of thunder. There should be no more. Should there be additional strikes, it would indicate an anomaly, for such occurrences were beyond the ordinary. Boom. The previous bolt of thunder had not vanished. It was merely the final strike. Second generation brother, you have been granted a reprieve. Retreat swiftly. Should you persist in this folly, you will court your own demise. The heavens have spared you once. Will you continue to provoke them? The crowd urged, their respect growing. The thunder had indeed spared Lu Xian. How many resources must his family possess to attain such a feat? Their envy for those with familial wealth intensified. Benefactor, depart. Sword 30 strained to rise. Pain etched upon his face. This thunder is mine to bear. I can endure it alone. You must leave. I cannot continue to drag you down with me. Lu Xian raised his gaze to the stormy sky. Perplexed. Assisting in withstanding a bolt of thunder was, by all accounts, forbidden. After the thunder, its energy would typically flood into Sword 30, aiding him in breaking through to a higher realm. Yet, Sword 30 did not require this. Having just entered the Emperor realm, should he be inundated with thunderous energy, he might leap to the Sage realm, leaving all present in utter disbelief. Moreover, a shaky foundation would not serve a swordsman well. For them, mastery was not solely defined by rank. A single sword in hand represented their greatest power and most formidable means, rendering any other support unnecessary. Boom. The dark clouds above dispersed, and the thunder vanished. Everything faded into oblivion. All present felt that Lu Xian was extraordinarily fortunate. How could one be so blessed to face such thunder only for it to disappear? It was utterly inconceivable, a marvel beyond comprehension. Very well, Lu Xian chuckled, assisting Sword 30 to his feet. The path of the sword requires your own strength. I was nearly frightened to death, fearing I would be struck down by the thunder. Erased from this world. Do you understand? Benefactor. Sword 30's face was a mask of guilt, clearly believing he had caused Lu Xian too much trouble. Were it not for Lu Xian, he would have perished long ago. Yet now, he could not fathom the true extent of Lu Xian's strength, nor comprehend how he could perform such miraculous feats, propelling him to the Emperor realm while simultaneously guiding him in swordsmanship, enabling him to shatter all barriers and reach such heights. What manner of being was capable of such feats? Lu Xian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the half-step sage, twin-winged lion, coldly proclaiming, "What do you see? You have lost. Your life and death now lie in my hands. Do you not realize this?" The twin-winged lion paused, then revealed a menacing demeanor, growling, "My life and death rest in your hands?" It raised its claw, pointing at Lu Xian and Sword 30, coldly stating, "One has just endured the power of thunder, while the other possesses the strength of a mere shrimp, and yet you dare command me? Absurd! To spare your lives is already an act of mercy. Do you understand?" Lu Xian scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. "You are inciting my ire. Just now, Sword 30 refrained from killing you out of pity for a half-step sage like you. Fearing a death too tragic, the path of cultivation is arduous. Even as a beast, you deserve some leniency, and yet, you now wish to take our lives?" Silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes trained on the twin-winged lion. It was a perilous moment. Should the twin-winged lion unleash its wrath, it could very well annihilate Sword 30 and Lu Xian without granting them a single chance. Such a scenario was fraught with danger, and none could predict the outcome, presenting a genuine threat of death. Die. The twin-winged lion roared, its wings unfurling in a dazzling display, moving with blinding speed toward Lu Xian, fully intent on executing its murderous intent. Devoid of any compassion, the thunder had been evaded. Now, however, the twin-winged lion could not escape the impending doom. "Kneel." Lu Xian's lips parted, uttering a command. Suddenly, the twin-winged lion found itself once again under an unyielding force. Its body uncontrollably crashing to the ground. Thud! It fell heavily, creating a crater upon impact. Hewitt trembled, gazing at Lu Xian with wide eyes, truly awakened to the reality that this seemingly inconspicuous individual was a terrifying force. How could a mere voice compel it to kneel? The realization struck. The earlier event had also been orchestrated by this individual. Its lion-like visage was filled with terror, its wings trembling as it stammered. "I beg you, spare me!" Whoosh! Lu Xian lunged forward, vaulting onto the back of the twin-winged lion, gripping its wings with fierce determination. "Ah!" The twin-winged lion shrieked in agony. The beasts of the phantom shadow forest, witnessing this, trembled uncontrollably. The brutality of this individual was unparalleled. To forcibly tear away the wings of the twin-winged lion was a profound agony. Could there not have been some anesthetic first? The wings were forcibly torn away as Lu Xian remarked with satisfaction. These wings are truly exquisite. I shall keep them for myself. Chapter 37. The Beastly Visit Gathering. The wings, which could only be generated at the saint level, were ruthlessly ripped from the body of the twin-winged lion. A mournful cry escaped the creature as Lu Xian, holding the radiant wings in his hands, chuckled joyfully and measured them against himself, inquiring, if I affixed these wings to myself, could I not also ascend to the saint level? The onlookers were left speechless. What was happening? The twin-winged lion, so obedient, had knelt at the mere command. Who could believe that a half-step saint-level beast could be cowed by a second-generation brother who barely reached the integration stage? No, it was likely that Jian Sanshi, having absorbed the heavenly lightning, had significantly advanced in power. In simpler terms, Jian Sanshi might possess the swordsmanship prowess typically reserved for those at the supreme level. Hiss! Everyone gazed enviously at Jian Sanshi's rapid growth. When Lu Xian first entered the Phantom Forest, Jian Sanshi was merely at the initial stage of the Taoist realm. Although he had made commendable achievements in the path of the sword, in a world filled with formidable cultivators, he was still a rather insignificant presence, unable to stir any ripples. Yet now, Jian Sanshi was entirely transformed, having truly become a powerful figure, exuding the aura of a true strongman. In the realm of swordsmanship, he had attained power akin to that of the supreme level. It became evident to all that Jian Sanshi had instilled an overwhelming sense of threat in the twin-winged lion. Hence its submission. Roar erupted from the twin-winged lion as it braced its four legs against the ground. Its wings, the sole means to attain the saint level, had been wrenched from it, inciting a surge of rage, hatred, and all manner of terrifying emotions. Suddenly, a dark purple aura enveloped the beast. Corruption. Be careful, my lord. Jian Sanshi hastily gripped his bamboo sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Xian. Lu Xian, taken aback, had not anticipated that the lion would enter a state of corruption. Was he truly so cruel? Hadn't he merely removed a pair of wings without slaying the creature? Corruption, it was horrifying. A calamity, damn why heavens, had the twin-winged lion not lost its wings, its immense talent would surely have led it to the supreme level. It was too cruel. Such a potential future beastly powerhouse was being so ruthlessly extinguished. Damn it, they lamented for the twin-winged lion. Bang! The ground began to crumble beneath the beast's feet, unable to withstand the terrifying force. Yet the crowd was perplexed. Why was this happening? The corrupted twin-winged lion appeared to be grappling with an unseen force, its legs bending in a struggle against something. Leave quickly, Jian Sanshi urged anxiously. I grant you a reprieve. Should you continue to provoke me, you shall be eternally buried here. With a thunderous crash, the corrupted twin-winged lion rose, its eyes transformed, swirling with darkness, and its golden fur turned black. Jian Sanshi panicked. Any cultivator, beast, or other beings, upon succumbing to corruption, would experience a tremendous surge in power. The twin-winged lion, originally a half-step saint, would now fully enter the realm of the saints. It was catastrophic. The corrupted twin-winged lion roared, and in an instant, the heavens trembled. The clanging sounds reverberated wildly, causing those ensnared by the noise to tremble uncontrollably. In sheer terror, their faces paled, and they spat blood. Silence. Lu Xian's voice emerged slowly. No one else could hear it, only he realized he had spoken. Yet the sound emanating from his lips was tranquil but far from insignificant, swiftly dissipating the roar of the corrupted twin-winged lion. Those who had been kneeling, bloodied and on the verge of death, found their expressions softening, rescued from despair. The corrupted twin-winged lion, however, paid no heed, its eyes fixated on everything around it. Corruption, a profoundly unique state. The cultivation of any being is a challenge against the heavenly path, a test of one's true self. Should one fail to withstand the trials of the heart, they would fall into corruption. That is the essence of becoming corrupted. Once corrupted, a being would manifest a different kind of power. The corrupted twin-winged lion prepared to strike, raising its paw, and suddenly the air was filled with dark fists. It had lost its previous sanctity and had completely succumbed to darkness. This darkened form of the twin-winged lion was evidently a far more terrifying existence, instilling dread in the hearts of all. As corrupted beings were ruthless, driven solely by the instinct to kill, devoid of reason. The power of corruption began to emerge from the twin-winged lion, slowly consuming it. "Regain your senses," Jian Sanshi urged. "You are a beast, a proud member of the lion clan. Do you truly wish to be consumed by corruption?" The twin-winged lion let out a deep growl, its body trembling, clearly resisting the corruptive force attempting to seize control. Yet, it was powerless against it. The power of corruption was not easily resisted. Many cultivators had fallen into its abyss, though most remained only superficially corrupted, becoming mere lunatics. Suddenly, a flash of light, akin to lightning, appeared, revealing a vibrant deer. "Senior, the seven-colored divine deer greets you." With another flash, a figure appeared, a small bird ablaze with flames. This fire radiated an aura reminiscent of a phoenix, a bird touched by its bloodline. "Fire Phoenix Bird pays respects to you, Senior." "White Rhinoceros pays respects to you, Senior." "Heaven River Warhorse pays respects to you, Senior." One after another, figures emerged, revealing themselves as formidable beasts. The crowd, numbering over 1,000, turned ashen, teetering on the brink of collapse. Was the corrupted twin-winged lion about to become the leader among beasts, revered by these creatures as Senior? Had they not sealed their fate by offending the twin-winged lion? The Fire Phoenix Bird flapped its wings, coldly stating, "This incident was truly not the intention of our beast clan. We, the beasts, shall take action. Please do not blame the Senior. All is our fault, and we humbly request your punishment." With a swish, over a dozen gazes turned toward the corrupted twin-winged lion. These beasts were all of the saint level, the formidable forces of the Phantom Forest, gathered here. Over 1,000 individuals felt utterly hopeless, believing they were destined to perish here. Chapter 38. The saint-level beasts assault the corrupted twin-winged lion. The saint level, an existence that could only be described as terrifying. How could Jian Sanshi possibly contend against such overwhelming power? Each beast present was capable of shaking the very foundations of their realm, all converging here. Trembling, fear, and terror permeated the atmosphere. They felt themselves being engulfed by despair, convinced there was no hope left. Jian Sanshi gripped his sword, even with the intent to sever all. His body involuntarily trembled in the face of such might. Where was the rattlesnake two-head? Lu Xian felt a deep sense of frustration. Indeed, no one had noticed its absence. Where had the rattlesnake two-head gone? All the saints had appeared, yet the rattlesnake two-head, a creature of the same caliber, was nowhere to be seen. Was it perhaps afraid of Lu Xian? Choosing not to show itself, such a notion was hard to believe. A roar erupted from the corrupted twin-winged lion once again. "Phoenix flame, burn!" The Fire Phoenix Bird wasted no words, opening its mouth to emit a cry akin to that of a phoenix. Unleashing flames that engulfed the corrupted twin-winged lion. With a resounding roar, the corrupted twin-winged lion burst forth from the flames. White Rhinoceros. Mount Tai. With a tremendous force, the white rhinoceros charged, its horns radiating a blinding light as it collided with the corrupted twin-winged lion. The lion was sent flying, battered and bruised. Galloping horse. The Heaven River Warhorse followed suit, using its hind legs to kick the corrupted lion, offering no mercy. Mountain-toppling deer. The seven-colored divine deer also joined the fray, delivering a powerful blow to the corrupted twin-winged lion with all its might in the air. The corrupted lion was utterly miserable, caught in a relentless barrage, incapable of mounting any form of retaliation. What a tragic fate! Having lost the wings of a half-step saint, what now? Once again, this group of monstrous beasts is mercilessly attacking. What could possibly be the reason for such brutality? Over 1,000 bewildered eyes observed the scene, questioning why these beasts, who should be targeting Lu Xian and Jian 30, are now turning against their own kind. With every utterance of predecessor, they now resort to such cruel methods against their elder. What on earth is happening? This cruelty is excessive. Even the onlookers feel a pang of compassion, unable to bear the sight of such inhumanity. A thunderous crash resounds as the demonic two-winged lion collapses to the ground. Drenched in blood, reduced to a pitiful state. Why such ruthlessness? Beast! The fiery phoenix screeches in indignation, descending to the ground to glare at the demonic lion. How dare you offend our predecessor, you wretched lion? On the ground, the two-winged lion gasps for breath, feeling utterly wronged. Why must it be treated so harshly? Finally, clarity dawns upon it. It realizes that the seemingly unassuming figure nearby is, in fact, a truly terrifying individual possessing a power that instills fear in all. Not having reached the saintly realm, it failed to perceive the magnitude of this predecessor's might. It truly its fault. As a mere lion yet to attain the saintly realm, why must it endure such cruel treatment? It yearns to weep, questioning why it cannot receive a modicum of mercy. With a spurt of blood, the demonic two-winged lion displays a visage of sorrow and despair. Yet, its fellow beasts, sharing the same lineage, offer no semblance of compassion, their eyes filled only with rage as they glare at it. The atmosphere is heavy with a sense of impending judgment for the demonic lion. Worthless! The celestial river warhorse exclaims furiously. You, who have yet to attain the saintly realm, dare to offend our elder. That you have not been immediately slain is a testament to the predecessor's mercy. With a powerful neigh, it continues, you remain oblivious to the gravity of your actions. Still daring to provoke our predecessor, enough of your futile words. Let us send it to rebirth. A collective of saintly beasts, displaying an unforgiving demeanor, resolves to deliver the demonic two-winged lion to its fate without granting it an ounce of leniency. Why must they be so cruel to one of their own? Who, exactly, is this predecessor they speak of? Over 1,000 individuals are left perplexed. Initially, they believed that the appearance of such fearsome beasts signaled their imminent demise. Yet the situation has taken an unexpected turn. These beasts are now turning their ire upon the demonic two-winged lion. At this moment, Lu Xian, unwilling to witness further atrocities, begins to transmit thoughts to these beasts. Instantly, those who receive his message shudder, opting to remain silent and hastily retreat. Such a formidable predecessor is not someone they can afford to offend, a being too terrifying to provoke in any manner. In a flurry, more than 10 figures swiftly depart, taking the demonic lion with them, leaving behind a pool of blood. Second brother. A curious individual approaches, inquiring, was the predecessor they mentioned just now Jian 30? Lu Xian shakes his head. The crowd of over 1,000 is left in confusion. If it is not Jian 30, then what powerful figure could it possibly be? They struggle to comprehend, unable to discern any hidden strength. Second brother, I understand now. Someone must be protecting you, but you simply have not revealed it. Indeed, those with resources must have their protectors. If I had such resources, I would summon a supreme powerhouse for my protection. Who would dare cross me then? A mere word, and my enforcers would take care of any dissenters. Second brother, could it be that a supreme powerhouse truly protects you? Lu Xian offers no reply but instead gazes at the crowd, calmly stating, if you venture further in, you will encounter exceedingly formidable beasts. Do you understand? Your strength makes survival exceedingly difficult. I seek the saintly realm's rattlesnake. Do you comprehend? The crowd hesitates, having witnessed the ease with which the 10 saintly beasts dispatched the demonic two-winged lion. Chapter 39. Snakes flee from snakes. In the shadowy forest, the collective emergence of over a dozen saintly realm beasts sends shockwaves through the onlookers. They begin to believe that Lu Xian, the one with resources, must be backed by a powerful figure to survive thus far. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Now, as he urges them to retreat, a wretched cry echoes through the air, clearly the voice of the two-winged lion, lamenting its tragic fate. How could a lion of half-step saintly realm meet such a demise? Its potential extinguished by a single unfortunate encounter. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Given that you have acquired the wings of the saintly realm, the system grants you an upgrade. Such a stroke of fortune. The system is indeed benevolent. With a flicker, the snow-white wings in his hand begin to radiate with blinding light, emanating an overwhelming aura. Look at those wings, someone gasps. In a way, they were torn from the two-winged lion. Could they actually have attained the saintly realm? Nonsense. The two-winged lion is the source of those wings. Without its essence, how could they possibly transform into true saintly wings? If I believed I were female, I would still not accept such a notion. Others nod in agreement, skeptical of the wing's potential. Having been severed from the two-winged lion's life force, the wings would gradually lose their vitality, ultimately becoming mere remnants, devoid of any formidable power. They refused to believe that these wings could transcend into the saintly realm. With a sudden rustle, the wings begin to move, slowly fluttering upwards. bewhy the heavens. They're taking flight, exclaims one onlooker. Can wings torn from the two-winged lion truly fly? No, these wings are not simply soaring. Pay attention to the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from them, far surpassing that of the two-winged lion. A hush falls over the crowd as they watch in astonishment, filled with confusion and disbelief. Could a pair of wings possess the strength of the saintly realm? How could this be? Their former owner is long gone. Yet these wings seem to manifest such power. Suddenly, the saintly wings flap, and in an instant, a brilliant white light envelopes the entire shadowy forest, flowing towards the wings, converging upon them in a mesmerizing display. Finally, as the commotion subsides, the wings gently descend, resting in Lu Xian's hands. Here you go, he begins, but his words are interrupted as over 1,000 pairs of eyes gaze upon the saintly wings. Glistening with tears, these wings, infused with potent spiritual energy, can only belong to a true master of the saintly realm. If they were to attach these wings to themselves, their power would skyrocket, transforming them into formidable beings. Second brother, I am your devoted little fan. I would give anything for you. They exclaimed, I in this vast world. How lonely it is to wander alone. Second brother, do you not require companionship on your journey? I, too, wish to accompany you. The sight of the saintly wings ignites a fierce fervor in their eyes, their excitement palpable. Little lion. Lu Xian suddenly calls out into the empty space. Is there something there? A faint rustling sound responds, confirming his suspicion. Over 1,000 tremble. In the shadowy forest, the most formidable beasts are those of the saintly realm, yet the existence of even more powerful creatures remains uncertain. The shadowy forest is vast, harboring countless extraordinary beings and entities, particularly fierce beasts. It is said that supreme realm beasts have been sighted within its depths, while truly terrifying beings seldom reveal themselves. Should they ever emerge, they would unleash unimaginable terror. A roar echoes. A lioness roar, heralding the arrival of the lion clan seeking vengeance. A small lion, appearing quite adorable despite its sharp teeth, snarls fiercely at Lu Xian, its fur bristling in anger. Revenge is at hand. The two-winged lion has been slain, and the little lion demands retribution. With a resounding thud, the confrontation begins. Suddenly, a colossal lion's paw emerged, sending the young cub soaring through the air. Its limbs outstretched, rolling across the ground like a top, tumbling countless times before finally coming to a halt. Senior, a massive lioness crouched on the ground, her entire body trembling. Senior, my kin meant no offense. I implore you to show mercy. Over 1,000 onlookers remained convinced that Lu Xian had arrived with formidable allies, which was the only explanation for the palpable fear exhibited by this pack of beasts. Lu Xian gazed at the divine wings in his grasp, stepping forward with measured strides. Hisses. Suddenly, a serpent reared up, flicking its tongue, clearly agitated and poised to strike. It lifted its head and caught sight of him. It swiftly slithered away, eager to escape. With a swift motion, Lu Xian caught the little snake, smiling as he said, Did you just bare your fangs at me? If you did, I might just have to remove your teeth. Hisses. I in the blink of an eye. An unnerving sound filled the air, and countless snakes appeared, their bodies entwined, producing a nauseating gurgling noise. When snakes gather in such numbers, it signifies their mating season, as they intertwine and communicate with one another. The current scene mirrored that, with a dense mass of serpents coiling together halfway up the mountain, flicking their tongues, all fixated on Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked at the small white snake in his hand and chuckled. Are you here to rescue me? Splendid. With over 1,000 mouths to feed, I can prepare grilled snake heads and snake soup. Delicious. Hisses. The little white snake quivered momentarily, then, in an instant, the multitude of snakes vanished without a trace. Brother Erdai is truly formidable. Seeing so many snakes makes one feel queasy, rendering me motionless. What is this? I nearly starved once and even resorted to eating maggots to survive. One must do what it takes. That was starvation. Brother Erdai is different. He is so powerful that he can sample anything. That is true strength. Indeed, it was hard to believe that tens of thousands of snakes had fled in an instant. The little white snake, trembling, feigned death, unable to face Lu Xian. Upon closer inspection, this snake was no ordinary creature. It bore a striking mark shaped like a fork, a nightshade white snake, inherently possessing imperial strength. Chapter 40. The Grateful Lion Clan Hisses. The Nightshade White Snake lunged at Lu Xian, but he shot at a displeased glance. Instantly, the entire snake clan trembled, as if plunged into a state of hibernation, shrinking away from the chilling aura emanating from him, praying that it would not lead to their annihilation. Of course, many were unaware that merely Lu Xian's gaze had instilled such terror in the snake clan. The Nightshade White Snake dared not express any arrogance, instead hissing meekly in Lu Xian's grasp. Those behind him were perplexed, wondering why tens of thousands of snakes had fled in such a panic. Were they truly afraid of being devoured? "Little cub, come here," Lu Xian called out. "This little lion is in trouble. I hope it is contemplating a feast of roasted lion. That seems plausible. Brother Erdai is such a terrifying figure that anything is possible. If he desires it, this little lion could easily become a meal. It's no big deal." The crowd began to mourn for the young lion, lamenting, "Why provoke such a fearsome being? It's doomed now." The lioness lay on the ground, emitting a low, mournful sound, clearly filled with dread, yet she could only let out a subdued roar, unwilling to display any arrogance, knowing that inciting such a formidable individual would yield no benefits. The little cub, on the other hand, displayed an audacious demeanor, defiantly calling out to Lu Xian, revealing an exceptionally fierce posture, even charging towards him. The creature that should be prey dared to be so brash. Did it find its impending fate too slow in coming? When it is roasted, it will truly understand the delightful aroma and exquisite taste. "Did I just consume your father?" Lu Xian inquired. The little cub continued to shout, yet its body was restrained, preventing it from reaching Lu Xian. Many onlookers grimaced. Why was Lu Xian being so cruel, intent on devouring the poor creature, and making the cub aware that its father had perished at his hands? How ruthless! Did the anguish of consuming lion flesh make it taste even better? Lu Xian chuckled, advancing step by step. "Please, I beg you," the lioness cried. "I have lost my mate. Please do not take my child as well." Lu Xian remained silent, continuing his deliberate approach, still appearing intent on consuming the young lion. At last, the cub bared its sharp teeth, snapping at thin air. With a resounding slap, Lu Xian struck down, sending the cub crashing to the ground. It struggled to rise, its body swaying from the force of the blow. "Dare to bite again?" Lu Xian demanded angrily. The little cub glared at him, hesitating before ultimately choosing to endure. The wise lion refrains from making foolish mistakes. "Well done," Lu Xian said, striking again. The cub, with wide, furious eyes, seethed inwardly. How could one be so heartless, striking a creature that had ceased to retaliate? It could only yield. The onlookers began to voice their opinions. This is too much. While he has powerful allies behind him, he must not be so excessive, humiliating an underage lion. You are mistaken. He humiliated an adult lion earlier by tearing off its wings. Strength is paramount. One can humiliate anyone if they possess power. Indeed, I would gladly allow Brother Erdai to humiliate me if it meant he would compensate me afterward. Such humiliation would not be in vain. The little cub swayed, no longer daring to make a sound. Even avoiding eye contact with Lu Xian, Lu Xian crouched down, calling out, "Come here, dog." Wait. A lion, a beast, the son of a half-step saint-winged lion, was being summoned like a mere dog. "Come." The cub lifted its head. Moving forward on all fours, still in a submissive posture, it had surrendered, having lost the pride inherent to its kind, now transformed into a compliant lion. The young lion was doomed, facing dire consequences, with another resounding slap. Lu Xian lifted the little cub, grinning mischievously. "I wonder how lion meat tastes." "No." The lioness howled, her cries laced with despair. In the eyes of human cultivators, many beasts were merely food. Consuming them was a testament to one's strength. Thus, the beasts harbored an unrelenting hatred for cultivators, wishing to annihilate any human they encountered, even feasting upon them. This cycle of vengeance birthed such terrifying events. "Little cub," Lu Xian said flatly, "come here. I'm going to give you wings." "Eh?" The crowd was baffled. The lioness was astonished, while the cub stared blankly, bewildered at a pair of snow-white wings, belonging to a saint realm, were pressed against the cub's back as Lu Xian deftly made an incision. He inserted the wings along with the surrounding flesh and blood into the opening. Could Saint Realm wings truly be transplanted this way? Such an occurrence had never been documented. It seemed too miraculous. Gurgle. The wings began to merge with the young lion's body, prompting curiosity amongst the onlookers. Could this truly succeed? Was it possible to manipulate Saint Realm wings in such a manner? Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the scene, and the spiritual energy within the wings rapidly waned, indicating that this pair of wings could not be easily transferred. The little lion's strength was insufficient for such a feat. It was a sheer waste. Such exquisite, magnificent wings were being squandered. The young cub slowly raised its head as Lu Xian smiled. Fear not. Since I have given them to you, how could they fail to take? The crowd found the situation amusing. How could Saint Realm wings possibly be transplanted? They were the exclusive domain of Saint Realm cultivators, symbols of their power and source of strength. If transplantation were feasible, many would abandon their cultivation paths, opting instead to seize wings for themselves. Suddenly, the wings of the little lion began to flutter, marking a genuine success. Can the wings of a saint-level being truly achieve such triumph? Chapter 41. The peculiar task of the system. It has succeeded. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers as they beheld the little lion, its wings shimmering, gradually lifting off the ground, disbelief etched across its face. The wings of a saint-level beast could indeed be transplanted. Instantly, a thought spiraled through the minds of countless individuals. Could they seize the saint-level wings from some cultivators and attach them to themselves, thus elevating their own strength to that level? In the realm of cultivation, the most arduous task is self-discipline, while the easiest is plunder. With formidable means, one can effortlessly acquire numerous treasures. Should the masses discover that the wings of a saint-level being could be transplanted, chaos would likely ensue. The formidable existence of a saint would undoubtedly tremble in fear, as the prospect of being beset by hundreds of individuals would be utterly terrifying. With a roar, the little lion unleashed the power of its saint-level wings, which surged into its body. A force unique to saint-level beings manifested within the little lion. It had mercilessly slain a half-step saint-level double-winged lion, only to now bestow the saint-level wings upon the little lion. What manner of operation is this? With another roar, the little lion fixed its gaze on Lu Xian, a glint of vengeance in its eyes. The crowd was thrown into disarray. Would the empowered little lion strike? The system's task was swiftly set. Subdue the half-step saint-level double-winged lion. Reward: Beast Taming Chain 1, Beast Taming Elixir 1, Beast Summoning Order 1. Wait, Lu Xian thought. Is the system truly this merciless? It kills my adversary yet demands that I tame the very little lion I just empowered out of pity? Not because the Lion Clan's strongest had fallen. The balance of the Lion Clan within the Phantom Forest had been shattered, and it was highly likely that the double-winged lions would vanish from the forest altogether. A roar erupted as the mother lion struck the little lion, creating a deep pit in the ground, trapping the little lion within. The mother lion trembled as she looked at Lu Xian. It must die, I will. But before she could finish, a white flash erupted from the pit, sending her flying with a single swipe. The mother lion spun thrice in the air before crash-landing heavily onto the ground. The double-winged little lion let out a cry. The mother lion, realizing the newfound strength of the little lion, succumbed and lay down, obedient. What an astonishing display of filial piety, the onlookers remarked. The radiant saint-level wings fluttered slowly, and the half-step saint-level little lion displayed an air of arrogance, its small eyes fixed on Lu Xian, revealing its sharp teeth. Meanwhile, the sounds of the Lion Clan approaching echoed through the forest. Clearly drawn to the little lion, now a leader, endowed with charisma. You killed my father. Though you have granted me the wings of a saint-level being, I shall seek vengeance for him. Suddenly, the wings of the saint-level being changed color, and the feathers, previously snug against its body, unfurled. The once modest wings, barely a meter in span, expanded dramatically to a magnificent 5 meters. Beautiful, truly breathtaking. The little lion, wings spread wide, hovered in the air, exuding an aura of dominance that sent shivers down spines. It was on the verge of entering the realm of a saint-level being. Surely not. The wings of a saint-level being were just transplanted. How could it possibly ascend to that level so swiftly? The bloodline could very well be igniting. Observe how the little lion's fur now glimmers with hints of gold. An ancestral phenomenon. A golden-haired dragon lion? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Ancient, powerful beasts possessed terrifying bloodlines. rendering cultivators of that era utterly weak in comparison, forced to exist cautiously under the dominion of these beasts. As the ancient powerful beasts gradually dwindled, cultivators turned the tides, seizing more resources. The golden-haired dragon lion? Lu Xian was equally astonished. He had merely offered a casual assist, yet the little lion's bloodline power had been awakened. No wonder the system was so ruthless. Having slain the little lion's father, it now sought to compel him to subdue it, likely sensing the little lion was a rare breed, an ancient existence. The little lion fixed its gaze on Lu Xian, its aura swelling with potent strength, gradually becoming overwhelmingly formidable. You have bestowed me with power. I shall use this very strength to bring about your demise. This is unjust, it continued. As a member of the Lion clan, we are a proud lineage. The blood coursing through me declares this is wrong. Rest assured, should I slay you, I shall choose death myself. Beasts, too, possess their own pride, fully aware of actions contrary to their nature. Dream on, Sword 30 bellowed, his voice echoing with authority. Whirling sword energy enveloped him as his bamboo sword transformed into countless blades, circling around him ominously. Under the terrifying sword energy, anything entering Sword 30's vicinity would be obliterated. Reduced to mere fragments, with a furious roar, the little lion glared at Sword 30, a fierce aura emanating from it. In an instant, Sword 30's energy wavered, the sword energy surrounding him destabilizing, nearly cleaving him in two. You participated in the death of my father. Though you were not the mastermind, stepping forward means relinquishing your life, the little lion coldly declared. Suddenly, the little lion transformed into a beam of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Its speed was unfathomable, leaving onlookers gasping in disbelief. This was true terror. Sword 30, realizing the little lion had reappeared before him, swiftly summoned his spiritual energy. With a surge, the previously chaotic sword energy stabilized, flowing rhythmically around him. This still sword energy? It resembled an impenetrable water curtain, seamless and impenetrable. Chapter 42. Awakening Bloodline Power, the Golden-Haired Dragon Lion. As the sword energy spun wildly, an overwhelming force erupted forth. Remarkable! This sword energy was utterly impenetrable, completely enveloping Sword 30. The speed of the blades reached a truly terrifying level. I dare say even a mosquito could not breach it. A mosquito? How absurd! Nothing can enter. The fearsome sword energy, akin to a water curtain, surrounded him. Come forth! Sword 30 roared, taking a step forward, intent on using the sword energy encircling him to launch a direct assault on the little lion, showcasing his most decisive and formidable strength. The whirling sword energy carved deep grooves into the ground. The little lion smirked, slowly extending a paw. Was it truly attempting to test this formidable sword energy with its own claws? Madness! Flesh versus sword energy. The outcome was all too clear. Without reaching the level of a supreme being, one could not withstand such sword energy. Sword 30 had endured the lightning tribulation befitting a supreme being, and thus his sword energy was bound to be immensely terrifying. Clang! The little lion's paw pierced through, sparks flying as the sword energy clashed against it, scattering destructive shards in all directions. A sudden silence fell within the crowd, a clear expanse appearing as they swiftly retreated. One unfortunate soul, slow to react, lost his leg in the chaos. Boom! The crowd turned to see a 10-meter gash carved into the mountain, deep and unfathomable. They could scarcely fathom how deeply the mountain had been cleaved. Was this the sword energy of Sword 30, rivaling that of a supreme being? Truly remarkable. Nay, the true prowess lay with the golden-haired dragon lion, which could withstand such sword energy with its very flesh. The gaze of the crowd was fixated upon the golden-haired lion cub, which extended its paw, effortlessly dispersing the sword energy, fragment by fragment. Jian Sanshi watched as the paw of the golden-haired lion cub slowly approached him, his expression darkening with dread. He felt as though death was imminent. This single paw was beyond his ability to counter. His sword intent faltering. All swords returned to one. With a furious roar, he propelled himself backward with astonishing speed, his feet barely touching the ground. Thud, he landed, raising his right hand in a sword gesture, pointing towards the golden-haired lion. Suddenly, the sword energy that enveloped him coalesced anew, surging forth with a resounding clang. The formidable sword energy, once united, erupted with even greater power, hurtling towards the golden-haired lion. Roar. The golden-haired lion let out a thunderous roar. Seemingly shaken, it tightened its grip, launching a punch at the incoming sword energy. Bang, bang, in an instant, the sword energy shattered once more. This time, everyone had learned their lesson. They all dropped to the ground, evading the scattering sword energy. The golden-haired lion could withstand it, but that did not mean they could die in a heartbeat. The surroundings erupted like an explosion, the terrifying sword energy obliterating everything in its path, scattering rocks everywhere, devoid of any embellishment. The golden-haired lion withstood the gathered sword energy with its own fists. Liu Xian was astonished to observe that the cub's fur and form began to gradually transform, taking on draconic attributes. Look, hasn't this lion changed slightly? You truly have a carefree spirit. If Jian Sanshi dies, we are all doomed. The speaker fell silent, as everyone could clearly see the golden-haired lion had undergone a complete transformation. Displaying distinct draconic features, its bloodline had awakened, evolving to its over. The ancient demon beast, the golden-haired lion, is an incomprehensibly terrifying existence. We are doomed. Even the supreme powers cannot shake it as they beheld the increasingly evolved golden-haired lion. All were left dumbfounded. Such a powerful beast was beyond their capacity to confront, let alone alter anything. A terrifying aura emanated from the golden-haired lion, gradually enveloping the area. A sense of ancient pride unique to demon beasts surged forth, creating an overwhelming pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Jian Sanshi roared. Despite his invincible belief in the sword path, he found himself becoming a stepping stone for this lion cub's evolution. Inciting his fury, the dreadful sword energy erupted once more with a clang. The sword energy dissipated swiftly, leaving not a single strand of fur disturbed on the golden-haired lion. This showcased the terrifying strength of the creature. Its physical defense was monstrous, capable of withstanding such formidable sword energy with ease, rendering it utterly formidable. Despair washed over them. At this moment, hope seemed utterly extinguished. Roar. The golden-haired lion roared, and Jian Sanshi's expression shifted dramatically. His aura in disarray, stumbling and spitting blood. I lost. He lifted his head in confusion, wiping the blood from his lips, gazing at the golden-haired lion before him, asking himself, did I truly lose? An unstable heart. For any cultivator, once their heart wavers, their entire realm can crumble, for how can one grow stronger if they doubt themselves? When the heart wavers, the foundation collapses, and everything is lost. You haven't lost. Suddenly, Liu Xian appeared beside Jian Sanshi, patting his shoulder gently. What does it matter if you lose once? You can ask anyone who has ever been supreme. Have they never faced defeat? Have they all lost? Jian Sanshi appeared despondent. Indeed, Liu Xian nodded affirmatively. I can assure you, there is no existence that is truly invincible. Even those who excel in power have faced losses in other aspects. It is simply the nature of things. Encouraged by Liu Xian's words, Jian Sanshi began to change. With a whoosh, the sword energy surrounded him once more, nearly enveloping Liu Xian as well. Liu Xian swiftly extricated himself, causing many to gasp in concern. If a teammate were to mistakenly injure him, it would be a tragic affair, indeed. Yet, they did not notice that as the sword energy brushed against Liu Xian, it veered away, refraining from any infringement. Chapter 43. Bare-handed domination of the lion. Roar. Roar. The golden-haired lion bellowed, its form undergoing a complete transformation, unleashing the aura of the ancient demon beast. A powerful presence erupted, sweeping through the vicinity and causing everyone to tremble. People envisioned a dragon coiling around the golden-haired lion, its draconic bloodline awakened. The ancient dragon clan, long extinct, had left traces of their essence within myriad races. Come forth. The golden-haired lion's deep voice directed towards Liu Xian. Approach, for I seek vengeance for my father. You have slain him. Jian Sanshi prepared to move, but Liu Xian grasped him firmly. Go. I will hold him off. Jian Sanshi cast a glance at the golden-haired lion, while Liu Xian stepped forward, approaching the creature. With each step, he moved resolutely, his presence radiating immense power. The second generation is doomed. No. If he truly feared for his life, he would not be so calm. Could it be that the second generation possesses his own means? This golden-haired lion cannot threaten his life. It was likely that the true powerhouse lurking behind the second generation had yet to reveal itself. As Lu Xian reached the golden-haired lion, everyone's hearts tightened, revealing their anxiety. How audacious! Facing such a formidable golden-haired lion, Lu Xian remained remarkably composed. Roar! Suddenly, the golden-haired lion roared, unleashing a torrent of saliva and liquid that drenched Lu Xian. The lion's massive maw seemed capable of devouring him whole. Lu Xian raised his hand, observing the filth that coated him, his expression marred by displeasure. Do you think the second generation is petrified with fear or simply unwilling to move? Most likely the former. If it were me, I too would hesitate to act. Even if it were merely a dog, I expect you would tremble upon the ground. They all watched Lu Xian, pondering how he would confront such a terrifying golden-haired lion. Regardless of how one viewed it, it seemed to lead to certain death. This formidable golden-haired lion could effortlessly devour a person, leaving no chance of escape. You have slain my father. I shall avenge him. The golden-haired lion retracted its massive head, slowly lifting its paw. With a swift motion, its razor-sharp claws shot forth, inching toward Lu Xian's head. If that paw landed, it would deliver him to the realm of the dead. Move, second generation. Why do you remain still? Countless voices urged Lu Xian in their minds. Watching Lu Xian remain stationary, they feared he was courting death. The lion's claws advanced, inch by inch. It was over. Thud. The razor-sharp claws struck his forehead. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, causing the mountain behind to collapse with a thunderous roar, transforming it into a flat expanse, burying countless demon beasts in its wake. Such was the power of the golden-haired lion. Must you harm the innocent? Ah! The crowd gasped in shock. The golden-haired lion stared wide-eyed at the man before it. Lu Xian turned to survey the devastation, sighing deeply. So many innocent lives have perished. I must ask, did they pose any threat to you? Did they inflict any harm upon you? Why must you inflict such suffering upon them? They are blameless. The crowd fell silent. Just moments ago, as Lu Xian savored his barbecue, he had shown no mercy. There was no trace of compassion then. The golden-haired dragon lion roared furiously, unleashing all its might in a frenzied display of ferocity, its claws darting forward with a thunderous impact. Behind it, chaos erupted, everything exploding around. Yet, Lu Xian remained poised, standing calmly as he tilted his head and inquired, "Weren't you going to kill me? What are you doing?" The golden-haired dragon lion glanced at its own claws. A look of confusion crossing its face. In an instant, it darted to the side, seizing a snake and striking it with its claws. With a splat, the snake exploded, its remains barely exceeding the size of a fingernail, meeting a tragically swift end without a shred of dignity. The golden-haired dragon lion appeared bewildered, while the onlookers were equally astonished. What was happening? Why did the terrifying destructive power manifest elsewhere, yet here? It left Lu Xian utterly unscathed, without inflicting any harm. This was truly incomprehensible. Lu Xian took a step towards the golden-haired dragon lion, gazing at the unfortunate snake and admonishing, "What a waste of life. Even if you intended to kill it, couldn't you leave a whole corpse? At least it could have been consumed. Now, you've destroyed it beyond salvage. Do you understand?" The dragon lion retreated a few steps, its expression one of sheer terror. It was genuinely frightened, unable to fathom how it could not harm this person. Its walnut-sized brain could not comprehend the situation. Why was this happening? "You unfilial creature." Lu Xian scolded, "Though you possess great power, your mother is still your mother, and yet you show her such disrespect." He advanced step by step towards the golden-haired dragon lion. Suddenly, the dragon lion's muscles tensed, its paws transforming into fists as it unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Lu Xian, each blow akin to a torrential downpour, shattering the ground and wreaking havoc all around. In that moment, it felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Yet, to their astonishment, Lu Xian continued to walk unfazed. The damage inflicted by the dragon lion was insignificant, mere raindrops in comparison. With a sudden movement, Lu Xian lifted his foot. The golden-haired dragon lion's roar shifted instantly to a wail, for Lu Xian had stepped on its hind leg. Was such a mere act truly so terrifying? Chapter 44. The Treasure Shield. Had the golden-haired dragon lion been scared senseless? That single step felt akin to the death of its father, who Who could fathom why the dragon lion's powerful strikes had no effect on Lu Xian? The crowd was left in bewilderment as the dragon lion's catastrophic attacks rained down on Lu Xian, producing a clattering sound, yet he stood there leisurely, even pausing to pick his nose. In stark contrast, Lu Xian's gentle kick, seemingly feeble, caused the dragon lion to shriek in agony. Any formidable attack must inherently contain potent spiritual energy. Yet Lu Xian's strike bore no weight, no sound. How could it inflict harm? It had to be an act. The golden-haired dragon lion must be performing. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Lu Xian reached into his robe. The onlookers held their breath, while the golden-haired dragon lion trembled with fear. Its mind was alert. The person before it, who had killed its father, seemed to possess some mysterious power, despite its own formidable attacks. Easily deflected, this individual had effortlessly shattered its bones with a mere step. Here, Lu Xian said, revealing his high-grade spiritual stones. Indeed, the second generation. Use your most powerful means to submit, little lion. You are no match for the second generation's ultimate skill. The treasure shield. Accept your defeat. Poor lion, your failure is inevitable. Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, no one can rival him. Kneel. The allure of wealth was palpable, Lu Xian declared. I did indeed kill your father. But it was unavoidable. Consider this compensation, a clean slate. The golden-haired dragon lion remained silent, its expression grim. The humiliation was blatant. Could a life truly be bought with spiritual stones? Was its own father merely a bargaining chip? Even beasts of legend were capable of such, but humans were unsatisfied. Lu Xian shook his head, a look of distress crossing his face as he pulled out more items, revealing a plethora of treasures. The crowd gasped in astonishment with each new item unveiled. The celestial dismemberment technique, sacred body cultivation elixirs, high-grade beast cores. What was that? Premium spiritual stones. All eyes turned towards a stone emanating a purple glow, roughly the size of a half-fist, radiating an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, transforming the very air into sweetness as its presence altered the atmosphere dramatically. Everyone felt that in such an environment, their cultivation would skyrocket. Suddenly, one individual erupted with spiritual energy, exclaiming, I've broken through. The others glanced over, only to respond with disdain. Transitioning from nascent soul to spirit transformation was hardly cause for celebration. They had witnessed emperors and grand spectacles before. It was nothing new. Lu Xian chuckled, hastily stowing the purple spiritual stone back into his robe, arms crossed. Nostrils flared in defiance as he addressed the golden-haired dragon lion. Choose freely, or if you prefer, take them all. Let us consider the matter of your father's demise settled. The seductive power of wealth was undeniable. Many wished they could exchange a brother's life for a handful of spiritual stones. What a delightful prospect! The golden-haired dragon lion roared, its claws clenched tightly. The force radiating from it coalesced in the air, producing thunderous sounds as golden claws manifested before them. Dragon claws? Could it be that the golden-haired dragon lion had begun to exhibit the capabilities of a dragon? Panic ensued among the crowd of over 1,000. Dragons were ancient, apex beasts of terrifying prowess, their rarity a blessing. Yet, such beings instilled profound fear in both cultivators and beasts alike. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed. The true dragon has returned. Many fleeing individuals trembled, feeling their bodies succumb to a loss of control, prostrating themselves before the ancient terror. In the face of such an overwhelming beast, submission was the only option. The golden-haired dragon lion coldly regarded Lu Xian. Seizing a spiritual stone, instantly, the golden claws of dragon and lion fused as they gently touched the stone, causing it to shatter into dust. You'd best not resist, the golden-haired dragon lion warned, leaning forward. For such resistance will deny you the experience of pain. My claws are swift, and my speed in killing you is equally so. If you resist, you will only bring upon yourself unimaginable suffering. It straightened, its claws shimmering ominously, poised to strike at Lu Xian. With curiosity etched on his face, Lu Xian observed the dragon lion's claws and asked, Are they truly that sharp? They would be quite handy for cutting meat during a barbecue. Wouldn't they? The golden-haired dragon lion's claws were meant for slicing meat? How dare he? Not only did the dragon lion seethe with rage, but the onlookers struggled to contain their disbelief. If it weren't for Lu Xian's otherwise normal demeanor, They would have deemed him a fool, a simpleton from a wealthy household flaunting his treasures. Silence enveloped the scene as Lu Xian stepped forward, raised his hand, and reached for the dragon's claw, gently squeezing it, seemingly inviting his own demise. Yet, what transpired next left everyone in shock. The golden dragon claw shattered, dispersing into motes of golden light, dissolving into nothingness. Just like that, it was gone. The golden-haired dragon lion stood in stunned silence. Staring at its disintegrated claw, utterly bewildered, Liu Xian continued to extend his hand towards another golden claw, and with a crisp snap, it too shattered. Can these things not be preserved? He was somewhat irate. All I wanted was to keep one. Is it too much to ask for a simple vegetable cutting? With a roar, the golden-haired dragon lion unleashed its inner spiritual energy. Chapter 45. The Body of Absolute Defense. Buzzing. The golden dragon claws surrounding the golden-haired dragon lion underwent a tremendous transformation. The spiritual energy surging from its body surged into the golden claws in an instant. The claws became more formidable, exuding an even more terrifying aura, feeling exceedingly sharp. Dragon Lion Claw. The golden-haired dragon lion roared. And the golden claws, now imbued with power, lunged towards Lu Xian. Jian Sanshur observed all this, realizing that his sword energy was akin to a chick facing an eagle under the might of such golden claws. Squinting its eyes in resignation, the over 1,000 onlookers crouching on the ground perceived the golden claws with a singular thought, a powerhouse capable of obliterating them in an instant. With a thunderous crash, a mountain was leveled, its peak sliding down with a resounding rumble. Countless beasts fled in a panic, as if an earthquake had struck, disrupting the environment. Liu Xian frowned at the devastated mountain, remarking with displeasure, "And it has harmed so many innocent lives. This is simply cruel." Over 1,000 pairs of eyes turned towards Lu Xian, who they initially believed would be shredded into countless pieces. Experiencing no pain before death, for the might of the golden claws was terrifying enough to ensure a swift demise. Yet, what was this? As the golden claws reached for Lu Xian, they exploded. Indeed, at the moment of contact, the claws detonated, disintegrating into shimmering golden particles that vanished into the AI art. Liu Xian scratched his head, confusion etched on his face. "Are you jesting with me? Do you truly wish to end my life? If not, just tell me. Why torment me?" After saying this, he approached and grasped the paw of the golden-haired dragon lion, insisting, "All you need to do is lightly swipe your claws across my neck." Poof! Liu Xian made a sound to illustrate, stroking his neck. Blood would spew forth, and I'd collapse immediately, convulsing a few times before bleeding out and dying. Just look at the mess you've created, disturbing the environment and harming so many beasts. What is the necessity? With that, he tugged the golden-haired dragon lion's claw towards his neck. The golden-haired dragon lion, terror-stricken, trembled uncontrollably, its golden fur quivering, revealing the extent of its fear. To the point of nearly losing control and wetting itself, it wished to retract its claw, finally realizing that this seemingly ordinary and foolish cultivator was far too powerful. It began to comprehend why its half-step Saint Realm father had perished. It struggled in vain, unable to move an inch, firmly ensnared, being relentlessly pulled closer. No. It regretted its desire for vengeance. How foolish it was to think its meager strength could achieve anything. Liu Xian chuckled. Killing is so simple, just a swipe across my neck, and I would perish. Why complicate things? The smile on Lu Xian's face transformed into the most terrifying expression for the golden-haired dragon lion, causing its heart to race as it fought to escape. Yet its body remained firmly immobilized, its claw still being dragged closer, leaving no opportunity for reprieve. Clang. The claw reached its destination, under Lu Xian's control. It swiped across his neck. The once razor-sharp claw shattered with a resounding crack, blood gushed forth. Ouch! Liu Xian scratched his head, bewildered as he gazed at the broken claw, asking what happened. How did your claw break? Is it due to a calcium deficiency? Calcium deficiency? The golden-haired dragon lion lamented. Over 1,000 onlookers rose to their feet, chuckling. Is the second generation truly competent or not? With no spiritual energy, how could the golden-haired dragon lion's claws fail to harm him? I remember now, the second generation pulled out an item, a treasure known as the protective vessel. Yes, that it, an artifact of supreme quality. It is said that those below the supreme level cannot breach its defenses. Now it makes sense. No wonder the second generation remained so composed. If I had such a treasure, I could stride confidently. Lu Xian, however, was oblivious to their musings. Had he heard them, he would have surely laughed. For it was merely an ordinary item, one he found visually appealing and decided to keep. Although in the realm of cultivators, personal preferences still existed, Lu Xian grinned at the golden-haired dragon lion. Let us try another claw. Tears streamed down the golden-haired dragon lion's face. This seemingly jovial individual was akin to a demon. With another crack, Lu Xian frowned, clearly displeased as he remarked, "What is going on?" "It broke again? I merely asked you to kill me. Why must it be so difficult?" With that, he continued, crack, crack. After finishing with the front claws, Lu Xian began on the rear ones, determined to shatter every claw of the golden-haired dragon lion. With its once menacing claws now gone, the golden-haired dragon lion felt a wave of relief wash over it, no longer subjected to torment. Suddenly, it noticed the gleam in Lu Xian's eyes and sensed impending doom. True to its fears, Lu Xian fixed his gaze on the golden-haired dragon lion's teeth, excitedly exclaiming, "Come, bite me! Your teeth must be sharper than your claws. Pierce my throat with your fangs, and I will surely die." With a sharp cry, the golden-haired dragon lion emitted a high-pitched sound, distinctly different from its usual low growls, akin to a human encountering a ghost, desperate to flee. Yet, Lu Xian seized it, prying open the golden-haired dragon lion's mouth. Directing its teeth towards his neck, the 1,000+ witnesses were left astonished. Was he truly so audacious? Despite possessing the protective vessel, he was inflicting such torment on the golden-haired dragon lion. How ruthless! They felt sympathy for the golden-haired dragon lion, which struggled fiercely to escape the clutches of this demon, yet the outcome was still tragically grim. Its teeth shattered as well. Now pitiful, the golden-haired dragon lion lost all semblance of its former grandeur. Resembling a forlorn large cat, sprawled in defeat, with its sharp claws and fangs gone, it appeared utterly desolate. In the end, Lu Xian let out an exasperated sigh. Why is it so difficult to die? Chapter 46. Seizing the child. Bang! Lu Xian lifted his foot and placed it on the golden-haired dragon lion's head, questioning, "Why are you so weak?" "I wish to die, and you cannot even facilitate that. What use are you to me?" The onlookers were thrilled. Their curiosity piqued about the true capabilities of the second-generation brother, who wielded the protective vessel. With each step down upon the golden-haired dragon lion, it lay on the ground, blinking its eyes in silence. Indeed, the second-generation brother was but a waste of potential, relying solely on the treasure. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. The second generation stands there, and even without lifting a finger, the golden-haired dragon lion cannot inflict any harm. Isn't that the truth? For us who train diligently every day, reaching the emperor level is exceedingly difficult. We still worry about being slaughtered. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. I almost want to scrutinize myself further, but who could fathom the torment the golden-haired dragon lion was enduring? With each footfall, the immense power did not erupt on the surface but instead transmitted directly through its head into its body. It felt excruciating pain coursing through it, yet could emit no sound, forced to endure each step in silence. Tears streamed down its face once more, not out of empathy but sheer terror. "No," the lioness approached. Still hesitant to draw near, Lu Xian glanced over and addressed the golden-haired dragon lion coolly. "From now on, you will accompany me. Agreed?" "Agreed," the lioness interjected. "Too much indulgence leads to ruin." Lu Xian glared at the lioness, admonishing, "If you have children in the future, do not spoil them like this. Even if they are powerful, they are still your offspring. Just now, it dared to challenge you. Will you not discipline it?" The lioness dared not speak. Lu Xian turned once more to the young lion, which remained silent, blinking its eyes, signifying its submission. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the system task. Rewards: Beast Taming Chain X1, Beast Taming Elixir X1, Beast Summoning Order X1. New system task: Capture 100 beasts of the Demon Emperor level or above. Reward: Supreme Realm Beast Core X1. Lu Xian pondered. Is it truly necessary to be this cruel? The demon beasts of the rank above Demon Emperor, totaling 100, how many such demon emperors exist within the Shadow Forest? Wasn't it a foolish act to allow the demon beasts of the Shadow Forest to breed? thereby creating a sudden gap? As someone who advocates for scientific breeding, he undoubtedly understands that hunting in a manner that leads to extinction is untenable. For the sake of sustainable development, it is imperative to leave some opportunity for the demon beasts to reproduce. Please be advised, host, that this task must be completed within 2 days. Failure to do so will result in punishment, the loss of your supreme realm strength for a year, falling to the emperor level. Damn it! Lu Xian trembled. It was precisely because he possessed the power of the supreme realm that he could afford to be so arrogant. Should he fall to the emperor realm, he would undoubtedly be beaten to the point of not being recognized by his own mother. Thus, the task must be completed. Clang! A chain appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, the dark chain, reminiscent of an abyss, began to extend. With 2 cracking sounds, it lunged toward the golden-haired dragon lion. Resist! Lu Xian shouted. The golden-haired dragon lion, initially lying on the ground, prepared to let Lu Xian have his way, but then stood up and struck at the dark chain. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the chain was struck aside. Crashing heavily to the ground, Lu Xian nodded. No wonder he was instructed to capture demon beasts of the demon emperor strength. This chain posed quite a challenge for the golden-haired dragon lion. Had he not been the one wielding it, it could have easily been destroyed by the lion. Puff! The demon beast chain shot up from the ground, continuing its pursuit of the golden-haired dragon lion, entangling it in a struggle. The demon beast chain was ineffective at controlling the golden-haired lion, while the lion was equally at a loss against the chain that wrapped around it. Ultimately, it was only when Lu Xian withdrew his spiritual energy that the chain ceased its movement. He realized that as long as he continuously provided spiritual energy, the chain would remain active, and its material was of high quality, not easily destroyed. However, with limited power, capturing an emperor-level demon beast was still feasible. Second-generation brother is so impressive. Did you see that? With all these treasures, he doesn't even need to lift a finger. His treasures handle the battle for him. It's so cool, just sitting there so effortlessly. It's utterly captivating. I adore him. What use is your admiration? Our second-generation brother doesn't fancy humans. He prefers demon beasts. I like demon beasts? Lu Xian suddenly appeared, causing the person to turn pale with fear. Clearly unable to withstand such terror in the presence of the formidable second-generation brother. All right, Lu Xian smiled and addressed the crowd of over 1,000. I have a task for you. Instantly, the multitude stirred with excitement, eager to follow the second generation and enjoy the benefits of food and drink. Since he was asking for their assistance, it was only natural they would receive rewards. High-grade spiritual stones, which were usually hard to come by, would be freely distributed. A mere flick of the second-generation brother's hand could grant each of them one. Second-generation brother, you command us, and we shall follow you into fire and water without hesitation. Life belongs to you, and death to your ghosts. Father, I wish to become a third generation. Lu Xian was at a loss for words. These individuals were utterly fearless, daring to speak their minds. It's quite simple, he continued. Help me find demon beasts at the emperor level, that is to say, demon emperors. Those who had been so resolute moments ago quickly wilted like frostbitten eggplants. A demon emperor? Their strength was such that even a single hair could slay them. Now tasked with such an assignment, they felt utterly incapable of fulfilling it. Such a request was not merely a push toward death. It was akin to presenting them with an insurmountable issue, leading them into profound despair. Are you afraid? Lu Xian inquired. The crowd fell silent, unwilling to offend Lu Xian, silently resisting, as their weaker powers awaited him to resolve the matter. Indeed, they lacked the strength required. Each of you will receive a high-grade spiritual stone. Just observe and inform me when you see a demon emperor. I will provide you with a signal flare. Lu Xian exuded confidence. Second-generation brother, you are the most adorable. Into fire and water, without hesitation. Do not speak of merely demon emperors. Even supreme demon beasts, I shall assist second-generation brother in searching for them. Under a generous reward, there shall be courageous men. They were now entirely unperturbed by any danger, their thoughts solely focused on the high-grade spiritual stones. This was the closest they had ever been to obtaining such treasures. Naturally, they felt compelled to seize the opportunity in life. Many opportunities, once missed, are never encountered again. When faced with a chance, why not be bold, expending all your strength to grasp it? Chapter 47. The bewildered demon emperor in the shadow forest. Over 1,000 individuals commenced their search, forming teams of 10. The squad led by Li Qing wandered leisurely through the woods, deliberately avoiding areas where demon beasts might appear. Is this wise? Zhang Heng couldn't help but voice his concern. Second-generation brother has given us high-grade spiritual stones. Now we are doing nothing but wandering around. What if he finds out? Humph. Li Qing coldly snorted, disdainfully stating, "We are searching for a demon emperor. Are you a match for it? If you're not afraid of death, you may go and seek it." The members of the large team echoed this sentiment. Liu Xian, accompanied by Sword 30 and the golden-haired dragon lion, was also in search. Half a day passed without sight of even a single ordinary demon beast, let alone one of the emperor level. Munching on spicy snake meat strips, he looked at the little white snake curled on him and asked with a smile, "Would you like some?" No, the little white snake flicked its tongue and tilted its head away. Sword 30 looked on with a mix of embarrassment and amusement, for it was rather cruel to eat its kind in front of the little white snake while attempting to entice it to join in. Boom! Suddenly, a firework exploded in the air. The signal had arrived. Lu Xian's face lit up with excitement as he drew forth the chain. Clang! The demon beast chain began to whirl, ultimately entwining into a massive circular form upon which Lu Xian settled. Whoosh! Sword 30 and the golden-haired dragon lion propelled themselves forward, all racing toward the direction of the signal. Three figures sped forth with remarkable swiftness, as the six-armed ape, the heaven-ruining crane, and the blue steel wolf also sprang into action. They had betrayed their kin, choosing instead to assist Lu Xian in capturing their own kind, which was quite remarkable. Somewhere, Li Qing wore a face of despair. They had consistently avoided demon beasts, unwilling to encounter even a single demon emperor. Yet, why was their luck so unfortunate that a demon emperor appeared right before them? A low, thunderous growl echoed. A dry corpse hyena, the most vicious of demon beasts, infamous in the realm of demon beasts. Notorious for their predatory nature, fiercely territorial, and known for stealing food. They were extraordinarily savage. Once they set their sights on prey, it was not uncommon for them to stalk it for days, even over a week. Of course, demon emperors were not so easily trifled with, possessing a degree of status. Yet such beasts remained terrifying, evoking a sense of suffocation. Li Qing and the others cautiously retreated, trembling before the casually strolling dry corpse hyena. Ah, the dry corpse hyena howled, its appearance grotesque enough to instill fear at a mere glance. Liu Xian arrived. Second-generation brother, help, we've found a dry corpse hyena. It is at the demon emperor level. I'm terrified. I feel like my mother. As Lu Xian descended from the chain and beheld the dry corpse hyena before him, he felt a wave of nausea. Why was it called a dry corpse hyena? Because it resembled a desiccated corpse, its body seemingly devoid of moisture, emaciated, with sunken eyeballs, leading one to believe it was a dead dog. Be gone. He raised his hand to shoo it away. Li Qing was taken aback. Aren't we supposed to be searching for a demon emperor? Why let this dry corpse hyena go? Lu Xian continued, your ugliness has saved you. Hurry and get away from me. I do not wish to see you. This was not fear, but rather distaste for its appearance. Indeed, the task assigned by the system was to capture 100 demon beasts of emperor level or above. Note the word capture, not slay. The profundity of the Chinese language is vast. If interpreted unclearly, issues may arise. Whimpering, the dry corpse hyena turned and began to walk away. Opening the task panel, he noted, task progress for capturing emperor-level demon beasts, 2 out of 100. With the six-armed ape, blue steel wolf, and heaven-ruining crane on his side, he had completed a portion of the task. He even pondered whether he could elevate his own demon beasts to the emperor level through some means. Thereby, considering it a completion of the task, benefactor, Asjian Sanshur ascended. He gazed upon the departing corpse hyena with an air of intrigue and remarked, this corpse hyena possesses considerable potential. With the right training, it could transform into an obedient companion, serving numerous purposes. We might even employ it in our quest to locate the demon emperor. Ugly, excessively ugly, Lu Xian interjected disdainfully, as a person of such striking handsomeness. Do you not think it disgraceful for me to be seen with such a ghastly creature? The others did not share his sense of embarrassment. Rather, they felt a pang of emotional injury. Was it truly shameful to lead a demon beast of the demon emperor caliber? What kind of power must one wield to walk alongside a creature of such strength? It is worth noting that even the mightiest beings often find themselves unable to tame demon beasts, resorting only to forging temporary contracts for collaboration. Once the contract is concluded, the demon beast will inevitably depart. The lifespan of cultivators pales in comparison to that of demon beasts, although a cultivator may reach 1,000 years in the supreme realm. Few live to see such an age, primarily due to the myriad dangers present in the world of cultivation. To pass away peacefully is almost a fanciful dream. Suddenly, the corpse hyena halted, emitting an ominously deep growl. Li Qing and the others shrank back, their minds racing with visions of themselves being torn apart by the hyena. Flesh slowly gnawed away until only pristine bones remained. Liu Xian regarded the corpse hyena with suspicion, his irritation mounting as he exclaimed, "Scram! Do you understand? Your ugliness may well cost you your life. How can you not be content? There is a saying. One should strike the body, not the face. Insult the person, not their appearance. Demon beasts, too, possess a form of intelligence, and this blatant humiliation was more than it could bear. With a sudden lift of its neck, it let out a fierce roar. In an instant, over 100 corpse hyenas emerged, darkening the surroundings. Zhang Qing collapsed to the ground in shock, rendered speechless. The notorious reputation of the corpse hyena lies in its utter fearlessness of death. It will go to great lengths to hunt its prey, often resorting to frenzied tactics. Thus, among demon beasts, few dare to provoke the corpse hyena, aware that such an encounter would spell trouble. Liu Xian raised his hand, prompting the others to glance at him in confusion. Was he not the one to confront this dreadfully fearsome foe? Would he really leave the task to someone else? With a ferocious howl, the golden-haired dragon lion charged forth, its snowy wings of the Saint Realm unfurling and stirring the air with a majestic force. Jian Sanshi's voice rang out as he soared into the air, surrounded by a tempest of sword energy that radiated a formidable and terrifying aura. The corpse hyena stood transfixed, its gaze vacant, as it could hardly fathom that such seemingly ordinary individuals could transform into such fearsome entities, each exuding an overwhelming presence. With a fierce cry, Jian Sanshi and the golden-haired dragon lion launched a relentless assault upon the corpse hyenas. Each strike of sword energy carved deep gashes into the beasts, nearly cleaving them in two. The golden-haired dragon lion was even more merciless, its claws nearly incapacitating a corpse hyena in a single blow. Be gentle, Liu Xian urged anxiously. Do not slay those at the emperor level. Preserve their strength for my purposes. Upon hearing this, the corpse hyena lamented. It was accustomed to reigning supreme in the Phantom Forest, having never endured such humiliation. Now, it found itself in a pitiful state. Not only subdued but also kept alive as a potential asset. Jian Sanshi, sword in hand, surveyed the corpse hyenas and chuckled. We have 3 at the emperor level. Rest assured, we shall exercise caution. The golden-haired dragon lion echoed this sentiment. For demon beasts, human language is unwelcome. Even at their level, mastering human speech is a trivial task, yet they harbor a deep-seated disdain for it. To them, human language brings forth a multitude of grave issues. A reflection of human selfishness, greed, and depravity. Demon beasts view themselves as simple creatures. When displeased, they bare their fangs and hunt, requiring no further dialogue. They determine everything through strength and actions, eschewing any underhanded tactics. Thus, the demon beasts of Emperor and Saint Caliber typically choose straightforward methods, devoid of unnecessary words, opting for direct action. One person and one lion surged into the throng of corpse hyenas, charging through with reckless abandon, leaving the creatures no chance to mount a defense. The leader of the corpse hyenas howled, emanating a low, menacing growl, its beady eyes fixated on Jian Sanshi. Surrender, Jian Sanshi commanded, pointing his sword at the creature. Submit and perhaps the benefactor will grant you a chance at survival. Continue to resist, and I assure you, death awaits you. In a fit of rage, the corpse hyena's innate pride surged forth, causing its fur to change color dramatically. It unleashed a torrent of virulent saliva towards Jian Sanshi. This venom was no trifling matter. It dripped menacingly, sizzling upon contact with the ground, sending shivers down spines. With a swift motion, Jian Sanshi wielded his sword, careful not to unleash his full strength, for he was acutely aware of Liu Xian's directive to spare the creature. With precision, he parried, the blade trimming the hyena's fur. The corpse hyena, now on the ground, gazed at its shorn coat, whimpering in distress. Its once threatening demeanor had transformed into an almost endearing appearance. This was utterly bewildering. It had never anticipated such a turn of events. This was humiliation. Choose life or death. Jian Sanshi stated expressionlessly. The corpse hyena's response was straightforward. It charged at Jian Sanshi, fueled by deep-seated hatred. How could it not feel rage at having its fur so desecrated? In a furious display, the corpse hyena bared its teeth, and suddenly, a portion of its body exploded, releasing a foul stench that tainted Jian Sanshi's sword and clothes. What a horrid smell, was the immediate reaction of all present. It was intolerable, pushing their senses to the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, the corrosive effect took hold. Jian Sanshi found himself in a quandary. While it would be easy to slay the corpse hyena, subduing this obstinate creature proved to be a far more challenging endeavor. Suddenly, the corpse hyena's head split, resulting in two heads. What a brutal trick! Lu Xian exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. Is this a skill that allows one to survive even after losing a head? The others, too, were intrigued, but their concern was not for the hyena's strength. Rather, it was the potential of its dual heads that captured their attention. Liu Xian, brimming with excitement, grasped his demon beast chain and stepped forward with a grin. Instantly, the golden-haired dragon lion shuddered, recognizing the familiar expression that spelled trouble. It had once faced this same look from Lu Xian, leading to its own utter capitulation. Stop, Lu Xian commanded, and Jian Sanshi ceased his assault. The corpse hyena, in contrast, was visibly tense, its gaze locked onto Lu Xian with evident trepidation, fearing for its life. Liu Xian earnestly inquired, "Might I ask how you managed to grow two heads? If one head is severed, can you still survive?" The corpse hyena emitted a cry but offered no answer. Suddenly, Jian Sanshi noticed that the bamboo sword in his hand had vanished, and one of the hyena's heads had disappeared as well. Isn't this bamboo sword bound to my consciousness? No one but oneself can utilize it. The bamboo sword would never consent to such a thing. Why can the benefactor? Is it possible that the benefactor is pure desire? No, a person of utmost purity possesses an untainted heart, impervious to any external influences. Such an individual can manipulate all things, regardless of whether they possess divine awareness, and can effortlessly exert control. Does such a person truly exist? Chapter 49. Those who delight in scientific experiments. The desiccated hyenas emitted a mournful howl as one head was severed, blood gushing forth, causing the body to tremble in its final moments. After taking 3 steps, it collapsed with a thud. The pack of desiccated hyenas began to wail, their king having fallen, leaving the entire horde deflated. Their gazes towards Lu Xian were filled with terror. Lu Xian advanced a step, and the desiccated hyenas retreated, still emitting low growls, feigning a desire to protect their king. Liu Xian raised his sword, prompting the desiccated hyenas to howl in anguish, each one lowering its body in submission. Their demeanor reflecting a state of capitulation. They were genuinely afraid of Lu Xian. With a single stroke, he severed the head of the desiccated hyena king, instilling fear in the pack. Approaching the fallen king, Lu Xian looked down at its decapitated form and sneered, "Shouldn't 2 heads equate to 2 lives? I have merely removed one, yet you perish so easily. How frail!" Sword 32 found himself at a loss for words. Others worried that their foes were too formidable, while here, Lu Xian was dissatisfied with the weakness of his adversary. Sighing, he expressed his discontent. "I had hoped to observe whether losing 1 head would still allow a creature with 2 heads to survive. I wanted to learn from you, yet you have met your end." How tragic! One could surmise that the desiccated hyena king did not wish to die, yet found itself powerless to prevent its demise. Suddenly, the desiccated hyenas lifted their heads, howling mournfully towards the sky. They transformed from mere dogs into wolves. Benefactor, Sword 31's expression turned tense, sensing something amiss. The others became increasingly cautious, realizing that the howls of the desiccated hyenas carried an ominous undertone. With a sudden gush, blood erupted from the neck of the fallen desiccated hyena king once more. Liu Xian was perplexed. Is it not dead? Its head is severed and it lies motionless. Why then does blood continue to spew forth? The deluge persisted, an astonishing amount of blood gushing from the point of decapitation. At least 3 jin. Liu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The body was not large enough to produce such a volume of blood. Master, look at that blood! The golden-haired lion howled. Liu Xian turned to see the blood flowing towards the pack of desiccated hyenas. Each hyena awaited the crimson stream with eager anticipation. What is happening? Liu Xian raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, Indeed, the king of dogs, even in death, sacrifices its blood for its pack. The desiccated hyenas began to drink eagerly, each one savoring the offering, settling back into a seated position with expressions of satisfaction. Each hyena performed the same action, closing their eyes in silent reverence. Liu Xian turned to the golden-haired lion, asking, How do we interpret this? Are they mourning their king? The lion shook its head. I do not know. In unison, the pack began to emit rhythmic howls, each one earnest and exhibiting a fervent devotion. They discovered that this sound evoked a profound resonance, shaking their very hearts. Zhang Qing was the first to cough up blood. What is happening to him? Do you feel anything? Liu Xian inquired, bewildered. As a supreme being, he felt helpless against the mysterious actions of the desiccated hyenas, unable to sense any disturbance in his own power or heart. He longed to experience what they were, yet found it maddeningly elusive. Zhang Qing spat another mouthful of blood, his face contorting in agony as he clutched his chest. Second brother, he collapsed to the ground, struggling to extend his hand towards Liu Xian, pleading, Help me, I am in such pain. Curiosity piqued, Liu Xian approached him, bewildered by what the desiccated hyenas had done to incite such a reaction in Zhang Qing. Suddenly, Zhang Qing heaved violently, expelling black blood, his visage becoming gaunt and resembling that of the desiccated hyenas. By heavens! Liu Xian recoiled in shock. How grotesque! This was his only assessment. It was evident that Zhang Qing was on the brink of death. Yet he managed to utter such cruel words. Language can indeed be lethal. Why speak so mercilessly? How do you feel? Liu Xian inquired, devoid of sympathy yet brimming with intrigue. Please, enlighten me about your condition. I am most curious about the desiccated hyenas. Zhang Qing emitted a primal howl, lifting his head slowly. His eyes glowed with a crimson hue, and his face underwent a bizarre transformation, contorting as if something crawled beneath the surface. The onlookers gasped in horror, recognizing the unmistakable signs of something alive within. The golden-haired lion could no longer contain itself and began to retch. Blood, thick and viscous, streamed from Zhang Qing's face, an abhorrent sight that was nearly unbearable to witness. Liu Xian turned away in disgust. If you continue to use that face to nauseate me, I shall slay you. His fury was palpable as Zhang Qing's blood-soaked visage twisted grotesquely, contorting in spasms. Yet Zhang Qing continued to howl, fully transformed, devoid of any semblance of humanity. The power of the desiccated hyenas had wrought a profound change, plunging all into a state of dread. Suddenly, a low growl erupted from the desiccated hyenas as they charged towards Liu Xian. Chapter 50. The gathering of the undead. Liu Xian dodged, staring in shock at the unfolding scene. Had they truly morphed into zombies? The desiccated hyenas, now akin to the undead, had transformed Zhang Qing into a similar state, an utterly terrifying prospect. Zhang Qing charged at the pack of desiccated hyenas, who, in turn, erupted in frenzied howls, their eyes now gleaming not with fear, but with exhilaration. Liu Xian reclined on the ground, propping his chin in his hand. Utterly fascinated, I am genuinely curious to see what will transpire. His companions shared his intrigue, equally eager to witness the fate of the transformed desiccated hyenas. Suddenly, the newly transformed Zhang Qing approached the desiccated hyena king, igniting a wave of excitement among the pack. All eyes fixed on this moment. Liu Xian and the others were perplexed, unable to comprehend why the desiccated hyenas were so animated, calling out to their king. Could they be seeking to revive him? Liu Xian mused. The group remained uncertain. It seemed implausible. With a sudden effort, Zhang Qing forced his mouth open, revealing a gaping maw as the corners of his mouth tore apart. What brutality! Sword 30 gasped, trembling before the terrifying spectacle of the desiccated hyenas and their dreadful actions. Still continuing, the corners of the mouth stretched wide, and then began to tear at the bones around the neck, followed by the midsection of the body. At this rate, it seemed as though one would rip their entire body apart. Not dead yet. The head is already torn open, yet somehow still alive. What mysterious force could achieve such a feat? Crack, crack, crack. Finally, everything came to a halt. The body split apart at the waist. Impressive, Liu Xian remarked in admiration, then glanced at the others. The golden-haired dragon lion could do nothing but echo, impressive. Jin 30 also chimed in. Impressive. The others, trembling in fear, could only nod in silence, too afraid to utter a sound. Such an eerie spectacle left them utterly perplexed. How could such a horrifying scene unfold before them, leaving them gasping for breath? Puff, puff. The dismembered Zhang Qing suddenly took a step forward, approaching the corpse of the dried corpse hyena king. This, benefactor. Jin 30 couldn't help but ask, should we stop this? Stop? Liu Xian was taken aback, slapping Jin 30 on the head, exclaiming in frustration, why would you want to halt such a magnificent show? Are you joking with me? Jin 30 rubbed his head, displaying a look of helplessness. Anyone witnessing such an event, even with their eyes closed, would sense danger. Yet what did they feel instead? Interest, joy, a desire to see the spectacle unfold. Only Liu Xian seemed to have the leisure to relish it. The dried corpse Zhang Qing approached, his two ethereal hands grasping the corpse of the dried corpse hyena king, lifting it in a swift motion, beginning to stuff it into his own abdomen. This, Liu Xian exclaimed in confusion. The belly is already torn open. Can it really fit? Naturally, the dried corpse Zhang Qing paid no heed to such words, as he forcefully stuffed the corpse of the hyena king inside. Thus, a man and a dog became one. Truly remarkable. From the depths of his heart, Liu Xian was filled with admiration at such a miraculous effect. A new species. Liu Xian exclaimed excitedly, let's take a photo to commemorate this. I can name it the human dog beast. The others wore expressions of disbelief, still unaware of the terrifying implications this creature might hold and the dangers it could bring. Only Liu Xian could laugh with such delight. Gurgle, gurgle. The body began to heal. The emaciated, bloodless Zhang Qing was slowly mending, seemingly wrapping the dried corpse hyena king within him. Wail, wail. The pack of dried corpse hyenas grew excited, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Puff, puff. Suddenly, one by one, they began to bleed profusely, their blood splattering and flowing back towards the emaciated body of Zhang Qing. Swish, swish, the blood converged upon him. Yet the withered body remained unchanged, still appearing emaciated. However, Zhang Qing's body was healing, successfully encasing the dried corpse hyena king within. Then he stood there, unresponsive. Jin 30 rose, sword in hand, a fierce aura radiating from him, declaring, benefactor, I will pierce it with a single strike. Bang, bang. Liu Xian stood up this time, smacking his hands together, gritting his teeth as he said, you bastard. I said I want to watch. I want to see the outcome. Why would you want to ruin it? Don't you realize that knowledge is power? Knowing more is immensely important. This is such a wonderful opportunity for us to learn. Isn't that good? The crowd wore expressions of speechlessness, unsure of how to respond to such a statement. To treat such a dangerous situation as a learning experience. By the time the learning ended, if the dried corpse hyena king became immensely powerful, wouldn't he that spell disaster? Pushing them directly towards death would indeed be tragic. Who knew what kind of life might emerge from within such a belly, potentially leading to their demise? Fearful, Liu Xian looked on, while the others also cautiously observed. The pack of dried corpse hyenas remained obedient, not daring to disrupt, for this was their king. Only a fool would disturb their king and risk a failed rebirth. Everyone awaited to see what would transpire, whether the dried corpse hyena king could indeed be reborn. A prospect that promised great satisfaction. Time ticked by, and Liu Xian waited patiently, eager to discover if rebirth was truly possible. If such an ability existed, he would undoubtedly be thrilled. He too wished to acquire the power of resurrection. Otherwise, why would he be so intent on observing everything, merely waiting to understand how he might also come back to life? Everything would be just fine. Puff. Suddenly, the dried corpse stirred. A tear appeared at the belly, revealing fingers stretching outward, gradually breaking apart everything around it in an effort to emerge. Alive! Liu Xian expressed his satisfaction. Thank goodness I waited. It really can come back to life. Chapter 51. The Resurrection Method of the Dried Corpse. Crack, crack. The desiccated body was slowly being torn apart beneath the grasp of the parched, moisture-deprived claws. The lifeless flesh exhibited a fibrous state, continuously shedding. Wail, wail. The pack of dried corpse hyenas howled, each bouncing with excitement and joy upon witnessing their king's revival. Howl! Suddenly, these ecstatic hyenas turned frenzied, viciously tearing into their companions, biting off chunks of flesh, clenching tightly, their heads shaking violently. Blood splattered everywhere as each frenzied dried corpse hyena fought with all their might. Sacrifice. Jin 30 could not help but explain. The blood is flowing towards this soon-to-hatch body, accumulating strength. Once successful, this dried corpse hyena king's power will soar. It is absorbing the strength of all the dried corpse hyenas. Gurgle, gurgle. Indeed, blood flowed. Yet somehow, through some force, it fell to the ground without soaking in. The ground, touched by the blood, remained unchanged, devoid of any trace. No drop was wasted, all absorbed. Lu Xian nodded. Very good. Very good? Jin 30's hands trembled, hoping his words would instill some fear in Lu Xian, yet what came of it? Not a hint of fear. Lu Xian remained remarkably composed, treating the situation as a mere joke. Very good. What about the impending danger? The dried corpse hyenas bit into each other with reckless abandon. Some had their heads bitten off, blood spraying everywhere. One could not deny the extraordinary vitality of these creatures, even with broken spines. They continued to tear at each other. This pack of dried corpse hyenas was utterly consumed by madness, driven by some stimulus, seemingly aware of only one thing: to tear apart their kin with every ounce of their strength. To kill their opponent. Wail, wail. Just then, one dried corpse hyena, carrying the corpse of its comrade, approached the dried corpse Zhang Qing. Benefactor. Jin 30 could no longer sit still, raising his bamboo sword. Buzz, buzz. The bamboo emitted a low hum. Sword energy manifesting, exuding a power capable of wreaking havoc. He glanced at Lu Xian, yet Jin 30 ultimately refrained from striking. Faced with such unknown power, he was filled with trepidation, while Lu Xian maintained an air of calm. The dried corpse hyena placed its comrade's body before Zhang Qing. Suddenly, a pair of elongated claws emerged, grasping the dried corpse hyena's body. Crack, crack, crack. Then came the sound of incessant gnawing as the dried corpse Zhang Qing's body began to reassemble. His enormous abdomen stirring, as if concealing a terrifying substance within, instilling dread. Wail, wail. The golden retriever lion was also struck with fear, and the others behind him felt utterly defeated. They were inherently weak individuals, and in such a situation, they could scarcely bear the pressure. Cold sweat drenched their bodies, leaving them in a state of complete bewilderment. Yet, one person remained remarkably composed: Lu Xian. He looked disdainfully at the scene and mused aloud. Even if it were some miraculous power, shouldn't it be a bit more efficient? If we waste time like this, we would have perished long ago if we had taken action. Should I acquire such a power, I would ensure to improve it, reviving swiftly and standing upright in place. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. The notion of revival was already far-fetched. Even the reanimated corpse of the hyena king could operate in a bizarre manner after death. To be alive was commendable enough, yet to wish for an instantaneous revival was utterly delusional, an unattainable feat, indeed. Suddenly, the reanimated corpse of Zhang Qing stirred. His limbs and head began to twist as if the bones of his body were gradually reconnecting. With a loud thud, his hands slammed onto the ground, striking a pose akin to that of the reanimated hyena. A howl erupted as he fully transformed into a hyena, merging with the corpse of the hyena king. Suddenly, his head lifted, and his eyes locked onto Lu Xian. The others gasped in horror, unable to withstand the sight. What manner of monster was this? It was utterly unnerving. Was it the hyena king, or merely a human? It was not only grotesque but also emanated an aura of terrifying power, enough to instill dread. You are doomed. The newly formed hyena king spoke, a chilling declaration. The onlookers trembled at the sheer strangeness of this power, their minds reeling in confusion. You have been revived, Lu Xian remarked with a sudden smile, appearing before the hyena king in a flash. Benefactor, master. Jin Sancher and the golden retriever lion were struck with panic. Faced with such a formidable creature, Lu Xian charged forward without a hint of trepidation, unconcerned about the possibility of being devoured. With a thoughtful expression, Lu Xian stroked his chin and inquired, "Could you enlighten me on how you achieved your revival? Is this something you could share with me?" The hyena king, with its dazed eyes, looked on in disbelief, pondering. How could this person, who appeared so unassuming yet was so fearsome, be asking me to teach him the method of revival? Surely, he must be insane. Zhang Qing's sunken face suddenly opened wide, revealing a gaping maw, poised to devour Lu Xian in one swift motion. Silence enveloped the scene as Lu Xian slowly extended his hand. With a gentle motion, he lifted the hyena king's jaw, causing its mouth to snap shut. Chapter 52. Insisting on an unfair deal you desire. The hyena king felt its teeth shatter under the pressure. As if a colossal force was wrenching its head, threatening to pull it off, it attempted to howl, but the sound caught in its throat upon seeing the smiling man before it, who held a spirit stone in his hand. Lu Xian exuded confidence, declaring, "I understand that to gain your knowledge of the revival method, I must offer something in return. This is what I present to you." He flashed a nonchalant grin, "Of course. If this does not satisfy you, I have other items to offer." The hyena king questioned its very existence. This individual, who had severed its own head, now sought to bribe it for the secrets of revival? Hilarious! This insufferable charm was utterly captivating. Why could I not be swayed by this beguiling allure? 3 small teams approached, drawn by the commotion, eager to witness Jian Sanche's sword intent and enhance their own swordsmanship, while also observing the envy-inducing golden retriever lion, a creature of draconic blood. Lu Xian, noticing the hyena king's partially open mouth, quipped, "Are you dissatisfied? I possess an abundance of items. Or perhaps you have desires of your own. Just speak, and I shall procure it for you. If it is unavailable, I can seize it, ensuring your satisfaction." The hyena king, a ruthless being indeed, turned its gaze as its 4 legs moved towards its pack of reanimated hyenas. Instantly, the other hyenas crouched low, acknowledging the return of their king. Lu Xian, perplexed, wondered aloud, "Is my offering insufficient? Why will you not reveal the method of revival?" Jian Sanche and the golden retriever lion exchanged glances. Worry etched on their faces. The grotesque form of the hyena king was far too menacing. They could not fathom the extent of its power or the threat it posed. Suddenly, one of the hyenas approached the king. In a swift motion, the merged form of Zhang Qing and the hyena king lunged forward, snapping its jaws and devouring the hapless creature, leaving only bones in its wake. Another hyena was soon offered to the king, meeting the same gruesome fate. Some among the onlookers could no longer bear the sight. "I must investigate," exclaimed a learned individual, retrieving a tome to consult. The reanimation technique of the hyena king allows for the rebirth of the corpse, enhancing its power and elevating its rank, but it requires the presence of a suitable human, a rare event that occurs only once in a millennium. "By the heavens," he gasped, turning to Lu Xian with astonishment. "This is the reanimation method of the hyena king. It elevates its rank and grants it formidable strength. This is perilous." In an instant, the crowd trembled at the sight of the king consuming its kin. Realizing the implications, the hyena king was poised to gain even greater power. With a low, rumbling growl, the king turned, seizing a portion of its own kind and devouring it. Its twisted, emaciated visage began to morph into that of a true hyena. Undergoing a terrifying evolution, retreat. The hyena king is about to unleash a massacre. It craves human flesh. The surrounding teams quaked in fear at the sight of this nightmarish amalgamation of man and beast, their minds struggling to comprehend the horror before them. "Hey!" Lu Xian called out to the hyena king. "Will you divulge the essence of your reanimation technique? Are you willing to share it with me?" The hyena king stretched its legs, its bones shifting and reconfiguring, revealing a formidable presence. Suddenly, it regurgitated a viscous, blood-red substance, a grotesque mixture of what it had consumed, creating a nauseating spectacle. "This is intolerable," Lu Xian exclaimed. Shaking his head, Jian Sanche, golden retriever lion, "Deal with it quickly. This is revolting. Be careful not to kill it. I still need to learn how to revive." Jian Sanche and the golden retriever lion hesitated. Grappling with the gruesome scene, it was not fear of the hyena king's strength that held them back, but rather the sheer repulsion of its actions. The hyena king, now irate, felt insulted. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. No respect was given. After all, it was the king of hyenas, a powerful entity. With a cold command, Jian Sanche unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, and sword chi enveloped the air. Shimmering with intensity, the golden retriever lion unfurled its pristine wings, soaring into the AI. Liu Xian's loyal aides prepared to act. Once more, the hyena king began to vomit, spewing forth an endless stream of filth that left everyone shuddering in horror. It was truly repulsive, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over all present. At long last, the dog king ceased his retching, undergoing a profound transformation. He began to manifest the appearance of a desiccated hyena. Previously, he merely resembled Zhang Qing, possessing but a few characteristics of a corpse. Yet now, within the dog king's abdomen, a rupture emerged. A gasp escaped the crowd as they beheld, to their horror, a small desiccated hyena protruding from the dog king's belly. Is this truly the dog king? Has he degenerated to such a state? The small corpse-like form of the dog king, akin to a fetus within Zhang Qing, opened its eyes and declared, "If you wish to learn of my resurrection method, simply wait until I have consumed you." The expressions of the onlookers soured, for the method of the desiccated hyena's revival was exceedingly grotesque, instilling a profound sense of dread. How bizarre it was to harbor a desiccated creature within one's abdomen. Chapter 53. The terrifying blood sacrifice boundary. Slay it. Quickly, Lu Xian exclaimed, his face contorted in disgust. This is simply revolting. Such a mode of resurrection is one I would never employ, even if I could. It is too abhorrent, and I cannot bear it. The dog king seethed with rage, feeling humiliated by such disdain for his formidable resurrection technique. This individual had repeatedly insulted him, while he may not have sustained physical harm. The psychological trauma was severe. "I shall consume you all." With human-like agility, the dog king surged forward, sprinting towards the beast-seeking squad. "We are mere spectators," they cried. "The one who has offended you is him, not us. We bear no responsibility for this, brother. If I perish, it will be due to your treachery, and you shall owe us recompense." They were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the oncoming desiccated dog king, some collapsing to the ground. Fools! Yet, one individual boldly stepped forward, sword in hand, and proclaimed with bravado, "Is it merely a beast? Why are you all so terrified? Have you not trained your courage alongside Brother Tu?" He glared at the desiccated dog king, gritting his teeth. "Come, let me end you." With a swift motion, the dog king lunged, sinking his teeth into the unsheathed sword. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered into fragments. "Help!" the once brave man screamed, his courage evaporating in an instant. "What a fool! Did you think you could disregard these beasts? Ah, the audacity! One must possess strength to be conceited. Courage requires backing. Brother Tu has spirit stones and treasures for protection. Do you possess anything?" The others who fled were immensely relieved. If that reckless fool could delay the desiccated dog king, it afforded them a chance to escape. "Beast!" Jian Sanshi galloped forward, brandishing his bamboo sword. "Hiya!" he shouted, unleashing a barrage of sword energy. "Ag!" came a cry of agony as the previously valiant man was struck, bloodied by Jian Sanshi's sword energy, which struck like cannon fire. Even if it did not collide with an enemy, it wreaked havoc upon stones and the ground alike. As the dust settled, the desiccated dog king remained unscathed, standing nonchalantly, not a scratch upon him. "Fool!" Jian Sanshi stood elegantly, hands clasped behind his back, bamboo sword swirling around him. "Heaven spares the benevolent. My benefactor has chosen to grant you a reprieve. Surrender now, or we shall—" Suddenly, a crimson veil rose, enveloping Lu Xian, Jian Sanshi, and others within its confines. A blood-red square barrier materialized, sealing them in. "Ha ha ha!" The dog king laughed, his cold gaze fixed upon Jian Sanshi. "Within my blood sacrifice boundary, do you possess any arrogance left? To live is already a blessing." "What is this?" the crowd gasped, bewildered by the blood sacrifice boundary. "Wait, I shall consult my book." Gao Shu rummaged through his tome, seeking answers. "Why can you not remember such matters? Must you consult your book at every turn? Do you think I can recall everything? There is so much to remember," Gao Shu retorted, vexed, when he suddenly noticed the presence of Brother Tu nearby, causing him to tense up. Liu Xian smiled, appreciating the utility of such a living encyclopedia. "You shall accompany me. Whenever I encounter something perplexing, you shall assist in my inquiries." "Really?" Gao Shu's eyes widened with joy, Brother 2. I currently possess but a modicum of knowledge. I merely organize what I have learned. I am not particularly impressive, just somewhat knowledgeable. Liu Xian inquired. What do you know? Gao Shu replied earnestly. I know a little about everything. A genius. To possess even a modicum of knowledge across various fields is formidable. You surpass even a living encyclopedia, verging on being akin to a computer. Such talent must be nurtured. Very well, Liu Xian declared. You shall accompany me. As compensation for your assistance, your cultivation is too low. Take this and refine it diligently. Gao Shu gazed at the heavenly spirit pill in Liu Xian's hand, a substance imbued with spiritual energy, more straightforward and potent than spirit stones. Typically, such elixirs were reserved for breakthroughs in cultivation. Yet here it was, offered as remuneration, truly heartless and extravagant. However, Gao Shu did not lose himself in the allure of the heavenly spirit pill. He promptly resumed his search through the tome. Brother 2. The blood sacrifice boundary is an exceedingly powerful secret technique. Within this boundary, it becomes the realm of the caster. The cultivation of those within it is suppressed, and certain laws can even be manipulated. Truly formidable. Just then, they witnessed Jian Sanshi's unleashed sword energy return to him, piercing him through with his own attack. He fell to the ground, gazing at the desiccated Dog King, who leisurely approached, stating, even with the power of the Emperor Realm, you cannot touch me within my blood sacrifice boundary. Jian Sanshi was at a loss as to why his own sword energy disobeyed him. 10,000 swords returned to one. Clang, clang. Countless swords reformed in the air, colliding with one another, ultimately converging towards the desiccated Dog King. A deafening hum echoed as a multitude of swords, sharp and fierce, surged forth without mercy. Wow, Jian Sanshi's sword intent has intensified, one remarked. If Zhao Pudu were to appear now, a mere flick of his sword could easily dispatch him. This sword intent is terrifying. As the tidal wave of sword intent surged forth, Jian Sanshi beamed with pride. A mere beast cannot withstand the might of my 10,000 swords returned to one. It is impossible. The desiccated Dog King slowly raised a claw, extending it to meet Jian Sanshi's onslaught of swords. Clang, clang. His claw deflected the sword energy effortlessly, rendering Jian Sanshi's most powerful technique utterly ineffective. Chapter 54. The Power of Imprisonment. Clang, clang. The Dog King waved his hand dismissively, dissipating Jian Sanshi's 10,000 swords returned to one without inflicting a single hair's worth of damage upon him. Such formidable swordsmanship simply vanished. Jian Sanshi gradually opened his hand, as the bamboo sword returned to his grasp. Suddenly, more than 30 swords identical to his bamboo sword materialized before him, hovering in midair. He raised his gaze once more, icy determination glimmering in his eyes as he beheld the desiccated Dog King. The onlookers gasped, sensing an overwhelming force of swordsmanship emanating from Jian Sanshi. Gradually revealing itself, this burgeoning sword force felt capable of shattering anything. You, a mere beast, dare to shake my resolve? Ridiculous. Boom. Jian Sanshi gripped his bamboo sword, an aura of terrifying spiritual energy radiating from him, causing all but this sword to soar into the air. With a resounding thud, these swords coalesced, absorbing the spiritual energy emanating from Jian Sanshi, growing larger with each moment. At last, a colossal sword, stretching 100 meters in length, hung in the air, exuding a formidable aura that pressed upon everyone, leaving them breathless. What is this? It is too colossal. With such a sword descending, it could indeed bring about the annihilation of the world. Is this the essence of true strength? I have come to realize that in this lifetime, I shall never catch up to such individuals. I am destined to remain a feeble and pitiable existence. Talent, it appears, can effortlessly surpass all endeavors. The 100-meter-long sword, known as Jian 30, is undeniably awe-inspiring, striking a blow to the confidence of many. The withered Dog King also lifted its head, gazing at the enormous sword that coalesced in the air, grinning grotesquely. It seems that only by witnessing true failure will you concede. I ask that not so. Jian 30's expression remained unperturbed as he surged forward towards the withered Dog King in an instant. Wielding a bamboo sword, he lunged at the withered Dog King. Simultaneously, the massive sword in the sky transformed into a beam of light, also aimed at the Dog King. 2 swords were set to strike together against the Dog King. The Dog King, however, stood motionless, a smile lingering at the corners of its mouth, dismissing everything. Within the confines of my blood sacrifice realm, you are but a weakling. Suddenly, its face contorted in a sinister expression as it opened its mouth, chillingly proclaiming, a weakling that can be easily slain. It opened its maw wide, allowing the colossal sword to enter its mouth. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment as they witnessed the moment the dog's mouth met the giant sword. The sword continued its descent. Gulp. The giant sword vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Jin 30, standing behind the withered dog king, spat out a mouthful of blood, defeated. That 100-meter-long sword, which felt capable of shattering everything, was effortlessly devoured. What is this situation? Swish. The beast-hunting team members moved swiftly, all taking refuge behind Lu Xian, now relying on the protection of Lu Xian, who possessed a treasured shield. Otherwise, they would all face demise. Piffed. Jin 30 coughed up blood, tears beginning to stream down his face. Another loss. The dog king slowly turned, twisting its head, and opened its mouth wide, preparing to consume Jin 30. Can you perish? Boom. Suddenly, a massive paw slammed down upon the withered dog king, driving it directly into the ground, its body contorting, its head flattened. Magnificent golden-haired dragon lion, you are my savior. Thank you for restoring my faith in miracles. The golden-haired dragon lion regarded the withered dog king with a vigilant demeanor. Could a single paw truly obliterate it? Crack, crack, crack. In response, the dog king's head rose again, indeed having been crushed, with brain matter spilling forth, yet no blood. He laughed maniacally, its voice carrying a chilling resonance that instilled terror in all who heard it. It raised its paw, gripping its own head, beginning to squeeze. Crack, crack. Its head gradually transformed, from a flattened shape to regaining a round form. Could such a method truly allow it to restore its head? This is perplexing. Can you kill me? The dog king inquired with a grin. Swish. The golden-haired dragon lion flapped its wings, charging forth once more. Its heavy and sharp claws rained down upon the withered dog king. Thud, thud. With each strike, the dog's body was hammered into the ground, appearing increasingly emaciated. The withered dog king offered no resistance, lying still upon the ground. The golden-haired dragon lion showed no mercy. Dragon lion's iron fist. Countless fists formed, pounding down upon the withered dog king. Laughter erupted. We've won. There is nothing to fear now. Ha ha, indeed. The golden-haired one with dragon blood is the most reliable. I never imagined that one day a beast would save me, allowing me to continue living. Everyone was filled with joy. The golden-haired dragon lion unleashed such terrifying power, reducing the withered dog king to this state, its body rendered utterly emaciated, devoid of the ability to retaliate. Naturally, victory was assured. Who? The golden-haired dragon lion came to a halt. The withered dog king's body had been dismantled. It should have perished. Jin 30 turned back, expressing dissatisfaction. My power pales in comparison to yours. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired dragon lion was at a loss for words. Given its ancient dragon lineage and sage-level strength, was it not entirely reasonable to surpass Jin 30? Why the sorrow? Hee. Laughter. Just as the golden-haired dragon lion relaxed, tension surged anew. The disassembled dog king rose once more, its body miraculously healing in an astonishing manner. What is this rhythm? An immortal being. You cannot kill me. Those who wish to slay me must possess the strength of a supreme realm warrior, the dog king declared dominantly. Do you possess such strength? If not, you will never be able to slay me. You will forever be destined to become my sustenance. Within my blood sacrifice realm, I am equivalent to a supreme realm warrior. Supreme realm. Someone gasped in astonishment. That was a realm they dared not even conceive of. An existence so fearsome it sent shivers down their spines. How could one possibly attain it? This dog's current strength is equivalent to the supreme realm. No wonder it could effortlessly fend off Jin 30's attacks and rise again even under the golden-haired dragon lion's assault. Chapter 55. A floating dog, a woof. The withered dog king howled, its neck creaking as the desiccated flesh emitted a crunching sound. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the golden-haired dragon lion. Crack, crack. Suddenly, it began to shed its skin. Layers of desiccated flesh fell away. Was it evolving again? However, the exposed flesh remained a withered state, yet from within the decaying body, a new power evidently surged forth. Swish! The withered Dog King stood tall. Its arms moved gracefully, a look of joy and self-indulgence gracing its features as it proclaimed, "Do you see? Within the confines of the blood sacrifice realm, I am unassailable." Gulp. Jian 30 swallowed hard, realizing his bamboo sword trembled in his grip as he thought, "You are truly worthless." Yet, in truth, he was trembling even more severely. The golden-haired dragon lion's fur bristled, quaking without uttering a word. Every being present felt an overwhelming tremor emanating from the withered Dog King, a uniquely ominous aura that gradually engulfed them. Thus, they found themselves ensnared within its grip. Tap, tap. Their teeth chattered, a tremor from the depths of their souls. Swish. Suddenly, the withered Dog King moved again, and they felt that power slice through them like a blade. They were immobilized. It was as if their muscles had frozen. Even the slightest movement became an arduous task, utterly unable to shift. Under the sway of this power, they felt their very essence collapse to the utmost depths. Boo-hoo! Some wept. Embrace death. The withered Dog King grinned, its body creaking as it placed its hands upon the ground, then surged forward towards the withered Dog King. Rumble. The ground collapsed beneath it, fissures appearing where the Dog King tread. Was this the strength of a supreme realm? A woof. The golden-haired dragon lion roared, golden light erupting from its body, while its snow-white wings gathered strength. Dragon lion's fist banged. The terrifying wave of energy erupted in an instant. Everyone was sent flying, some momentarily dazed as confusion set in. Only one individual remained standing, unaffected, his garments untouched by the chaos. My goodness. Look at the second-generation brother standing there, completely unscathed, with a treasured shield and a family endowed with spirit stone minds. Do you think anything could possibly harm him? If only I had such a protective treasure, I could strut around freely, impervious to anyone. Strut around? You jest. I would soar through the skies. Thud, thud. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the golden-haired dragon lion soared into the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could a being with sage-level prowess, coupled with ancient dragon lineage, be so thoroughly beaten? Bang, banged in the air. The withered Dog King's feet continually kicked at the void. Traversing the air as if it were walking on solid ground, I am astounded. Is it truly possible to tread upon emptiness? This represents an authentic supreme realm. For cultivators, soaring through the skies by various means is a relatively effortless endeavor. By channeling spiritual energy into specialized tools, one can achieve flight with remarkable ease. However, to tread upon the void is an entirely different matter. It requires not a modicum of spiritual alteration, but rather the sheer resilience of the body, where speed and strength reach a terrifying magnitude, allowing one to walk upon the air and traverse through it effortlessly. Moreover, when utilizing flying artifacts, one's mobility lacks the freedom afforded by treading the void. For instance, while sword riding, turning around is inevitably time-consuming. In contrast, treading the void allows for unparalleled freedom of movement, enabling one to glide through the air like an ethereal sprite, rendering the act astonishingly simple. Is it only those of the supreme realm who possess such formidable prowess? Truly remarkable. Thud, thud. The golden-haired dragon lion flailed helplessly in the air, producing a dismal sound as its head and limbs flopped about. Devoid of any pretense, "Master," it cried out, mustering all its strength to call for Lu Xian. "Help?" "No," Lu Xian replied, shaking his head with a smile. "You provoked it. This has nothing to do with me." The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They were all too aware that the one who had roused the corpse Dog King was not the golden-haired dragon lion, but Lu Xian himself, protected by a treasured artifact. Upon witnessing the corpse Dog King's formidable strength, Lu Xian had chosen to evade the confrontation. Hee, the corpse Dog King chuckled, its face alight with delight. "Do not harbor any illusions. No one can save you." Thud, thud. The corpse Dog King's feet continued to stomp upon the air, seizing the golden-haired dragon lion in its grasp. The once mighty golden-haired dragon lion now bore no trace of its former majesty. Its head and claws drooping in defeat, the corpse Dog King gazed down imperiously, declaring, "Under my blood sacrifice domain, you shall forever remain pitiful beings. None can vanquish me. The ultimate swordsmanship, sword invincible." Suddenly, another sound emerged. Jian Sanshur had made his move. He plunged his bamboo sword into the ground. Thud, thud. Waves of power reverberated through the earth, causing all to feel as though the world itself were trembling in response. There is hope. Jian Sanshur is one who has withstood the tribulation of lightning, possessing strength equivalent to that of the supreme realm. Perhaps he could truly slay the Corpse Dog King. You've had too much to drink, someone remarked. Within the confines of the Corpse Dog King's blood domain, all realms are suppressed, making victory exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, Lu Xian turned to address the speaker coldly. Do not bolster others' ambitions while diminishing our own. Strike him. Instantly, a group surged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the unfortunate soul. Ouch! The individual cried in despair, repeatedly asserting, I speak the truth. The Corpse Dog King's strength is indeed that of the true supreme realm. While Jian Sanshur's power merely rivals the supreme realm in swordsmanship, it is not true strength, understand? Chapter 56. The Ever-Breaking Sword Path. Thud, thud. The deep, resonant sounds persisted, causing the ground to quake. Jian Sanshur exuded an aura unlike the piercing sword energy of before. It was not an explosive force, compression. Indeed, all sword energy and power were being furiously condensed, converging upon his hands. What manner of sword path is this? I feel as though I am being cleaved in two. A powerful sword path that instills a sense of submission, truly a formidable force. Do not be foolish. There are countless things that could induce your submission. Suddenly, Jian Sanshur released his grip on the sword, fixing his gaze upon the Corpse Dog King, slowly raising his hand. Corpse Dog King, I thank you, he said with a smile. Without you, I would not have attained such sword path prowess. His hand continued to rise. Surpassing his head. Pop suddenly, he raised his middle finger. There was not a trace of energy emanating from him. Everything felt exceedingly mundane, devoid of any sense of power. Huh? Lu Xian shook his head. Is he intending to use a magical attack? While not particularly damaging, such an insulting gesture can still inflict harm. It is all rather simple and devoid of difficulty. Ha ha ha, the Corpse Dog King laughed, lifting its paw to lick it, and inquired with a grin. Is this your sword path? Indeed, none could comprehend such a phenomenon, falling into a state of utter confusion. Truly a perplexing spectacle. A gentle breeze wafted through, unperturbed. Jian Sanshur maintained this pose, as if engaged in a display of bravado. This is a psychological game, aiming to instill fear in the Corpse Dog King, thereby delaying its attack. But how long could this psychological warfare prolong their lives? What should I do? Can I leave a note? If I must perish, at least let my family have some closure. Suddenly, a change unfolded. The crowd turned their attention to Jian Sanshur, where they beheld a faint aura surrounding him, accompanied by the wind swirling about him. Yet all remained devoid of any formidable presence, remarkably stable. Where is the power of the sword path? Regardless of how one looked at it, there was no trace of it to be found. Would they truly contend with the Corpse Dog King? Jian Sanshur's raised hand began to wave downwards, revealing a face of delight as he proclaimed, Allow me to demonstrate the mightiest technique of my sword path, Sword Invincible. With that, his arm began to slowly descend. Once more, it was his middle finger. Was he truly wielding it as a weapon? It was nearly unbelievable. Such talent. He continued to wave his finger, a display of remarkable prowess. Whoosh! The middle finger sliced through the air, yet no ripple followed. Everything was as serene as a gentle breeze, utterly devoid of any tumult. With a mere flick, he unleashed what he claimed to be the pinnacle of sword path power. Everyone stood in stunned silence, and they began to believe that this was indeed what Lu Xian had described. A simple magical insult that inflicted no substantial harm, but rather a subtle humiliation. Ha ha! The Corpse Dog King laughed mockingly, its face contorted with derision. Are you jesting? Is this what you call the strongest sword path? If that is the case, I too can claim to possess the mightiest sword path. With that, the Corpse Dog King raised its hand, mimicking Jian Sanshur's gesture, nonchalantly waving its middle finger in return. The mockery was palpable in this blatant display of derision. The power of Jian Sanshur's sword path was thoroughly belittled. Offering no semblance of courtesy, Tio responded in kind, to humiliate so brazenly. What a disaster! Was Jian Sanshur's ultimate sword path power truly devoid of substance, yielding no effect? How perplexing, Jian Sanshi pondered aloud. Tilting his head in astonishment, it shouldn't be. This is my strongest sword path technique. Even if it fails to slay you, it should at least inflict some damage. His own confusion mirrored that of countless others. Was this supposed pinnacle of sword path technique truly so extravagant, merely wielding one's middle finger in such a manner? The absurdity left many bewildered. Suddenly, Jian Sanshi's face lit up with realization. I remember now, my sword. I've yet to execute the final step. Without that, I cannot inflict harm. With that, a surge of formidable power erupted forth, as the bamboo sword gradually materialized from the earth. The corpse dog king cried out in agony, turning to inspect its arm, where wounds began to manifest, gradually splitting open. Splurt, blood flowed forth. Suddenly, the individuals on the ground became exhilarated, inflicting damage upon the desiccated canine king. At this moment, they finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. A genuine opportunity for victory. How splendid it was! The atmosphere flowed with anticipation. This formidable desiccated canine king, within the confines of the blood sacrifice boundary, possessed the strength of a supreme being. At this very moment, they had succeeded in wounding this creature, and hope was beginning to glimmer once more, bringing forth true joy. Everything seemed achievable now. All had become simpler. Last, this force could be unleashed, inspiring a sense of wonder. It was simply unfathomable. I am injured. The desiccated canine king gazed at its own body, revealing a look of incredulity. I in my blood sacrifice boundary. You have managed to harm me. I am willing to call you a powerful one and grant you the dignity of a strong warrior, allowing you to continue living. Chapter 57. The ultimate healing skill. Suddenly, half of the desiccated canine king's body exploded, blood beginning to flow profusely, a sight drenched in crimson. Wow! Jian Sanshi Nyobai. Jian Sanshi, our sovereign, possesses unparalleled strength. Dealing with a mere dog like you is a trivial matter. Sanshi go, strike him again. The crowd erupted in excitement, seeing hope rekindled. Jian Sanshi had suddenly wielded such formidable power that everyone believed the desiccated canine king, despite being within the blood sacrifice boundary, was no match for him. The most powerful sword strike moments ago had inflicted a devastating blow upon the canine king's arm and part of its body. As long as another strike followed, if it merely landed a fraction accurately upon the canine king's head, victory would be assured. The desiccated canine king, regardless of its blood sacrifice boundary or any other realm, was not a rival for Jian Sanshi. He was the strongest entity. With a sword in hand, nothing could obstruct him. Everything before him could be effortlessly cleaved apart with no difficulty whatsoever. Terrifyingly powerful, Jian Sanshi, observing the eager gazes of the crowd, slowly shifted his body. Perhaps I can still wield one more strike. The crowd panicked once more. That meant there was but a single chance. If he failed to cleave the desiccated canine king's head and bring it to its demise, they would once again be entirely at the mercy of the canine king, with no escape in sight. This truly threatened to consign them to death. They were on the brink of collapse. Liu Xian had long observed that the most potent sword strike had extracted every ounce of power from within his body. A form of overexertion that was terrifying. Jian Sanshi managed to sustain his body. Had it been anyone else, the outcome would have been dire. Not only would they struggle to stand, but they would also be racked with pain, feeling as though their bones were fracturing, suffering an agony that penetrated to the marrow, one that was utterly unbearable. In such torment, ushering a person directly towards death was an inevitability they could scarcely endure. Crack, crack, Jian Sanshi staggered as he moved. Can I still deliver another strike? The desiccated canine king laughed, its canine visage devoid of fear, instead exuding an air of mockery. Everyone sensed the absurdity. How could the injured canine king maintain such composure? Moreover, Jian Sanshi had declared he could still strike, as long as the strongest strike landed upon the desiccated canine king. All would be accomplished without any difficulty whatsoever. It was enough to reduce the canine king's body into mere fragments. Come now, give me another strike. The desiccated canine king grinned widely, excitement coursing through it. Suddenly, at the sight of its shattered arm, it swelled, and a fleshy mass emerged. With a splatter, a thick yellow liquid gushed forth. And in an instant, the entire arm regrew, a brand new appendage manifesting. How miraculous! It had grown back so effortlessly, and simultaneously, the injuries upon its body were healing at an astonishing rate, so rapid. Such severe injuries had been healed so simply. Had the damage caused by the strongest strike truly been remedied? The faint glimmer of hope they had just glimpsed was now obliterated by this turn of events. How was this even possible? Such grievous damage had rendered its body to fragments. "DOUC," the desiccated canine king said nonchalantly, "in my realm. You cannot kill me, in fact. Your power will belong to me." Suddenly, everyone felt a sensation. A force coalescing towards the desiccated canine king, continuously gathering within its form. The power Jian Sanshi had just unleashed was now replenishing the canine king's energy, restoring its body. Was it not the case that if a single strike did not suffice, even a brief opportunity for the desiccated canine king to catch its breath would enable it to recover completely? What hope remained for them to continue the fight? The fully restored desiccated canine king stood before them. An insurmountable mountain pressing down upon them, evoking a sense of suffocation. Jian Sanshi let out a roar, straightening his body once more. Then, a powerful force radiated from him, while he experienced a surge of immense strength emanating from within. Crack, crack, crack. Lu Xian's expression shifted. He clearly perceived the power within Jian Sanshi beginning to crumble. His battered body was struggling to endure this overwhelming strength. Suddenly, the interior of Jian Sanshi's body erupted, producing a cacophony of sounds. His body convulsed as blood sprayed from every fissure, showing no mercy, plunging him into a state of utter despair. In an instant, the agony ceased. At this moment, Jian Sanshi was drenched in blood, appearing utterly disheveled. The sensation was such that he could scarcely maintain his stance, let alone continue fighting. It was an arduous struggle indeed. All challenges lay bare before him, yet he continued to emit a low growl. Blood streaming from him, forcing himself to stand upright. The wind howled. "Enough, we have lost. We are no match for it. You have done your utmost. This has nothing to do with you. All our misfortunes are of our own making. Desiccated canine king, if you possess the ability, then kill us all. Spare us the torment. Even if you do so, we shall never resist again." There was truly no mercy to be found. The desiccated canine king cast a cold glance, disregarding the plea, and instead turned its attention back to Jian Sanshi, speaking with indifference. "You are a strong one. I suspect you do not wish to perish lying down, do you? Would you not prefer to stand?" It suddenly plummeted from the sky. Bang! With a resounding thud, the desiccated canine king landed and began to stride toward Jian Sanshi, a dangerous glint in its eyes. "This time, I shall stand before you, offering no evasion. You may strike me at will." Instantly, those who had been engulfed in despair once more glimpsed a flicker of hope. Chapter 58. The ultimate strike received. All right. Jian Sanshi wiped the blood from his face and smirked slightly. "If you possess the strength to overcome me, then unleash it." He raised his head, lifting his hand to extend his middle finger, a smile playing upon his lips. The ultimate sword path, sword invincible. The crowd beheld a glimmer of hope. The desiccated canine king stood before them, clearly unable to evade. Thus, should the ultimate strike descend, victory would be theirs. With a single blow, cleaving the desiccated canine king's body in half from the head down, would spell success, would it not? The pride of the canine king would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll, leading to its grim demise. Come now. The desiccated canine king remained rooted in place, on this cadaverous form. There radiated no aura. It was utterly unremarkable. Everyone was filled with bewilderment. What confidence did this desiccated canine king possess? Was it merely due to its so-called blood sacrifice boundary? Yet moments ago, they had felt Jian Sanshi's ultimate strike shake the very essence of the blood sacrifice boundary. Its survival was already impressive enough. The ultimate sword path, sword invincible. Jian 30 raised his hand, extending his middle finger, and struck down once more, showing absolutely no mercy. The very essence of his being erupted with a formidable swordsmanship power. As his arms swung downward, it seemed as if Jian 30 himself transformed into a blade. His swordsmanship was the embodiment of becoming the sharpest sword in existence, capable of cleaving through anything. This was the true power that made both of them tremble, a palpable force that resonated through the air. The atmosphere began to compress violently as the dry corpse dog king lifted its paw. only to discover that its claws had twisted grotesquely in the chaos of space. When a certain force reaches a terrifying magnitude, it can inflict unimaginable harm upon the fabric of space itself. Under such pressure, the space contorted rhythmically, ensnaring everything within its grasp. Hee. Jian 30 chuckled. This is self-inflicted. Had you remained in the air, I would have been unable to restrain you, and you would have had the chance to evade. But now, it is different, he spoke with a sinister excitement. You cannot escape. The laws of space, the most fearsome of all, lay entrenched. In the midst of spatial distortion, even the mightiest beings found themselves immobile. Let alone the Dry Corpse Dog King. Even those of pseudo-supreme caliber could not maneuver their bodies. Evidently, swish, Jian 30 swung down, delivering a terrifying blow that severed all, sparing no dignity in that fleeting moment. The sensation was that of a razor-sharp blade, cleaving the heavens and the earth in twain, devoid of any semblance of grace. Such prowess was overwhelming. Everything was reduced to tranquility, dissipating into nothingness. The Dry Corpse Dog King and the onlookers gazed upon it, their eyes fixated on the creature. Only by vanquishing the Dry Corpse Dog King could they ensure their survival. Otherwise, following Jian 30's final blow, their fates were sealed, inevitable demise. You are truly formidable, the Dry Corpse Dog King spoke, causing the crowd to quiver. The realization that the Dry Corpse Dog King had not perished plunged them into despair, leaving them bereft of hope. We are doomed. They had exerted themselves to the utmost. Jian 30 had unleashed his most formidable prowess, and they bore no grievances. There was nothing more to be said. Indeed, it is as it is. There are no other options, a bold figure remarked. What is there to fear in death? We all must face it eventually. The group began to discuss their impending mortality. Meanwhile, Jian 30 looked at the Dry Corpse Dog King with a puzzled expression, incredulous as he asked, You are unscathed? Completely unharmed? The strongest swordsmanship, poofed, a surge of frustration forced him to spit blood, feeling slightly disoriented. Had his ultimate power been disregarded? A sense of defeat welled up within him. Crack. Suddenly, sounds emanated from the body of the Dry Corpse Dog King. In the next instant, a smooth fissure began to form at the top of its head and gradually descended. Poof. The Dry Corpse Dog King was cleaved in two. The mightiest sword technique, unrivaled sword, had successfully bisected the Dry Corpse Dog King, offering no mercy whatsoever. This was sheer strength. We have won. We can live. The crowd erupted into cheers, their spirits lifted as they leaped with joy, believing they had escaped the menace of the Dry Corpse Dog King. We have triumphed. Jian 30, however, remained perplexed. The power of the Dry Corpse Dog King, had it truly perished so easily? An unsettling feeling gripped him as he gazed upon the lifeless form of the creature he had cleaved in twain with his most powerful swordsmanship. Roar! The Golden Mane Lion descended and looked towards Lu Xian. Master, have we emerged victorious? Only the Golden Mane Lion perceived Lu Xian as a truly unfathomable force, having suffered greatly at his hands. The evidence of its dire defeat was stark. Lu Xian lifted his gaze and inquired, Has the blood sacrifice boundary dissipated? Swish! Instantly, the Golden Mane Lion, Jian 30, and the others were taken aback. They raised their heads. If the blood sacrifice boundary had not vanished, it could only mean one thing. The Dry Corpse Dog King was still alive. Had it not perished, its manifested power would naturally have dissipated. What then was the meaning of the severed body of the Dry Corpse Dog King? Could it still be alive? Had the mightiest sword strike been so easily dodged, resulting in no damage whatsoever? Just how extraordinary was the Dry Corpse Dog King to achieve such feats? Ha! The laugh echoed, seemingly emanating from all directions, leaving them bewildered as to the Dry Corpse Dog King's whereabouts. The mystery deepened, becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and the body of the Dry Corpse Dog King began to reassemble. Roar! The Golden Mane Lion panicked, preparing to bite down on the creature, intent on consuming such a terrifying being. Surely, it could not survive this, could it? The instinct to act was unavoidable. Poofed. It took a bite, and then another. Enough, Lu Xian intervened. Chapter 59. The Ubiquitous Power Master. The Golden Mane Lion remained resolute. I possess the bloodline of the ancient dragon clan. I can digest anything, regardless of its nature, and ensure its demise. The ancient dragon clan was indeed renowned for its insatiable appetite, voraciously consuming all manner of things while possessing a discerning taste. Typically, dragons favored human flesh, but they also had a penchant for collecting shiny objects. In a pocket dimension, they could utilize any material to reconstruct their bodies, allowing them to re-emerge. Liu Xian shook his head. Master, the golden mane lion was perplexed. Meanwhile, Jian 30, undeterred, recognized that the power to create a pocket dimension was not to be underestimated. It was a true testament to immense strength. A pocket dimension, could it surpass the Supreme? Gao Shu immediately inquired. This individual was indeed talented. While lacking in other knowledge, he was well versed in various subjects. Surely not. The others stood in disbelief. How could the Dry Corpse Dog King, once merely of Imperial realm caliber, now transcend to become a being beyond the Supreme? Such a notion was incomprehensible. Ha ha ha. The voice of the Dry Corpse Dog King continued, coldly declaring, Indeed, this is my pocket dimension. Within this realm, I can accomplish anything effortlessly, without the slightest difficulty. Suddenly, the earth around them began to shift, revealing the gathering of soil that reformed into the body of the Dry Corpse Dog King. It lived. Was it truly that simple to revive? They were utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. What now? The Dry Corpse Dog King chuckled. In my world, you are entirely unable to affect me, nor can you disturb anything. Do you understand? It then slowly raised its paw, smiling. In an instant, an overwhelming force coalesced, far surpassing the swordsmanship power of Jian 30. The crowd gazed up, bewildered by the sheer might, as the Dry Corpse Dog King's strength eclipsed all, ensnaring them within this pocket dimension, granting them no chance to escape. Is this truly a pocket dimension? Jian 30 stared in confusion. My strongest swordsmanship power. He can so effortlessly manifest it? None wished to accept this reality. Yet they were left with no choice. The evidence was laid bare before them. A swordsmanship power greater than Jian 30's had emerged. Oh, Liu Xian chuckled, shaking his head. In a pocket dimension, you possess only the strength of a demon emperor. Can you truly conjure even greater power? Huh? The crowd was left perplexed, struggling to grasp Liu Xian's words. Jian 30's strongest strike had easily withstood the onslaught. How could it merely equate to the strength of a demon emperor? Impossible. The presence they felt from the Dry Corpse Dog King was that of a being beyond the Supreme, wielding power that inspired profound trepidation. Such strength could only evoke absolute fear. The strength of a demon emperor. Was it? The Dry Corpse Dog King chuckled softly, gradually raising his hand. It became evident that a colossal sword in the sky was advancing towards Liu Xian. Master, the golden-haired dragon lion was about to move, but was halted by Liu Xian. Although Jian Sanshi found it exceedingly difficult to shift his body, he too was compelled to make some movement, refusing to remain idle. However, none of them could take any action at all. The protective treasure. There was considerable skepticism regarding whether Liu Xian's protective treasure could truly withstand such formidable power. What they sensed at that moment was a force potent enough to obliterate them in an instant, leaving no room for mercy, instilling a sense of despairing might within them. Come then. Liu Xian remained steadfast in his position, his countenance adorned with a nonchalant smile as he said, I wish to see if you possess strength that surpasses that of the Demon Emperor. Bang, bang, waves of trembling energy surged around them as they felt everything in their vicinity being violently compressed. Such a terrifying sword descended, and in an instant, it felt as though their bodies were on the verge of being crushed to smithereens. This was an unfathomable predicament. Liu Xian, however, stood firm, using his body to block the impending doom. Everyone believed that it was all over. They had lost all hope and would be utterly destroyed by the Dry Corpse Dog King. The situation had spiraled into despair. The enormous sword descended upon Liu Xian. Crack, crack. Many shut their eyes, and in the next moment, the sword aimed at Jian Sanshi shattered. Could it be that such power could not harm Liu Xian? His protective treasure was indeed formidable. The second-generation brother is forever the strongest, untouchable. He has resources at his disposal and can control everything. The second-generation brother is truly mighty, the object of our admiration. They were all filled with excitement, their only glimmer of hope restored. The Dry Corpse Dog King could no longer harm them. Second-generation brother, can your protective treasure attack? Suddenly, they displayed an inquiring attitude. If it could only protect him, then they would still perish, with no hope remaining, still pushing them into the abyss. Not at all, Lu Xian smiled. The crowd was left dumbfounded. The second-generation brother would remain unharmed. But what about them? Bang! The colossal sword emitted a crisp sound, shattering instantly, leaving behind an eerie silence, all reduced to a simple rhythm. There was no room for trivialities. You have blocked it, the Dry Corpse Dog King? Bewildered asked, how did you manage to do that? It is truly astonishing, I in my realm. I understand that you possess great power, but I cannot fathom how you could withstand my attack. Mastering a realm allows one to impose limitations on all. Even those within such a realm have their powers suppressed effortlessly, without any significant challenge. Such ease and simplicity, he mused. A small world. Lu Xian scoffed. Let me show you my small world. Whoosh. Suddenly, centered around Lu Xian, a square energy shield emerged, enveloping everyone within. Was this also a small world? Chapter 60. The Contemptuous Small World. The Dry Corpse Dog King was utterly stunned. The world emanating from Lu Xian enveloped the golden-haired dragon lion, Jian Sanshi, and the Dry Corpse Dog King himself. In that instant, they experienced an entirely different sensation. In the Dry Corpse Dog King's small world, he had always been a feeble existence, perpetually oppressed, feeling as though a massive stone was crushing him, making even the slightest movement arduous. Now, however, everything was different. Why do I feel so powerful, as if I could kill a cow with a single punch? Are you feeling this too? I feel as though I could leap effortlessly into the air. Bang! With a single leap, one person soared into the sky, creating a deep crater upon landing. His companions looked up in bewilderment. Impossible! He is merely at the Yuaning level. How could he fly so high? Bang! With a resounding crash, another individual raised his fist and struck the ground, leaving a 2-meter deep, 5 to 6 meter wide pit. So powerful! Others could not help but exclaim. They all sensed that they had become significantly stronger, possessing mightier capabilities, yet they were baffled by how they had suddenly transformed into such powerful beings. Swish! All gazes turned towards Lu Xian. The small world he had unleashed truly made them stronger within this realm. Second-generation brother, are you a being who transcends the supreme realm? So that was it. They had always thought the second-generation brother was fearless due to the protection of powerful allies and his protective treasure, but now it appeared that he was the one who had been concealing his true strength. Second-generation brother, we are willing to follow you. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the Dry Corpse Dog King grinned widely, nearly stretching his mouth to the back of his neck. Simultaneously, his body began to tremble. Bang bang! The Dry Corpse Dog King's muscles began to grow, suddenly becoming robust and muscular. This left the onlookers in shock. They had all grown stronger, yet so had the Dry Corpse Dog King. His small world suppressed all beings within it while allowing him to exist omnipresently. Everything could transform into his form, enabling instantaneous relocation. This was the reason why Jian Sanshi's supreme sword technique had failed to harm the Dog King. But what was Lu Xian's small world? Not only did it not suppress the beings within, but it also empowered them significantly. What was the meaning of this? Jian Sanshi and the golden-haired dragon lion had indeed become stronger. Yet the Dry Corpse Dog King was still not their match. Ridiculous. The Dry Corpse Dog King laughed. No, I must thank you. You have allowed me to truly experience the feeling of a supreme realm expert. Slowly, he raised his paw, his canine face beaming with joy, excitement radiating from him. Is this what it means to be in the supreme realm? Suddenly, the Dry Corpse Dog King's claws moved, in an instant. The earth trembled, producing a rumbling sound as the ground quaked. They were all acutely aware that the earth was shifting, and they soon witnessed 2 parcels of land wrapped in small worlds being torn from the ground and gradually ascending into the air. Is this for real? A whole piece of land is being lifted. Is this the power of a supreme realm expert? Previously, they had been skeptical, never imagining that an island could truly be moved like this. Second-generation brother, does your small world intend to save us or to eliminate us? Lu Xian remained stationary, his expression still tranquil, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. The Dry Corpse Dog King chuckled. You will follow me from now on. Lu Xian shook his head. You, a dog so grotesquely ugly, wish to have me follow you. I have no desire for that. Hiss, the crowd gasped. Did the Dry Corpse Dog King, who possessed the power of a supreme realm expert, not fear offending anyone. Did he not worry about being slaughtered? Now, this was genuine supreme power, undeniably evident, revealing formations that were extraordinarily formidable. What else can your small world do? The dry corpse dog king grinned. Can it contend with me? You remain no match for me. I can still easily eliminate you. Suddenly, the desiccated canine king vanished in an instant, executing a spatial leap. All present witnessed this phenomenon, a fleeting movement that appeared as if he had simply ceased to exist within space. It is essential to understand that regardless of the speed, any movement within space must leave a corporeal trace. However, there exists a method to transcend this limitation. By employing one's own velocity to overcome the laws of space, one can achieve what is termed a spatial leap, allowing for the temporary disappearance of one's form across a short distance. The desiccated canine king accomplished this in simpler terms. He vanished from his previous spatial location just moments ago. When confronted with certain attacks, he could similarly utilize spatial leaps to evade his opponent's strikes. Such power is undeniably formidable, and it is evident to all present, devoid of any superfluous commentary. With his dry, muscular claws, the desiccated canine king seized Jian Sanshi. Jian Sanni felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "It is he who is unyielding, not I. Why do you grasp me? Truly, you are a wretched creature." The desiccated canine king regarded Lu Xian with a cold stare, darkly proclaiming, "I offer you a chance. Follow me, and you may yet survive. Should you refuse, death awaits you all. Your small world is utterly laughable, yet it grants me a taste of the power of a supreme being, which I find quite enjoyable." A look of satisfaction graced his visage. "I relish this sensation, this mastery over all, embodying the essence of a supreme being, controlling everything within my grasp, while all life awaits my judgment, with no escape from their fate. Every being is inevitably enamored by power, enthralled by their own strength. This goes without saying. The continuous journey of growth and empowerment ensnares one's very essence. Your small world is indeed intriguing, fostering strength even in your enemies. How could such a trifling domain exist? Chapter 61. Instruction Manual for the Small World Ridiculed. Lu Xian's small world seemed utterly ineffectual, cloaking all within it in newfound strength. Even ants had become formidable. Just moments ago, the one who shattered the stones was effortlessly lifted and cast aside by an ant. How does this assist me? Canine King, do not be so arrogant. Our second-generation brother is also a supreme being. Your small world, with its blood sacrifice limitation, is merely a trait of lineage. Our second-generation brother possesses everything through his own merit. Second-generation brother, teach him a lesson. Let him understand the magnitude of your existence. This dog is insufferably arrogant. It is imperative that we strike him down. They were utterly convinced that Lu Xian, with his prowess, could summon spirit stones at will and wield various treasures with ease. Such is the essence of strength. Thus, they affirmed that Lu Xian was indeed a supreme being. Otherwise, everything would be inexplicable. Without a trace of breath, the desiccated canine king scoffed, gradually tightening his grip around Jian Sanshi's neck. Producing a chilling creak, Jian Sanni cried out in agony as blood began to surge forth from his wounds, not cascading downward but flowing upward. The blood coursed along his body, converging upon the desiccated canine king's hand, gradually seeping into its form, absorbing Jian Sanshi's lifeblood. Jian Sanshi wailed, as his body visibly shriveled at an alarming rate. Was this to drain him of every drop of blood, transforming him into a desiccated corpse as well? Second-generation brother. They all turned their gaze to Lu Xian, who had become their sole beacon of hope. Yet, why did he remain inactive? Release him. Lu Xian finally stirred. The others were filled with excitement and anticipation, their minds racing with various fantasies of how Lu Xian would swiftly vanquish the desiccated canine king, making him regret his actions and experience the depths of power. The desiccated canine king would perish in despair and resentment. "What do you want?" Lu Xian retorted, tearing open his garment to reveal his embrace, speaking nonchalantly. "I am rather lazy by nature and typically avoid conflict. Harmony is my preference. Take what you desire. Just release him." The crowd was left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. The same formula, the same flavor. What they had anticipated was the eruption of formidable power from their second-generation brother. Yet what they received instead was a display of his financial prowess. This is a mere dog. Does a dog even appreciate wealth? The desiccated canine king was equally bewildered by the turn of events. Finding himself engulfed in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. With a sudden burst, the desiccated canine king released his grip. Was this truly happening? Had this dog been swayed by Lu Xian's opulent aura? Choosing not to confront one with wealth? You insult me, he murmured in an instant. A terrifying aura erupted from the desiccated canine king. A dark, eerie mist enveloping him, transforming him into an even more fearsome entity. Radiating a power that sent shivers through all who beheld it. You shall perish. He was prepared to strike at Lu Xian. With a flicker, he executed a spatial leap, suddenly appearing before Lu Xian. His dark, withered claws raised to strike. Tension gripped the air. Despair loomed over the second-generation brother, threatening to plunge him into the abyss of death. Bang! The desiccated canine king stood in shock, staring at Lu Xian, reconfirming that his claws had indeed struck this man. Yet, why did he not flinch? Not even a hint of power emanated from him. What was happening? Bang! He struck again, but the result remained unchanged. His efforts stirred no waves. The attack was as weightless as a feather, inflicting no harm. Where had his strength gone? What are you doing? Lu Xian adjusted his attire. Do you have any idea how much this outfit costs? The desiccated canine king gazed at this man before him, trembling slightly. A being capable of creating a small world was now effortlessly withstanding his assault. He was utterly bewildered, lost in confusion, ignoring him. Lu Xian pried the desiccated canine king's claws away and continued to tidy his clothing. The once formidable presence of the desiccated canine king was ruthlessly disregarded before Lu Xian, who showed not a shred of concern. By the heavens, what treasure does our second-generation brother possess? Why do all attacks upon him yield such results? He must be immensely wealthy. This defensive treasure must rank among the highest in the realm of cultivation. Could it be the Xiangtian Xin realm? No, have you all forgotten? Our second-generation brother wields the bowl, the Qian Kuan bowl. That cannot be. Did we not hear that artifact was lost? At that time, half of the cultivation world vied for the Qian Kuan bowl. How could it be? Otherwise, how can we explain the ability to withstand such attacks? It cannot merely be lying idle. They regarded Lu Xian with newfound respect. Indeed, such overwhelming power was evident before them. His form exuded no trace of breath, yet he could withstand the desiccated canine king's onslaught. If it were not for a protective treasure, such a feat would be utterly unattainable system task. Do not engage. Eliminate the desiccated canine king through Jin Sanshi. Reward. Blood sacrifice limitation 1. Lu Xian was taken aback. He had intended to intervene, but the system had issued a command forbidding his action. Insisting Jin Sanshi take the lead, he couldn't help but question whether the system and Jin Sanshi were somehow related. Otherwise, why such insistence? Moreover, Lu Xian was astonished to discover that the desiccated canine king's small world, blood sacrifice limitation, could even be converted into a reward. Was such a unique bloodline power truly feasible? You possess a protective treasure. The desiccated canine king's expression shifted, retreating a step as he coldly stated, I cannot slay you. Nor can you slay me, but he must die. The individual he indicated was none other than Jin Sanshi. Why? Jin Sanshi retorted, feeling aggrieved. What have I done to deserve this? The desiccated canine king grinned maliciously. You pose a threat to my existence. Thus you must perish. Lest I recover and grow stronger, I would be hunted down indiscriminately. I comprehend the necessity of quelling a beast in its cradle. Chapter 62. The manipulation of size. Jin Sanshi felt the urge to weep. His misfortune was overwhelming. Thud, thud. However, suddenly, the terrifying sword energy surged once more. Jin 30 naturally would not sit idly by. After all, he too was a formidable master of the sword path. The belief in the sword had taken root deeply within his heart. That indestructible sword intent was clearly laid out before him. Everything was straightforward and unambiguous. Slay gods upon encountering them, and vanquish Buddhas when faced with them, showing no mercy whatsoever. Buzzing. Sharp blades of sword energy coalesced once again, radiating an aura of fierce power, an undeniable manifestation of the sword's might capable of obliterating all. The crowd was once more stirred with excitement. Jian 30 had also grown stronger, even if the corpse dog king was formidable. Avoiding its sharp edge and finding an opportunity to slay it was entirely feasible. It was perfectly normal for an emperor level being to vanquish a saint level opponent. Such feats were undoubtedly achievable without any issue. With wisdom at play, employing various strategies and methods, it was indeed possible to defeat those who transcended one's own realm. Ridiculous. The corpse dog king suddenly exerted force with its hand. Crack, crack, cracked in an instant. A series of crisp sounds echoed as all of Jian 30's sword energy shattered. What was this? The corpse dog king had not made excessive movements. It merely unleashed its formidable presence, which was enough to annihilate Jian 30's sword energy in an instant. Jian 30 stood in bewilderment, his eyes beginning to lose their luster, the domineering aura of the sword path dissipating from his being. He seemed utterly devoid of strength, reduced to an exceedingly feeble existence. I have lost, he muttered to himself. Have I truly lost so miserably? Am I devoid of any capacity for counterattack? Lu Xian observed silently from the side. Jian 30, instead of succumbing to despair, gradually regained composure and stood up slowly from the ground. Addressing the corpse dog king, go ahead, make your move that I am no match for you. You may kill me now. There was no superfluous dialogue. He exuded a remarkably decisive demeanor. It was all over. Jian 30 had completely conceded, acknowledging his inferiority and relinquishing any notion of retaliation. Was this not how it would all conclude? Everything was destined for demise. The corpse dog king grinned. Very well, it bared its hideous teeth. Preparing to act, each tooth jutted outward menacingly, evoking a sense of terror at a mere glance, accompanied by a foul stench that was quite repugnant. No one underestimated the corpse dog king. A single bite could sever anything in its path. With not an ounce of carelessness involved, the it was that simple. Overwhelming power. The corpse dog king opened its mouth, advancing step by step toward Jian 30. Master. The golden-haired lion could no longer contain itself. Glancing at Lu Xian, eager to intervene. Yet Lu Xian remained rooted in place, exhibiting no signs of concern for Jian 30's fate. He's doomed. Their strength could not rival that of the corpse dog king. And now it was poised to end Jian 30's life. Everything was laid bare before them. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of metal grinding filled the air as the corpse dog king's bite landed on a small bamboo. It looked perplexed, turning to Jian 30 with a grin. Are you still intent on resisting? Is there any point in it? Jian 30 chuckled, suddenly grasping the small bamboo and swinging it toward the corpse dog king's neck. Clang, clang, sparks flew. This time, the corpse dog king's neck was no longer as feeble as before. It was as hard as iron. The sword swept across, causing no damage whatsoever. The corpse dog king's neck remained unscathed. Jian 30, undeterred, gripped his sword once more, relentlessly striking at the corpse dog's body. Clang, clang. Sparks continued to erupt. There was no superfluous dialogue, a truly chilling scene that left all spectators gasping in shock, caught in a state of utter bewilderment. With each strike, a terrifying force was unleashed. The sword energy surged, whooshing through the air. Many witnessed deep imprints appearing on the ground, the aftermath of Jian 30's sword energy. Boom! A nearby massive stone shattered with a thunderous crack. Yet such formidable sword energy had no effect on the corpse dog king, failing to inflict any harm whatsoever. What was this rhythm? It was enough to make one want to vomit blood. The corpse dog king chuckled. Do you wish to continue? A weakling like you cannot possibly harm me. Instantly, an aura of dominance emanated from the corpse dog king, and in that moment, countless observers felt an overwhelming presence. Their perception of the corpse dog king shifting entirely. What was once seen as a grotesque, loathsome creature now appeared powerful and captivating. A sense of conquest radiated from the corpse dog king, invoking an instinctive feeling of submission from deep within. Dominance, a force akin to that of a supreme being. Dominance was easily understood, a special power reserved for those who embodied the majesty of a ruler. A true sovereign could wield such authority. Above the realm of supremacy, one becomes a dominator, and to possess such dominance, one must possess innate talent. Otherwise, acquiring it would prove exceedingly difficult. Remarkably, this dog exhibited such power. It was truly astonishing, an existence that defied belief. Lu Xian tilted his head, grinning. You are indeed an impressive dog, but alas, you are too ugly. If you were to accompany me, wouldn't that diminish my looks? My heavens, are you still concerned with appearances? Merely surviving is already a blessing. All present, including the golden-haired lion, maintained their combat-ready stances, yet one could observe their trembling limbs. Only Lu Xian stood firm, his legs unwavering. Exuding a sense of stability, completely unfazed, he approached the corpse dog king, which stared at him with wide eyes, asking, "Do you not sense my dominance? Can you still support your body?" Chapter 63. The Power That Envelopes the Body. Lu Xian scratched his head, chuckling. "What else should I do? Kneel? I fear you might not endure it. If I were to kneel, you would be the first to bow." Ha ha ha. The corpse dog king laughed. This person before it was too boastful. Suggesting that he could compel it to kneel was utterly ludicrous. After all, it was a being of supreme rank, and a person devoid of any presence could never bring it to submission. Such a notion was absurd. Not believing it, Lu Xian frowned, his displeasure evident. "Kneeled, do you wish to die?" As soon as the corpse dog king uttered those words, it found itself inexplicably dropping to its knees, the speed astonishingly swift. Devoid of any superfluous dialogue, IT stared in shock, feeling a tinge of confusion wash over it. "I have knelt," IT exclaimed in disbelief. "How could this be? It is impossible." Creak, creak. The corpse dog king attempted to support itself, suddenly feeling a powerful force pressing down upon it. Its bones creaked under the strain, unable to withstand such pressure, as if they might shatter. Boom. The corpse dog king knelt once more, despite pouring all its strength into standing. It remained on the ground. "Did you all feel anything? Why do I not feel the urge to kneel? We can sense dominance too. You ask me, who should I inquire?" They were all deeply perplexed. Typically, when confronted with overwhelming dominance, anyone would experience the compulsion to kneel, and all within the vicinity would succumb. Yet now, why had Lu Xian compelled the corpse dog king to kneel, while they felt no such power? This was truly puzzling. Is it not dominance? You all say, could it be that our second brother is too handsome, captivating with mere looks? Looks? Do you not think my appearance surpasses his? Scram. The crowd shot him disdainful glances. Clearly irked, Lu Xian paid no mind to them, instead focusing on Jian 30, benefactor. Jian 30's face was filled with guilt. Having been nurtured by Lu Xian for so long, stepping into the emperor realm, and further breaking through the sword path to assist him in enduring the thunder tribulation, yet he remained so weak. What a failure! He felt he had let down his benefactor Lu Xian. Betraying his own parents, Lu Xian, with an expressionless face, calmly remarked, "The defeat is not your fault. This fellow has cheated, arriving with an external aid." External aid? Jian San Yi, bewildered, inquired, "What is that? Is it some sort of special ability?" Lu Xian then casually stated, "I shall grant you an external aid as well." Suddenly, the small world belonging to Lu Xian began to shrink gradually. The second-generation brother understood that his small world would not assist him. Rather, it would benefit his adversary, compelling him to retract it. This small world had become utterly useless, incapable of aiding him and instead rendering him more miserable. The second-generation brother pondered how he had come to possess such a capability. As the small world continued to diminish, it abruptly detached from Lu Xian's body. What is happening? This small world belongs to the second-generation brother. It should never be separated from him, yet now it excludes him. Was it merely a small world, or something else? It certainly could not be. This was a more formidable technique of the second-generation brother, rivaling a small world, yet more agile. Subsequently, Lu Xian's small world enveloped Jian San Yi, gradually melting away as it descended upon him, bestowing magical enhancements. Lu Xian smiled at the zombie dog king, saying, "Rise." The zombie dog king's body sprang to its feet, obediently compliant. It gazed at Jian San Yi, who appeared slightly dazed, its canine face filled with astonishment. Having possessed a small world, it was acutely aware of everything. Yet now, witnessing the astonishing event of its small world merging with Jian San Yi's form was simply unbelievable. It was a matter hard to accept. Indeed, it was beyond belief. Jian San Yi slowly raised his hand, his face radiant with joy, proclaiming, "Benefactor, I feel empowered. I can undoubtedly wield an even mightier sword." Lu Xian took a step back, suggesting, "Use this dog for practice." A chill swept over the crowd. However, Lu Xian had always possessed a method to handle the zombie dog king, and his reluctance to deal with it stemmed from his intention to use it as a training tool. Very well, Jian Sanni grinned, and suddenly, terrifying sword energy re-emerged, swirling around his body as each sword spun rapidly, buzzing ominously. He could distinctly sense that this sword energy was mightier than before, sending shivers down everyone's spines. They eagerly anticipated the extent of Jian Sanyi's newfound strength, augmented by Lu Xian's small world. Howl! The zombie dog king howled, charging towards Jian Sanyi. With a mere glance, Jian Sanyi directed the swirling sword energy at the zombie dog king. Bang! The zombie dog king's body was pierced through. It halted, its eyes dimming. Is it dead? This is the zombie dog king. It shouldn't be this simple, should it? Did it die so quickly? It was indeed astonishing. Regardless, disbelief lingered. How could such a thing occur? It was truly a sight to behold, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Howl! The zombie dog king stirred once more. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable creature, possessing immense strength. A reality evident to all present. It was a testament to its resilience, exhibiting an almost supernatural vitality. It seemed this creature could endure any injury and continue to survive. How ruthless, Jian Sanyi chuckled. And in an instant, sword energy erupted from him, slicing towards the zombie dog king's neck with blinding speed. This time, it was not merely sparks flying. The zombie dog king's head fell cleanly away. Wail! Even after its head had rolled to the ground, the zombie dog king remained alive, emitting mournful sounds. The onlookers grew anxious, prepared to strike swiftly and eliminate the zombie dog king before it could revive. Taking the initiative, the narrative unfolds through the open-source, Freestar string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through proxy download and the vendor has not provided the software source code or an open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 20175937110. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, t.me FQ tool. Chapter 64, One Step to Annihilate the Dog King. Wail! The dog king cried out, and then, from the severed neck, the ground began to coalesce, attempting to regenerate its body. How ruthless! How does one kill a zombie dog king that can resurrect infinitely? Continue. We must eliminate it completely. It cannot be allowed to revive again. How do we kill it? Others, more frantic than Jian Sanyi, clearly valued their lives more, trembling before the formidable presence. Wail! The zombie dog king roared in fury, its body reconstituting itself once more. You cannot kill me, it boasted, for in my realm, beneath this world, I shall not perish. Even if you were to obliterate my head into countless fragments, I will still endure. Is that so? Jian Sanyi, skeptical, summoned countless swords infused with spiritual energy, charging at the zombie dog king once again. Bang! The blades pierced through the dog king's form, causing it to shatter into fragments. Offering no mercy, definitively sending it to death. In such a scenario, one truly comprehended the terrifying nature of this being, evoking fear in all present. The crowd wore tense expressions, perplexed by the unfolding events. Enveloped in a state of confusion. Could the zombie dog king still resurrect? If it could, they would find it intolerable, convinced that the dog king was an indestructible entity. Jian Sanyi observed everything intently. Frowning. Raw strength could defeat the zombie dog king, but could it truly kill it? That was the genuine peril. What needed to be done now was to eliminate the zombie dog king, unleashing his formidable power. That was paramount and critical. By employing the most straightforward approach, he aimed to eradicate his foe. The zombie dog king re-emerged. Kill me, can you? It continued coldly. Even if you exhaust yourself to death, you cannot affect me in the slightest. Understand? Let me show you. With that, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. Countless zombie dog kings materialized. Jian Sanyi glanced over, genuinely startled. There was no discernible difference among them. They all appeared to be the authentic zombie dog king. How to kill one that can resurrect infinitely, producing countless replicas of itself? It's utterly impossible to eliminate them. Even if I were to exhaust myself, I could not vanquish this foe. It was overwhelmingly challenging, inducing a sense of impending collapse, an unbearable weight pressing down. It is indeed too difficult. The difficulty was insurmountable, akin to a sensation of being torn apart. Come now, feel free to kill me, the zombie dog king laughed, stating, I require no defense. You may strike at will, but I implore you, do not exhaust yourself to death. Such arrogance from the dog king was indeed ruthless. Was it truly to be so casual? Allowing Jian Sanyi to kill it without concern for its own demise? It left the onlookers speechless. Very well, Jian Sanyi regained his resolve, gripping his sword, initiating a barrage of strikes. Whoosh, in an instant. He severed the heads of the zombie dog kings, ensuring their demise. This method was the only way to prevent the zombie dog king from escaping. It was that simple, thud, thud. The heads fell to the ground. Wail. All the dog heads were barking, and Jian 30 was watching. His expression tense. He was genuinely worried that the corpse dog king might rise again. If that were to happen, it would indeed be catastrophic. Yet, it had come back to life once more, its body continuously reappearing. It was indestructible. Faced with such an immortal corpse dog king, he felt utterly bewildered. How could one deal with a dog that could not be killed? Despite exhausting every possible method to behead this undead creature, they still could not vanquish it. The crowd could not help but glance at Lu Xian. It was all Lu Xian's fault. Had he not given the corpse dog king those nearly invincible traits? How could it have resurrected, merging with Zhang Qing's body and becoming so formidable? Lu Xian was taken aback. Why are you all looking at me? Are you blaming me? The crowd continued to stare, their faces filled with anger. They seemed to be waiting for the corpse dog king to transform into such a powerful entity before taking action. Wasn't this madness? Now, they had inadvertently created a terrifying, immortal demon. This fiend was almost unbearable, sending shivers down their spines. You all? Lu Xian shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. Isn't it just a dog? It can be easily subdued. Why is it so difficult for you? The others shot him a look, clearly conveying their thoughts. You do it. Since Lu Xian believed the corpse dog king could be easily slain, it was his turn to act, under the expectant gazes of the crowd. Lu Xian stepped forward towards the head of the corpse dog king. Hee. The head of the corpse dog king on the ground still wore a brazen grin, joyously exclaiming, What, do you really think you can kill me? No one can slay me. In my world, I am everything that Lu Xian merely replied, then slowly lifted his foot and stomped down onto the head of the corpse dog king. Gulp. The crowd was taken aback. Jian 30's terrifying sword power had failed to destroy the corpse dog king, yet this simple act achieved what his might could not. Brother Erdai is impressive. Is this all it takes? Just a stomp on the head of the corpse dog king. That's ruthless. How could this be possible? Crack, crack, crack. Lu Xian continued to stomp, the sound echoing ominously. The dog king cried out. Could it truly be that he could kill the dog king? Chapter 65. Snow Pearl. Crack. Lu Xian kept stomping, casually remarking, such a simple task, and you all took so long, I really don't understand. The dog king's pitiful wails echoed as it struggled, baring its teeth in vain. Still unable to escape. The crowd was utterly bewildered, even questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. The corpse dog king, possessing the power of resurrection and showcasing its strength in a miniature realm, was now being pinned down. This seemingly ordinary stomp, so mundane in its execution, had subdued the corpse dog king. Jian 30, after enduring countless hardships without managing to kill it, now witnessed Lu Xian's effortless act of domination. This is absurd, Jian 30 exclaimed. Let me try. Come on. Lu Xian immediately lifted his foot. In an instant, the body of the corpse dog king began to grow again, preparing to resurrect anew. This dog was far too powerful, enduring any injury and continuously reviving. It was genuinely terrifying. Does it possess such formidable strength? The corpse dog king felt invigorated, revealing a fierce demeanor. I will kill you for trampling me. As a powerful being, it could not accept being stepped upon. It was a profound humiliation. Suddenly, Jian 30 swiftly stomped down again. In the next moment, the corpse dog king whimpered, howling in pain. The strength of the sword path had not killed the creature. Yet this single stomp had completely subdued it. Is this really possible? Jian 30 said in astonishment. Is this the weakness of the corpse dog king? Just one stomp is enough? Initially, they had believed Lu Xian must have employed some special method to unleash even greater power to achieve such a feat. But after Jian 30's attempt, It became clear that anyone could do it. The mighty Corpse Dog King was utterly powerless against this simple stomp. Jin 30 began to exert more force. Let me have a go. Others, unable to restrain themselves, wanted to try stepping on the Corpse Dog King as well. One by one, they began to stomp down, relishing the sensation of dominating the once feared creature. The Dog King cried out, its voice filled with despair, and no longer the arrogant being capable of effortlessly annihilating them. It had been reduced to a pitiful state. Please don't kill me, the Corpse Dog King suddenly pleaded. I can exchange something for my life. Just spare me, and I will give you what you want. Liu Xian, intrigued, squatted down. Then show me. The Corpse Dog King's eyes darted cautiously. I can give you something, but you must promise not to kill me. Otherwise, I would rather die than part with it. Fine. Liu Xian smirked. I won't kill you. Upon hearing this, the Corpse Dog King smiled, then suddenly began to retch, its face swelling grotesquely, an alarming sight. Its eyes seemed ready to pop out. Gulp! The Corpse Dog King appeared to be expelling something from its mouth. Finally, a snow-white pearl was regurgitated. A gentle power emanated from it, soothing and pleasant. The Corpse Dog King looked at Liu Xian. Its expression no longer fierce but rather pitiable. This is my treasure. It is the reason I can be reborn. I entrust it to you. Please let me go. Liu Xian ignored its plea and picked up the pearl. The others watched with excitement. This must be the Snow Pearl, a pearl capable of resurrection. What a treasure! How did the Corpse Dog King acquire such a gem? Brother Air Dai, you've struck it rich. Rich? Look at Brother Air Dai's nonchalant demeanor. You underestimate him. This might just be one of many such treasures he possesses. Liu Xian examined the pearl in his hand and asked the Corpse Dog King, how did you come across such a thing? The desiccated Canine King could no longer conceal the truth, divulging everything with utmost candor. These desiccated hyenas consider corpses as sustenance, even those in a state of putrefaction. By a twist of fate, the desiccated Canine King stumbled into a perilous area, where not only was it futile to seek nourishment, but it itself narrowly escaped becoming prey to other ferocious beasts. Dizzied by hunger, upon spotting a human corpse, it instinctively began to feast voraciously at that moment. It had no awareness of its surroundings, only the primal urge to sate its hunger. As it rummaged through the remains, it discovered a peculiar pearl nestled within the deceased's abdomen. In an astonishing turn of events, the corpse suddenly revived. The desiccated Canine King, seasoned by countless encounters with lifeless bodies, was unperturbed by the supernatural. For creatures such as itself, the existence of spirits was met with skepticism. In truth, individuals from the realm of cultivation also bore no fear of apparitions, perceiving them merely as alternative manifestations of power. Devoid of any reason for trepidation, everything remained straightforward, devoid of any superfluous dialogue. However, witnessing a cadaver, even one in a state of decay, return to life instilled fear within the desiccated Canine King. Yet, the revived body seized it, and in that moment, it realized its own blood was flowing toward the resurrected figure. The drive to survive ignited a surge of power within the desiccated Canine King, prompting it to bite at the individual. Frenziedly, it dug deeper, ultimately extracting the pearl from the stranger's body. The primary intent was not merely to retrieve the pearl but to consume. The pearl was merely a serendipitous discovery. Subsequently, the once dry and decayed corpse fell utterly still. Though the desiccated Canine King was somewhat dim-witted, it grasped one undeniable truth. This pearl was undeniably extraordinary. The earlier corpse had stood again due to this very pearl, so the desiccated Canine King consumed it. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity, as the desiccated Canine King gradually uncovered the pearl's potential, realizing it granted rebirth, a power that had once enabled it to counter the celestial wolf and return to life after perishing. This was its second resurrection. Chapter 66. The sinister artifact. The desiccated Canine King gazed at Liu Xian, tears welling in its eyes. It pitifully implored, I have shared all that I know. Can you spare me? Liu Xian regarded the desiccated Canine King. Suddenly, his grip tightened, and the onlookers beheld the snowborn pearl in his hand beginning to crack, as if he intended to shatter it. The snowborn pearl, a treasure capable of granting rebirth to anyone with blood, was on the verge of destruction. Second brother, if you find it undesirable, simply give it to me. That way, you can chastise me, and I would feel less guilty for taking this treasure without recompense. Prodigal, you truly are a prodigal. Even if your family possesses a mine, such extravagance is unconscionable. The crowd watched, hearts heavy with sympathy. Indeed, the extravagant world of the wealthy was difficult to comprehend. Could one truly destroy the snowborn pearl at will? Noble benefactor, Jian Sanshi also felt a pang of sorrow, yet dared not voice too many objections, for all he possessed had been bestowed by Lu Xian. The atmosphere was laden with sorrow as all eyes remained fixed on Lu Xian's hand, which continued to exert pressure, the cracking sounds echoing ominously as the snowborn pearl fragmented further. The desiccated canine king was left in shock, exclaiming, "This artifact is precious. Destroying one diminishes the total. Do you not comprehend?" Others shared a profound sense of reluctance, witnessing such a remarkable treasure on the brink of annihilation. With a resounding crack, the snowborn pearl shattered. A gem capable of reviving those who had died and turned into desiccated corpses was thus obliterated. Some wept at the loss of such a magnificent object, lamenting, "Second brother, how many mines does your family possess? This extravagance is unfathomable. Second brother, allow me to oversee your mines. I wish to experience the life of the affluent. Do not discard the remnants. Save them for me. I shall consume them later." The insistence on preserving the remnants revealed a remarkable tenacity, earning admiration from all present. Liu Xian paid no heed, instead focusing intently on the remnants in his palm. Suddenly, a small, obsidian pearl emerged, resting within his grasp. The crowd gazed on in bewilderment. Could the snowborn pearl contain other pearls within? Such a notion had never been entertained. Indeed, few would dare to crush the snowborn pearl to unearth its secrets. A folly only the wealthy might commit. Sinister artifact, Lu Xian remarked coldly, scrutinizing the dark pearl in his hand. "Do you possess life?" A chorus of confusion resonated among the crowd. Was it possible for such a pearl to harbor life? Even the most treasured artifacts lacked consciousness, existing merely as conduits for power, akin to the sword in Jian Sanshi's possession, which responded to its wielder's intent but remained inert without its master. The black pearl lay still in Lu Xian's grip, devoid of any sign of life, prompting disbelief regarding its purported nature as a sinister artifact. Simultaneously, Lu Xian's assertion that it was indeed a malevolent entity raised eyebrows. In the world of cultivation, many extraordinary occurrences existed alongside equally remarkable beings. In their pursuit of power, some individuals resorted to heinous acts, devising convoluted methods to augment their strength, often branded as evil cultivators or demonic practitioners. Typically, the actions of evil cultivators and demonic practitioners were marked by cruelty. Rather than cultivating their abilities, they plundered and appropriated from others, leaving devastation in their wake. There once was a demonic overlord. The Demon Lord, who absorbed an entire city, consuming the spiritual essence of 100,000 souls. In a single night, a city of 1,000,000 souls was reduced to desiccated corpses. The response of the realm of cultivation to any evil or demonic presence was unequivocal: extermination. Should one be discovered, all forces would unite to obliterate the threat without hesitation. In a response, Liu Xian pinched the black pearl between his fingers, his tone icy. "In that case, I have no choice but to shatter you." Malevolent artifact. Without any pretense of dialogue, he prepared to crush it. The crowd remained a tableau of concern, unclear about the true nature of the pearl. Was it genuinely a sinister artifact or a hidden treasure? Suddenly, a swirling mass of black mist emanated from the pearl in Lu Xian's hand, encircling it in a sinister embrace. The black mist thickened, accompanied by a chilling laughter. Within this pearl, there indeed resided a form of life. What manner of being could conceal itself within such a gem? Child. A shadowy figure emerged, entirely enveloped in darkness, its voice cold as ice. "Do you comprehend the offense you commit?" "Oh?" Lu Xian tilted his head. Inquiring, "Pray, enlighten me." The shadow did not respond directly but extended an arm, abruptly drawing an individual towards it. "Second brother, save me." The moment such words escaped his lips, he found himself ensnared, his essence being siphoned away, as if his very soul were being consumed. This was no idle threat. Clang! Jian Sanshi struck at the shadow with his sword, only to be met with shock. The black figure felt as though he had struck iron or stone. His bamboo sword unable to inflict any harm. Roar! The golden-haired lion also lunged, its massive claws swiping at the shadow, only to be sent reeling, bloodied from the encounter. Such was the might of this shadow. A mere manifestation of black mist, rendering both Jian Sanshi and the golden-haired lion utterly impotent against it. Child, the shadow spoke again, its voice a chilling whisper, consume the artifact, and you may yet live. Otherwise, all present shall meet their demise. The captive continued to be drained, his form withering like a desiccated corpse, the sole distinction being that he still clung to life, teetering on the brink of existence. In the presence of the demon lord, you shall only obey. The demon lord? A gasp rippled through the crowd, a tremor of fear evident in their voices. But you were dead, faces paled, for the very mention of the demon lord signified an unfathomable terror, instilling in them a profound dread and trepidation. Chapter 67. The demon lord's minion. It is over. Calamity has befallen the realm of cultivation. The demon lord lives, and his presence endures. Demon lord, we pledge our allegiance to you. Spare us. All fell to their knees as a title echoed, the Lord of Demons, instilling boundless terror upon the faces of these individuals, compelling them to surrender utterly. They raised their heads to behold Lu Xian standing there, hastily imploring, Second brother, this is the Lord of Demons. Quickly consume it. Indeed, second brother, follow the Lord of Demons, and a future of indulgence awaits. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Be swift. Do not provoke the Lord of Demons' wrath. The Lord of Demons, a malevolent force within the realm of cultivation, at that time. Half of the realm's strongest had mobilized, launching a surprise attack to vanquish him. When his disappearance was confirmed, the entire cultivation world sighed in relief. Such a terrifying presence had finally vanished from the realm of cultivators. But now, had the Lord of Demons returned? He had not perished. Rather, he had concealed himself through some arcane means, which was truly the source of dread. Consume it. The Lord of Demons' voice resonated with arrogance. If you wish to follow me, I shall spare your lives. I will once again become the nightmare of the cultivation world, a sovereign of my time. A collective gasp filled the air as those who heard this felt a chill run down their spines. Was the Lord of Demons poised to make a comeback? This was a reality that sent shivers of horror through them, plunging them into an abyss of despair. Most importantly, the powerful figures were unaware and could not act against the Lord of Demons. Should he regain his strength, the consequences would be catastrophic. Stopping the Lord of Demons again would be an immensely daunting task, not easily accomplished. Liu Xian moved. He slowly raised his hand and approached the Lord of Demons. The Lord of Demons lowered his head, regarding him with disdain, saying, Kid, your talent is commendable. Consume the black orb, and you may become my right-hand man. You possess such qualifications. Liu Xian appeared to ignore this. Raising his hand once more and striking at the Lord of Demons, with a swift motion, he effortlessly sliced through the AI in an instant. The Lord of Demons' grasp on a person's arm was severed. The sword of Jian Sanshi proved ineffective, and the golden-haired lion nearly met his demise. Yet now, with a mere flick, Lu Xian had severed the Lord of Demons' arm. The Lord of Demons was enraged. A terrifying black mist billowing forth from the orb. Those kneeling trembled in fear, their faces etched with dread, sensing the impending horror. The wrathful Lord of Demons would surely not spare them. When an emperor is enraged, blood flows like rivers, and in his fury, the cultivation world could face the deaths of millions. Liu Xian raised his hand once more, slicing through the Lord of Demons' shadowy form, causing another limb to fall away. I will drain you dry. The Lord of Demons opened his mouth wide, resembling an abyss ready to consume everything, instilling absolute terror and despair. It was too much to bear. The horror was overwhelming. It was all over. Everyone believed Lu Xian was doomed, daring to provoke the Lord of Demons. Was this not courting death? With his cavernous mouth, the Lord of Demons lunged at Lu Xian, devouring his upper body in one fell swoop. There was no hope left. How could one survive after being consumed by the Lord of Demons? Yet, Lu Xian raised his hand again, grasping the Lord of Demons, pulling him back. An unbelievable spectacle unfolded as the Lord of Demons, who had initially swallowed half of Lu Xian, was gradually pulled out. Lord of Demons, Lu Xian addressed him coolly, Do you wish to become my subordinate? Silence enveloped the scene as onlookers gaped in disbelief. This was the most terrifying statement they had ever heard. The Lord of Demons, a being whose mere name instilled fear, was being asked to become someone as subordinate. You seek death. The Lord of Demons made a slight movement, causing the black orb to tremble from it. Not just gas, but something resembling liquid began to surge forth. This was a truly chilling development, evoking profound fear. The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous as the Lord of Demons' form solidified further, revealing his true, terrifying visage. How many years has it been since I encountered such a bold creature? In an instant, the Lord of Demons charged forward, and within moments, Lu Xian was face to face with him. Well done, the Lord of Demons chuckled. You possess the scent of a formidable one. Unafraid of me, I offer you a chance. Surrender your body and allow me to be your master. And you may yet live. Otherwise, I shall make your soul a part of my own. The second brother was doomed. The onlookers, Jian Sanshi and the golden-haired lion, thought simultaneously. Even the beasts understood the Lord of Demons' formidable reputation. This terrifying entity would do anything to seize power. Not even the beasts were spared from his wrath. Many had perished at his hands. Do you not wish to be my subordinate? Lu Xian frowned, his expression darkening. Then I must apologize. With that, he raised his hand again. Could he truly harm the Lord of Demons? With a swift motion, Lu Xian's hand cleaved from the Lord of Demons' head to his feet, employing the simplest of forces to deliver a decisive blow, devoid of any superfluous words. A wretched scream erupted from the Lord of Demons as the black orb shattered with a resounding crash. The Lord of Demons was vanquished. The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. The nightmare that had haunted them was no more. Kid, I will not let you escape unscathed. The Lord of Demons' voice echoed as he vanished. This was but a fragment of my essence. I possess myriad incarnations, and I have marked you. When I return, you shall perish. So it had only been a fragment. To offend the Lord of Demons was indeed a grave misstep. Chapter 68. The competitive mode. 10,000 incarnations. As the Lord of Demons' ominous words lingered, the crowd was left utterly stunned, their attention fixed on Lu Xian. Second brother, it's dire. The Lord of Demons has set his sights on you. If even one of his incarnations remains, he may regain his peak power. Do you understand? Quickly, inform your family to exhaust all resources in hunting down the Lord of Demons' fragment, or else, your family will suffer for your actions. To incur the Lord of Demons' wrath was no trivial matter. Their tone was laced with palpable fear. Lu Xian turned. What are you saying? Everyone gasped in shock. Had Lu Xian truly not heard a word? How ruthless! He seemed unfazed by the Lord of Demons' threats. Lu Xian continued. By the way, what manner of being is this Lord of Demons, and what level of strength does he possess? The crowd was once again taken aback. They had just discussed the Lord of Demons' terrifying nature, and Lu Xian seemed oblivious to it all. Did he not regard the Lord of Demons as an enemy? The Lord of Demons is a being that makes the cultivation world tremble. Having once drained the life force of millions, let us set forth. Lu Xian waved his hand. Assist me in locating beasts of royal caliber and above. The first prize is this, a cleansing pill? They all gasped. And the second prize is this, a sacred bone pill. By the heavens! The crowd was left despondent. How could the disparity between them be so vast? The second brother, born into privilege, casually offered items they could only dream of. Lu Xian regarded them with a smile. Why, friends, let us embark. This is your chance to ascend to greatness. The first prize will alter your destiny, allowing you to become formidable. Let us hunt the beasts. Charge! We're coming for the beasts. Meanwhile, the individual who had previously explained the Lord of Demons approached Lu Xian cautiously. Second brother, do you still wish to know what kind of existence the Lord of Demons truly is? Huh? Lu Xian glanced at him in confusion. What need is there to know? We shall discuss it when the time comes. After speaking, he strode forward, followed closely by Jian Sanshi and Jin Mao Longshi. The man stood frozen in place, bewildered. What on earth was happening? The Heavenly Demon King, an unfathomably terrifying entity, was a name that inspired dread and an acute fear of death. Why was Lu Xian so composed? Exhibiting not even the slightest hint of concern. This was utterly perplexing. Yao Huang, I have arrived. Come on. I discovered it first. Don't run. Come with us, and we'll ensure you live in luxury. A throng of people frantically pursued the demon beast. It was important to note that their strength paled in comparison to that of a tribulation level or Imperial Realm demon beast, with a gap of at least 2 levels. Yet here they were, dragging the Yao Huang along, likely overwhelming it with their sheer audacity, leaving it utterly flabbergasted and panicked. A 3-eyed celestial wolf came to a halt, barking ferociously at the pursuers. "What's all this noise?" One stepped forward, angrily declaring, "Come with us, obediently, and you'll suffer less. If you wait for the second-generation brother to arrive, you'll be in for a world of trouble, understand?" The 3-eyed celestial wolf stood its ground, emitting a low growl, clearly seething with rage. As a demon beast of the Imperial Realm, it had never experienced such a humiliating predicament, being relentlessly chased by a group of lesser beings. The indignation it felt was palpable, radiating from deep within. With a low growl, the wolf took a step forward, its third eye seemingly beginning to open. "Open the sky eye," someone nervously remarked. "This is dangerous. We should shut it." Their words were cut off by another. "Do you want to forfeit your chance at the prize from the second-generation brother? This is our singular opportunity to alter our fate. Indeed, the second-generation brother has granted us this chance. If we fail to seize it, we shall remain weaklings for the rest of our days, unable to change our circumstances." Even those in their 50s or 60s were calling out to Lu Xian as second-generation brother. Suddenly, the 3-eyed celestial wolf was thoroughly enraged. Typically, such a crowd would scatter at the mere sight of it. Yet now they stood their ground, displaying an audacity that perplexed the wolf. "Open your eyes." Everyone's faces turned ashen as the third eye of the celestial wolf truly opened. It was a blood-red eye. The opening of the celestial wolf's eye means death without mercy. They recalled the legends. It was said that the wolf descended from the heavens, its power sealed away. Under normal circumstances, the third eye would never open, but only those of exceptional lineage could awaken it, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of their prowess. By the heavens, it has truly opened its eye. Indeed, that eye is genuinely terrifying, yet captivating, and of course, it is captivating. Legends say that consuming the third eye of the celestial wolf grants immense power, and perhaps we too could develop 3 eyes. Would having 3 eyes affect one's appearance? The 3-eyed celestial wolf howled, "Come on!" Suddenly, the crowd grew exhilarated, weapons in hand, charging toward the 3-eyed celestial wolf without a second thought. This was no idle chatter. The wolf was left in shock. Why? Although its intellect may have been lacking, it understood that these individuals were not its match, yet they approached without fear, exuding a madness that felt as if they intended to devour it. How terrifying! The group descended upon the celestial wolf, striking it as if it were a hapless teacher being beaten by reckless students. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment for a demon beast of the Imperial Realm, being bested by those 2 levels beneath it. This scene was not isolated. Nearby, many others displayed similar fervor, entering a state of wild frenzy. Regardless of the strength of the demon beasts, they charged forth with reckless abandon. Chapter 69. Unseen enhancement of strength within the shadowy forest. A gathering of formidable demon beasts convened, their expressions grave. "The Elder has come because of the 2-headed rattlesnake. If we assist the Elder in dispatching it, wouldn't that resolve our predicament?" "How can we? We are demon beasts. The other party consists of cultivators. Are we to aid them? What choice do we have? My descendants are suffering terribly. You should see what has become of them. Isn't everyone's lineage in dire straits?" The demon beasts, accustomed to dominance, were now dejected. "Wait," a purple wolf with 4 eyes, emanating a chilling aura, spoke calmly. "Though we cannot expel the 2-headed rattlesnake, we can inform the Elder of its whereabouts." The demon beasts contemplated this. They were utterly humiliated, having never endured such treatment, bullied by a single individual to this extent, yet they dared not retaliate, even avoiding the outside world. This was an unbearable humiliation, I agree. The 7-colored divine deer nodded in assent. The other demon beasts likewise expressed their agreement, recognizing that if the 2-headed rattlesnake were not dealt with, they too would face dire consequences. On Lu Xian's side, with a thud, the 3-eyed celestial wolf was unceremoniously tossed aside. Lu Xian wore an expression of astonishment. A 3-eyed celestial wolf of imperial rank had opened its third eye, enhancing its strength. Yet this was the outcome. It was utterly baffling. "You caught it?" The leader grinned. "Of course, we did." The celestial wolf attempted to resist, but we swarmed it and beat it into submission. Lu Xian approached the celestial wolf, inquiring, "You are a three-eyed celestial wolf, possessing the strength of an imperial beast. How could you not defeat such a pitiful group?" The individual serving Lu Xian felt a wave of despair wash over them. How could he treat them so harshly? Did he wish for their demise? It was chilling, leaving them momentarily disheartened. However, their discomfort quickly dissipated as Lu Xian tossed a handful of spirit stones their way. Each one was filled with joy. Indeed, they had begun to grow stronger, utilizing the spirit stones to absorb their power and bolster their own strength. The three-eyed celestial wolf gazed at Lu Xian, tears welling in its eyes. In the next moment, the bindings that restrained it were loosened. The celestial wolf, filled with trepidation, regarded Lu Xian, its three eyes filled with fear, apprehensive of any aggression from him. "Enough," Lu Xian said to the three-eyed celestial wolf. "You will remain there quietly, just like them. However, you can inform me how to locate other imperial beasts. Once I have captured a sufficient number, I will decide your fate. The sooner I reach my target, the sooner you will learn the outcome." The imperial beasts, devoid of tears, were left speechless at the prospect of having to negotiate with such a formidable individual. Lu Xian began to move, flanked by over 30 imperial demon beasts. Jian San sure wielded his sword, his gaze icy, while Jin Mao Long Shurzi observed everything with a cold demeanor, perpetually on guard against the demon beasts, prepared to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a jarring sound caught Lu Xian's attention, leaving him perplexed. What was that hideous noise? Turning to look, he spotted a large, red-feathered parrot with a long beak, undeniably striking in appearance. "How utterly repulsive," Lu Xian remarked disdainfully. "With looks like yours, can't you manage a more pleasing call?" Upon hearing this, the parrot quivered, then raised its head, emitting a cacophony of sound that was anything but melodious. "Awful," Lu Xian retorted, still displeased. The parrot trembled, quickly clearing its throat. Chirp. This time, it let out a sound, no longer daring to be impertinent. Its eyes averted from Lu Xian, fearing it might be devoured and turned into roasted bird. "Come here," Lu Xian shouted, and in an instant, Jian Sani was taken aback. This golden parrot seemingly emanated an aura akin to that of a sage, and it was clear that the demon beasts present, with their emperor-level prowess, were filled with trepidation towards this parrot. "Come forth!" Suddenly, Lu Xian lunged forward, and in his hand appeared chains designed to ensnare demon beasts, which he swiftly wrapped around the parrot. With a series of swift movements, the golden parrot was thoroughly bound. And Lu Xian then tossed it towards the group of demon beasts, saying, "Stay still." The golden parrot looked utterly bewildered. It had come to relay certain matters, only to find itself captured. Chirp, chirp. The parrot began to roll on the ground, engaging in various comedic antics, a bird endowed with a sense of humor, striving to amuse Lu Xian. Lu Xian glanced over and said indifferently, "Come here." The golden parrot was overjoyed, and the demon beasts of emperor rank breathed a sigh of relief as the tense atmosphere dissipated. Jian Sani was equally perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Could a mere bird possess such formidable abilities? Was it truly a sage-level creature, yet so subservient, lacking any semblance of the grandeur expected of a powerful being? The golden parrot flapped its wings and began to circle around Lu Xian. "Senior," it ventured, having tested the waters before mustering the courage to speak. Lu Xian looked at it, and it continued, "You seek the two-headed rattlesnake, do you not? Senior, I can guide you there, but might you consider releasing these captured demon beasts? Surely, we demon beasts deserve some time to develop. Otherwise, capturing us would yield insufficient results, would it not?" This placed the demon beasts in an exceedingly lowly position. The entire exchange was a negotiation, entirely dictated by Lu Xian. No. Lu Xian shook his head. His task remained unfulfilled. How could he abandon it? If his strength were to regress, the consequences would be dire. The rationale for his actions stemmed solely from his own power. The golden parrot persisted, "Senior, whatever demands you have, please state them. Grant us demon beasts a chance at life. Will you?" Chapter 70. One against the hordes of Emperor's silence. Lu Xian shot it a cold glare. The golden parrot ceased its flapping and landed on the ground, adopting a compliant demeanor, not daring to utter a sound as it trailed behind Wu Wu. The three-eyed celestial wolf howled in anger. "Oh woo!" Simultaneously, The other demon beasts joined in, emitting a chorus of growls and roars, their fury palpable. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Silence! Jian Sanyi gripped his sword, unleashing a fierce aura that crackled ominously. The golden-haired dragon lion also sprang into action, unfurling its wings. Chirp, chirp. The golden parrot was in a state of panic, desperately urging the unruly demon beasts to calm down. But to no avail. The weaker beasts, having never encountered the terrifying realities of this world, acted recklessly. Silence. Lu Xian cast another furious glance at the golden parrot, Wu Wu, led by the three-eyed celestial wolf. The demon beasts became agitated, shedding their previous submissive demeanor. Demon beasts above all, the three-eyed celestial wolf proclaimed. The other beasts echoed its roars, clearly supporting its defiance. Jian Sanyi felt the pressure mounting against these creatures. It was indeed excessive to treat them so disdainfully. After all, they were emperor-level beasts with their own dignity. Reducing them to mere obedient followers, too fearful to speak, would provoke anger in anyone. Are you rebelling? Jian Sanyi brandished his sword. In the next moment, a demon beast charged forward, only to transform into tin in an instant. Jian Sanyi was dumbfounded, unable to discern the reality of the situation. These 10 beasts appeared entirely real, fully corporeal. With a swift resolve, he swung his sword, unleashing a violent blade of energy that cleaved through the 10 phantoms, yet in the blink of an eye. They all transformed into mere shadows. Jian Sanyi stood there, utterly dumbstruck, unable to comprehend why the tangible beasts he had seen moments before had vanished into specters. Ah! He screamed in horror as the previously vanished beast sank its teeth into him. Though Jian Sanyi possessed strength, his lack of combat experience rendered him vulnerable against such unconventional attacks, causing him to lose his initiative in an instant. This was the result of his inexperience. The demon beasts employed a technique of creating duplicates, a unique ability of the shadow unicorn, leaving him utterly defenseless. Wu Wu. Other demon beasts surged forward. Over 50 emperor-level beasts stood before him, their sheer power palpable, instilling a chilling dread in all who beheld them. The magnitude of their strength was enough to make anyone gasp in astonishment. Puff puff. Jian Sanyi and the golden-haired dragon lion struggled to cope, though it was merely a matter of time before they were torn apart. This was true despair, a stark confrontation with the abyss of hopelessness. Benefactor! Jian Sanyi cried out, his mind racing. Why was such a powerful individual rendered impotent against this swarm of emperor-level beasts? Damn it, it's over. These beasts are rebelling. Panic surged through him. What could he do against so many emperor-level beasts? His second brother was utterly foolish for capturing these creatures without a plan. Was he courting death? The returning individuals witnessed the chaos and trembled in absolute terror. The sight of so many demon beasts descending upon them was clear. They were destined to be torn apart. Inevitably led to their demise. They hesitated, uncertain whether to assist their second brother or flee for their lives. The sight of over 40 terrifying demon beasts felt as though they were poised to shred Jian Sanyi and the golden-haired dragon lion to pieces. Suddenly, Lu Xian stepped forward. Wu Wu. The three-eyed celestial wolf took note, glaring menacingly at Lu Xian. Whoosh! In an instant, its jaws opened wide, revealing a set of razor-sharp teeth, devoid of any preamble, enveloping the air with a palpable sense of dread. Each tooth glinted menacingly, capable of crushing anything in its path. In the midst of the crowd's disbelief, Lu Xian raised his foot. His intent was unmistakable. He was inviting the three-eyed celestial wolf to bite him. What the hell? The onlookers thought, bewildered. Instead of retreating, he offered his foot as a target. Was he out of his mind? Oh, whoa! The three-eyed celestial wolf wasted no time, lunging forward and seizing Lu Xian's leg, shaking its head violently while emitting a ferocious growl. Yet, Lu Xian remained rooted in place, unaffected by the wolf's fierce tugging. What? Everyone stared in astonishment, utterly confused by the scene. How could Lu Xian stand there, expressionless, as if being bitten by this creature wasn't painful? Was he enjoying it? Lu Xian genuinely inquired of the three-eyed celestial wolf. The wolf paused momentarily, then resumed its frantic gnawing. However, in the next instant, an unbelievable sight unfolded. Lu Xian casually lifted his leg, effortlessly tossing the three-eyed celestial wolf around. The creature crashed to the ground with a series of thuds. Silence enveloped the crowd as they gaped in disbelief. Lu Xian's actions were devoid of flair or complexity. He simply maneuvered his foot to shake off the three-eyed celestial wolf. Crack! The wolf collided with a rock, the sound of shattering bones echoing in the air. Woo woo! The three-eyed celestial wolf's arrogance evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. Liu Xian cast a glance at it before continuing his stride forward. Bang! With a single step, a demonic beast tumbled several times before ceasing any further movement. Paralyzed by fear, Jin 30 was rendered utterly impotent. When he struck, these beasts transformed into frenzied creatures, seemingly intent on tearing him to shreds. Yet, upon the intervention of the benefactor, these ferocious beasts became as docile as kittens. Too terrified to retaliate. Chapter 71. The helpless demonic emperor Thud. Thud. Lu Xian casually approached, kicking at the demonic beasts of emperor-level strength, which were dragged forth, emitting whimpering sounds, their eyes filled with trepidation. Gone was any hint of their previous arrogance. Just moments ago, they had been ferociously intent on devouring him. What could have caused such a drastic change? Jin 30 glanced at his own wounds, filled with skepticism. Could these beasts, which had inflicted such grievous injuries, nearly resulting in his demise, truly be so feeble? Demonic beasts of the Emperor realm, the demonic emperor, reduced to such pathetic creatures. Shouldn't they at least make a token effort to fight back? Instead, they stood there, not even attempting to defend themselves, whimpered. A golden leopard let out a cry. Liu Xian gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening, and his expression shifted to a cold glare. Did you just call out to me? The golden leopard took a step back, lowering its body. Whoosh. Suddenly, the golden leopard bolted away. The onlookers were left in disbelief, questioning how this could be. Liu Xian exuded no overwhelming aura, nor did he emanate a chilling presence. What was there to fear? To them, he appeared to be an utterly unremarkable individual, devoid of any formidable qualities. Why, then, did the golden leopard flee in terror? In an instant, the leopard accelerated, and with a thunderous crash, a 3-meter-deep pit formed in the ground. The leopard, known for being the swiftest in the animal kingdom, unleashed its full power in that moment. Its hind legs, infused with a golden energy, surged forth, gathering into an unparalleled force that erupted explosively. Come back, Lu Xian called out, standing firm. Master. The golden-haired dragon lion stepped forward, observing the vanished golden leopard. Lifting its leg as if to assess whether it could catch up, Liu Xian tilted his head. Smirking, Dado? You wish to chase it? The golden-haired dragon lion nodded. Enough of this nonsense. Liu Xian raised his hand, grasping the dragon lion's snowy white wings, laughing playfully. Do you realize the speed you could achieve with those saintly wings? Thousands of meters in a single flap, the dragon lion agreed. Indeed, the speed of saintly wings is truly terrifying. Yet, you still fall short. Liu Xian stroked the dragon lion's wings, gazing into the distance. That creature can cover 10,000 meters with a single leap. Hiss! Many gasped in astonishment. The golden leopard's speed was indeed formidable, as evidenced by the deep pit it left behind, a testament to its incredible swiftness and the terrifying strength of its legs. So, it has fled. Benefactor, the golden leopard has truly run away. Jin 30's face contorted with frustration as he gritted his teeth, saying, that leopard was fierce just moments ago, intent on devouring me, nearly managing to. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Jin 30's swordsmanship was no match for these emperor-level demonic beasts, rendering him utterly impotent. They had unleashed their unique abilities, showcasing a different kind of power. The various modes of attack were simultaneously executed, while Jin 30, unfamiliar with their techniques, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Run? Lu Xian shook his head, hands shoved into his pockets, standing his ground. Wait a moment, it will return. They were all perplexed. The golden leopard had fled. How could it possibly return? The logical course of action would be to escape with all haste. If it chose to come back, who could predict the outcome? They believed Lu Xian would not let the golden leopard off easily. He would undoubtedly employ ruthless measures. That would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Suddenly, a rustling noise erupted from the forest, followed by a cloud of dust. Sizzle. Something, moving at an extraordinary speed, skidded to a halt and began to roll. After a series of tumbles, it came to a stop. The golden leopard truly had returned. Why? It had utilized its incredible speed to escape this perilous place, yet it chose to return of its own volition. How could this be fathomed? Lu Xian scoffed, observing the golden leopard, which stood trembling on its 4 legs. Was his second brother truly so powerful? Just by gazing at the golden leopard, it felt utterly incapable of resistance. Who knows? There is no aura of a formidable being. Could it be that my second brother possesses an innate suppression over demonic beasts? Is there some demonic blood coursing through his veins? Oh my, how audacious. Are you suggesting that my second brother is a hybrid, perhaps a crossbreed with a demonic beast? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their mouths agape. They quickly covered their mouths, realizing that their survival hinged on Lu Xian. Offending him would be tantamount to courting death. Come here, Lu Xian approached the golden leopard, tilting his head and asking, "Weren't you running away? Why return? You should keep running, whimper." The golden leopard emitted a pitiful cry. In the forest, the swiftest of demonic beasts, given the chance to flee, could easily demonstrate a singular truth. Any other demonic beast, unless exceeding 2 ranks in strength, would never catch up to this golden leopard. Why then did this golden leopard choose to return, to concede defeat? This was utterly incomprehensible. Thud, thud. Lu Xian slapped the golden leopard on the head. Exasperated, I am exceedingly displeased. I wish to feast on some meat. Swish, at that moment, the emperor-level demonic beasts wore troubled expressions. Their intentions were clear. They were obviously fearful of being torn apart and becoming the meal Lu Xian so desired. A horde of emperor-level demonic beasts possessed terrifying power, capable of effortlessly rending Lu Xian to pieces. How could they be so subservient? Jin 30 was deeply concerned, fearing that these demonic beasts, desperate and reckless, might suddenly turn on Lu Xian, leading to irreversible consequences. Come here, Lu Xian beckoned. The dragon bird hesitated, glancing around as if struggling to believe the situation. However, upon realizing there were no other demonic beasts nearby, it reluctantly approached Lu Xian. As it walked, tears streamed down its face, likely understanding its grim fate. Chapter 72. The demonic beasts delivered to their doom. Whoosh, flames danced. The dragon bird stood aside, watching as its offspring were skewered and roasted by Lu Xian, tears flowing freely. Gulp. The spectators swallowed hard. The aroma was exquisite, a rich source of nourishment. Golden juices dripped from the roasted phoenix meat onto the ground. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, captivating everyone present with its enchanting scent. This aroma evoked an extraordinary sensation, a truly magical effect. Plop. Lu Xian took a hearty bite, savoring the flavor. Help yourselves. With Lu Xian's permission, the others could no longer restrain themselves. They surged forward, relishing the feast. With each bite, warmth enveloped them, invigorating their bodies with the power contained within the demonic beast. Demonic beasts were excellent sources of sustenance, easily assimilated into one's energy. Consuming demonic beasts not only replenished their spiritual energy but also facilitated bodily healing, an array of benefits. Yet, such delicacies were typically beyond their reach. Under normal circumstances, hunting even low-level demonic beasts was a commendable feat. It should be noted that a typical emperor-level individual would require at least 10 companions to subdue a single emperor-level demonic beast. Owing to the innate physical advantages possessed by these creatures, their natural defenses were formidable, making it exceedingly challenging to injure them. Take, for instance, the golden leopard. Not only was it difficult to hunt, but even among equals, its speed was unmatched. The golden leopard could effortlessly pursue and eliminate its foes. A team of 20 would be systematically dismantled by the golden leopard, leading to inevitable fatalities. Come here, Lu Xian fixed his gaze on the golden leopard. If one looked closely, they would notice a wound on the golden leopard's body. A certain individual also witnessed the event and inquired, "Second brother, why do I see the golden leopard injured, and the wounds appear to be fresh? Did you inflict this harm?" Lu Xian remained silent, prompting the individual to ponder. They were well aware of all that Lu Xian had done. The wounds on the golden leopard could not possibly have been caused by him. It was highly likely that the golden leopard had sustained its injuries after venturing out, and when it reappeared, it did not seem to be returning of its own volition, but rather as if it had been pursued. Not good! He suddenly sprang to his feet, terror-stricken. There are more fearsome beasts nearby, and it is that very creature that drove the golden leopard back. Run! He turned to flee without uttering another word. His urgency palpable in the face of danger. Anyone could summon their utmost abilities, devoid of any superfluous dialogue. Yet, the others remained eerily calm, standing still without any sign of action. Run. He glanced back at Lu Xian and the others, urging, there are even more dangerous beasts. We must hurry. If we don't, we are in peril. Each person remained remarkably composed. Have you been drinking? We are deep within the shadow forest, where indeed, more powerful beasts abound. Isn't that the truth? Have you not seen those beasts at the saint level? Those beings are no longer mere monsters. They possess intelligence. Indeed, just like us, they are sentient beings, capable of reason. However, we cultivators and beasts have always been adversaries. The ones who had prepared to flee paused, realizing the depth of their situation in the treacherous shadow forest. He turned his gaze towards Lu Xian. Everything had changed because of this individual. Jian Sanshi had transformed into an incredibly powerful being, mastering a terrifying sword path. The golden-haired lion had been subdued, becoming his right-hand ally. Even a fragment of the demon lord had been utterly destroyed by this person. A display of true and terrifying prowess. Is this person concealing something? Speak, who are you truly? He stepped closer to Lu Xian, his expression grave, teeth clenched as he demanded, what is your purpose? Why do these beasts fear you so? All eyes turned to Lu Xian. He took a bite of meat and grinned. I wish to kill you all. Silence enveloped the area, a heavy stillness as they gazed at Lu Xian, sensing a chilling aura emanating from him. Previously, they had perceived Lu Xian as a benign presence, yet now he had transformed into something utterly terrifying. Numerous occurrences along their journey remained inexplicable. Why did the beasts tremble before him? How could he achieve such miraculous feats? You are a beast in disguise. The man brandished his weapon, speaking with malice. You are no cultivator. You are a monster. The others were taken aback. Was Lu Xian truly a beast? Could beasts metamorphose into cultivators? While it was possible for certain beasts to alter their forms upon reaching a certain level, they would still retain some inherent traits. For instance, birds, even when taking human shapes, often bore feathers or beaks, leaving behind traces of their original nature. Yet, no trace of beastly characteristics could be discerned in Lu Xian. Could he genuinely be a beast? Be quiet. Jian Sanshi drew his sword, a resonant hum filling the air as sword energy swirled around him, exuding an aura of ferocity. This palpable energy imparted a sense of a terrifying and rampant force gradually unfurling. Fool, Jian Sanshi retorted bluntly, if our benefactor were a beast, you would have perished long ago. The man's grip on his weapon slackened. Indeed, if Lu Xian had desired to deal with them, it would have been a simple matter to eliminate them. Just then, a shadow was suddenly hurled from the jungle. Thud. With a thunderous noise, a creature landed on the ground. A beast. An emperor-level beast. What was happening? An emperor-level beast had been delivered here so casually. This was astonishing, almost unbelievable. Chapter 73. The beast's offering. What is this? Everyone stared in horror at the unfolding scene, their faces a mixture of confusion and disbelief. How could an emperor-level beast have flown here on its own? As the crowd remained bewildered, more shadows appeared, plummeting directly to the ground, one after another, all emperor-level beasts. Were the beasts offering gifts? Was it not obvious? What more was there to discuss? Goodness, I can hardly believe this. Beasts actually delivering gifts. Amidst the astonished expressions, the emperor-level beasts continued to arrive, a stark contrast to the previous need for pursuit. Now, the situation had indeed changed. All eyes were fixed on Lu Xian. Lu Xian, now visibly alarmed, addressed the crowd. If I say I don't know, would you believe me? The crowd's response was cold. Clearly, they were skeptical of Lu Xian's identity, viewing him as a beast. They felt drawn to him, fearing this daunting figure intended to strike against them. I truly am not a beast, Lu Xian replied, exasperation evident in his expression. I am human. If I were a beast, would I choose to attack other beasts? I even consume them. Among beasts, predation was a natural occurrence, one that held no moral quandary. Second brother, are you truly human or a beast? Do not frighten us. We are genuinely afraid. The group displayed expressions of sheer terror, rendered speechless by the sudden appearance of these beasts. Swish, swish, the beasts continued to descend. Ding, task completed. Hearing the system's notification, Lu Xian quickly stated, all right, That's enough to eye in the air. An emperor-level beast had been suspended, only to be inexplicably yanked back down. This, Lu Xian was utterly speechless. Struggling to articulate the situation, if I say I don't know, would you believe me? An emperor-level beast being delivered directly to them was beyond comprehension. How can we trust you? Speak. What is your purpose in bringing us here? I have heard of something known as a living sacrifice. The individual began to weep, asking, Are you intending to use us as living sacrifices? The others joined in, wailing, their minds flooded with terrifying thoughts. Were they to be sacrifices? The prospect of enduring a brutal death was excruciating, leading them to believe they were doomed. Visions of horror danced in their minds, compelling them to plead. Second brother, we have journeyed together. There must be some bond. You cannot treat us thus. We will return everything we have received from you. Please, spare us. They all adopted a pitiful demeanor, perceiving Lu Xian as a terrifying demon, one who would surely lead them to death without an ounce of mercy. Lu Xian appeared perplexed, caught in a daze. Had he truly become so cruel, so fearsome? He had never committed any act of cruelty against these individuals and had cared for them throughout their journey. What had he received in return? Such a dismal outcome. Why was this so? He felt a pang of sorrow. Very well, Lu Xian's expression hardened. A drastic shift in his demeanor. A menacing aura radiated from him. The group fell into stunned silence, their pleas fading as they dared not utter another word. Indeed, Lu Xian glared at them coldly, his voice dripping with malice. What I intend to do is to utilize you as offerings. Allowing my kin, the Beast Clan, to grow powerful, Jian Sanshi stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was their benefactor truly such a person? Throughout the journey, every care bestowed upon him was unwavering, exerting every effort to protect them. In the face of countless monstrous beasts, he stood resolute, exhausting all his strength, even against formidable beings far beyond comprehension, without a hint of retreat. Jian Sanshi, with a pained expression, implored, It cannot be so. I refuse to believe you are as cruel as they claim. You are a kind soul, not only compassionate towards humanity but even towards the beasts. They perceive me as ruthless, Lu Xian replied coldly. I intend to continue being so. I not only plan to consume the beasts but also humans. Do you comprehend the flavor of humanity? All heads were lifted, revealing a visage of sheer terror emanating an indescribable dread, exuding an aura of malevolence. The thoughts of these individuals were painfully simple. Each believed their demise was imminent, devoid of any hope. They understood all too well that should violence befall them, they would inevitably become food for Lu Xian. Perhaps even subjected to roasting. Come now, Lu Xian said with a smile. How would you prefer to meet your end? I can fulfill your wishes, ensuring you face no disappointment. This is a modest request I can certainly accommodate. They began to weep, simultaneously confronting the specter of death. Lu Xian had no intention of sparing them. Jian Sanshi shouted, You are our cultivator. Do you truly intend to assist him? Jian Sanshi glanced at him. My benefactor is unwell. He is not responsible for this chaos. Therefore, I must tend to his ailment and not concern myself with anything else. Be why the heavens. This was a blatant lie spoken with closed eyes. It was evident that Jian Sanshi had not abandoned Lu Xian. He continued to support him. Persuade him, the crowd urged. We ask for so little. At the very least, spare our lives. Grant us a chance to survive. Even if it means we must serve you in some manner, I ask that too much to ask. The desires of this group were alarmingly straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives. They merely wished to survive. Impossible, Lu Xian sneered. Having brought you here, I naturally intend to see you perish. What purpose would there be in your presence otherwise? They crumbled, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 74. The culprit emerges. This group was paralyzed by fear. Shrieking wildly in various postures, beating their legs, tears cascading down their faces. They all felt their doom was sealed. The terrifying presence of Lu Xian, who had lured them here under the guise of a monstrous beast, was inevitably there to end their lives. Even if he possessed no exceptional abilities, the formidable Jian Sanshi, the golden-haired lion, and the multitude of beasts surrounding them could effortlessly tear them apart with minimal effort. They would all be devoured by the beasts. You are not human, Li Weisu exclaimed angrily. How could you deceive our trust? We relied on you, and it was your assurance that led us to the illusory forest. Yet now you seek to betray us? Soul contract, he suddenly exclaimed in excitement. I am willing to bind my soul to you. Please, allow me to live. A soul contract? The crowd looked on in shock. Fully aware of its implications, to enter such an agreement would mean selling one's very essence to another, relinquishing all autonomy. Any hint of betrayal would lead to a soul's obliteration, utterly vanishing from existence. Thus, the notion of a soul contract equated to the total surrender of oneself, leaving no possibility of escape. Under normal circumstances, even the choice of enslavement would never compel someone to sign a soul contract. A dark light emerged, a black scroll, the very embodiment of the soul contract. Why the heavens? What a talent! To save oneself through a soul scroll, preparing to submit to a powerful entity. That is an act of surrender. This scroll was a treasure, one unattainable by mere mortals. Thud. Suddenly, Li Wei-Su knelt, his face earnest and animated. Second brother, I am willing to become the master of your soul contract. He slowly lifted his gaze. Tears welling in his eyes, his expression one of inexplicable joy. You are a formidable being, a figure I admired. To bind my soul to you would be a profound happiness. I am fortunate to encounter you. A true opportunity. Go follow a strong figure such as you is a dream cherished by countless souls. I feel blessed to cross paths with you. Good heavens, what a sycophant! The eloquence of his words was strikingly pleasing, leaving an impression of sheer delight. Even those who were initially enraged found themselves softened by his fervent devotion, radiating joy in this moment. All eyes were filled with disdain. This shameless flatterer had won their grudging admiration. Even envy. At the very least, he had found a way to survive. The soul scroll hovered in the air, and a dark mist intertwined with Li Wei-Su's essence. Such a binding indicated that the soul contract had taken effect. A rare occurrence indeed. Thus, Li Wei-Su was revealed as a devoted sycophant, having prepared for this moment, ready to offer his soul to a powerful entity to secure his survival. Liu Xian extended his hand, grasping the soul scroll, and disdainfully remarked, How pitifully weak you are! Are you truly willing to surrender your soul out of fear of death, relinquishing your freedom for a life devoid of autonomy? Li Wei-Su was taken aback. Did he not see the value in offering his soul to become a devoted follower? To him, it seemed there was nothing wrong with this decision. Normal individuals would feel elated at such an opportunity. What was there to be angry about? Ding, system task. Bind a soul contract with a target at the Saint Realm. Liu Xian felt a wave of exasperation. Who among the powerful would willingly bind themselves to a soul contract? The pursuit of freedom was paramount for those of such stature. They would not tolerate being subjugated or controlled. He observed the soul contract in his grasp, and as he slowly unfurled it, an extraordinary force emanated forth. In an instant, the dark mist began to swirl around his arm, inching closer. What is this? Li Wei-Su pondered aloud. The signing of a soul contract should not unfold this way. Merely a fragment of one's essence should suffice for binding, correct? Second brother, he cried out desperately, please, do not kill me. I am willing to offer my soul, to be your humble follower. Spare me. Yet, the process did not cease. The power within the soul scroll surged toward Liu Xian, who sensed an overwhelming force attempting to merge with his very essence. In the next moment, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. Blood began to flow from Liu Xian's arm as the dark mist surged violently into his body. This was not right. It was bewildering. The true nature of this force remained elusive, and something was amiss. What on earth was happening? This could not be a soul contract. It was something entirely different. Is this an attempt to harm my second brother through such means? Alas, the assault upon the soul is indeed a terrifying ordeal, exceedingly difficult to withstand, presenting an insurmountable challenge. They were all consumed with dread, fearing for Liu Xian's life. Chapter 75. The Scroll Concealing the Demon Bang. The sound of tightening resounded as Liu Xian's arm underwent a transformation, becoming pitch black, as if coated in black paint. While a glimmer emanated from it, benefactor. Jin San was in a state of agitation. This was his benefactor, the one who had guided him step by step to attain such formidable strength. Now that his benefactor was in peril, he could not remain idle. Let me, he extended his hand towards the black scroll. Meanwhile, the dark aura emanating from the scroll began to envelop his arm. However, it swiftly retreated, rejected. Jin San was left bewildered. Regardless of his exceptional talent and immense potential, he could not comprehend why this ominous black energy seemed so drawn to Lu Xian, swirling around him without a trace of concern for anyone else. His arm had transformed entirely into a shade of black, yet the darkness did not spread further. "Benefactor, what shall we do?" Jian Sen raised his bamboo sword, humming ominously as the sword energy surged around him. "Perhaps I should sever your arm." Such words were devoid of any pretense of gentleness. "Get lost," Liu Xian retaliated with a kick directed at Jian San, who panicked. His formidable sword energy was unleashed. Yet Lu Xian's kick threatened to sever his foot. What Jian San aimed to cut was not a foot, but an arm. Puff! The sword energy collided with Lu Xian's foot, astonishing onlookers as it vanished upon contact. Failing to inflict any harm upon Lu Xian's body, Jian San's sword energy proved ineffective. Bang! Jian San was sent flying. Liu Xian, irate, exclaimed, "My arm has merely changed color, and you wish to chop it off? Are you even human?" Jian San remained silent, while the crowd swallowed hard. They were utterly perplexed by the current state of the second-generation brother, unable to fathom the nature of his strength. Why did he exude no aura of a formidable warrior? Everything about him seemed utterly mundane, as though he were a feeble being incapable of harming a chicken. Yet he performed such incredible feats. An ordinary kick had pierced through Jian San's sword technique without causing any injury, rendering it unbelievable and difficult to accept. Puff! Suddenly, Lu Xian's blackened arm tightened further, blood of the same hue beginning to flow. He approached Li Weishu step by step. Second-generation brother. Li Weishu recoiled, terror evident in his eyes as he stammered. "I swear, it wasn't me. I only wished to sign a soul contract with you, to become your servant, with no ulterior motives. This is not my doing. I am utterly innocent." Yet, the onlookers held a different view. Within the soul scroll, something sinister lurked, prepared to confront Lu Xian. Otherwise, how could such a situation arise? It was a matter of life and death. The intent was to slay Lu Xian. Liu Xian tilted his head, raising his pitch-black hand. "Do not kill me," Li Weishu screamed in desperation. "It truly wasn't me. How could I dare to harm you? You are my master, and I am your servant. I beg you, second-generation brother. Spare me." Bang! Lu Xian tapped lightly and calmly inquired, "Why do I sense a form of life concealed within your scroll?" Silence. The atmosphere grew deathly still, every voice extinguished. The crowd, pale with fear, stood paralyzed, uncertain of how to proceed. Engulfed in despair. "What is it?" Lu Xian asked curiously. "Did I say something alarming? Is there truly a life form within this scroll?" His confusion deepened. He had indeed sensed something, a presence seemingly vying for control of his body and soul. Yet it had been suppressed. A demon. Li Weishu trembled, his face contorted in a manner that seemed beyond human comprehension. "It is a soul demon, one that devours souls and seizes control of bodies. I found this soul scroll, and I had no idea what it contained. Upon discovering it, I unwittingly entered into a pact, left with no choice but to accept a grim revelation. The soul scroll harbored a terrifying demon, one that feasted upon souls. Second-generation brother, no one can stand against a soul demon. Once tainted, your soul will be consumed, and your body will be its puppet, leaving no room for escape. Do you understand? It's over for you." They spoke these words while trembling, fearing that this soul demon might devour them as well. Liu Xian glanced at his arm, stating nonchalantly, "A soul demon consumes souls. What if I have no soul?" "If there is no soul, then it cannot feed," someone replied casually. Yet, upon finishing that statement, confusion washed over him. "No soul? All living beings possess a soul. A being devoid of a soul is merely a husk. Yet such entities do exist, zombies, corpses, and other reanimated forms. While they lack souls, they retain certain memories or are controlled by cultivators through unique means. After all, there was someone in their ranks riding a zombie. But Lu Xian appeared whole and human, exuding vitality and normalcy, devoid of any signs of being soulless. How could such a notion be possible? "Isn't that the case?" Lu Xian remarked cheerfully, "Without a soul, my essence is impervious to their grasp. How delightful it is to be invincible." With that, he raised his hand, reaching for his pitch-black arm. Chapter 76. Capturing the demon. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Lu Xian's words, feeling an unsettling chill running down their spines. Liu Xian remained composed as his hand approached his darkened arm. Puff. His 5 fingers sank into the arm, which no longer resembled flesh but appeared desiccated. His fingers penetrated, black liquid oozing forth, tainting the blood. Come forth. Liu Xian's voice was cold and threatening. If you do not emerge, I shall erase you from existence. The crowd could hardly believe their ears. Someone was threatening a soul demon. The soul demon, an entity of unfathomable elusiveness, could conceal itself anywhere, impervious to attacks, with defense mechanisms that were nearly non-existent. The only potential defense lay in possessing immense spiritual power, yet even that was feeble before the soul demon, which wielded formidable spiritual strength. In normal circumstances, only those who reached an exalted state, akin to divinity, might stand a chance against it. Thus, they believed Liu Xian was doomed. They began to mourn, each gazing at Liu Xian with genuine concern. Second generation brother, we owe you our lives. Without you, we would not have survived this far. There is little we can do, but we shall pray for you. Second generation brother, should you leave behind any possessions, we will divide them among ourselves. Instantly, excitement surged through them. Their eyes glimmered with fervor as they fixated on Liu Xian's belongings. Indeed, humanity can be heartless. No one wishes to toil for the deceased, resorting to such a cold-hearted approach to seize everything. How ruthless, indeed. We are all advocates for environmental preservation, cherishing resources and striving to make use of them. Rest assured, we shall honor you with a grand burial. Liu Xian gazed at the group and inquired, do you wish for my demise? They had assumed that his silence and the stillness of his body meant that Liu Xian was already deceased, not realizing that he remained very much alive. This was rather remarkable. He was not dead yet. Despite facing a soul demon, he could still persist, demonstrating an extraordinary strength. What was merely a soul demon to him? Liu Xian scoffed, declaring, I possess no soul. What is it to me? What chance does it have to consume? With that, he calmly grasped at the air. Suddenly, a chilling and horrific scream erupted, a sound that could only be described as the wailing of spirits. Horrendously grating and unnerving, sending their hearts racing. Thump, thump. Their hearts pounded with anxiety, and the black pupils in their eyes began to twitch violently as they fixated on Liu Xian's arm, observing his actions with bewilderment. They were left to wonder what he would extract from such an arm, the ghastly cries echoing in their ears, too terrifying to fathom. They distinctly witnessed Liu Xian successfully pulling the soul demon from its hiding place, leaving them utterly astounded. The horrific creature caused them to gasp in disbelief. In his grasp, a creature of darkness writhed and cried out, its form resembling that of a soul demon. Was it truly a being with a corporeal existence? They pondered who among them had not encountered such a sight before. You seem to overlook a crucial question. Does my second brother truly lack a soul? Indeed, it seemed implausible that he was devoid of one. How could an entity that appeared so alive possibly be soulless? They all stared at Liu Xian, struggling to comprehend how such a thing could be. Liu Xian examined the soul demon in his grasp. Leaning closer, everyone was in awe. Only Liu Xian could achieve such a miraculous feat. No one else could hope to replicate it. He contemplated how best to rid himself of this terrifying entity. How do I vanquish this creature? He asked. It feels soft. I can't seem to crush it. Clearly, a special method is required. Is there anyone who knows how? The others felt somewhat helpless in the face of such a predicament. Having witnessed those who had encountered a soul demon meet their demise, how could they possibly devise a method to slay it? It was an insurmountable task. Liu Xian, filled with disappointment, turned his gaze toward the soul scroll, leaving the crowd perplexed, uncertain of his intentions. If I were to completely extract this creature from the soul scroll, would it then lack a source of power? He stated earnestly. To put it another way, it would be a being without foundation. Thus, slaying this so-called soul demon would become an exceedingly simple matter, devoid of difficulty. No one responded, their ignorance laid bare in that moment. Suddenly, a well-read scholar stepped forth. Clutching a book in his hands, there is a way. This soul demon requires a foundation. In the cosmos, all things are rooted in heaven and earth. Should it become detached from this realm, it is destined to perish. Upon hearing this, Liu Xian's face lit up with joy. He firmly grasped the soul scroll and initiated his plan. employing a straightforward and forceful method to seize the soul demon and relentlessly pull it forth. The soul demon, in its plight, was subjected to an unending tug, a truly tragic fate. Perhaps it was the most unfortunate soul demon in history, experiencing such a dismal extraction. The absurdity of the situation left one in disbelief. His head throbbed. "Come out!" Lu Xian exclaimed in anger. "Do you dare consume my soul? Are you jesting with me? This is truly a death wish." The onlookers gazed in disbelief. Such ferocity was unprecedented. For the first time, they witnessed Lu Xian in such a volatile state, treating the soul demon with utter disdain as he continued to extract it from the scroll. They couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the soul demon. Chapter 77. Exorcising the Soul. With a sudden motion, the soul demon was violently pulled forth.